do some survival crafting, and have a doggo. Alright, so today we're going to be picking up where we left off. Okay. So I'm just double checking. This is, I believe, our save. Yeah, the auto saves in here are pretty wild. Alright, so I think this is the save we have here on the top. So we got just under 5 hours. We're going to continue our journey. Now, you do get to choose between, I think it's 3 vehicles there. Alright, Psychotic, you have a good one. Thank you for tuning in. But the big thing that happened last time is towards the end, we got an adorable doggo. Stop walking away. I want to pet you. Alright. But yeah, as you can see, a couple things changed from when we last started. Where we've got our big house on top of our camper van. Don't worry about it too much. We just hit this button, and it goes away. Alright, so we went over here and got the doggo. And as far as I'm concerned, we rescued that dog. I'm going back over here because we need to go up top for something anyways. Also, I need... Just in case, let's grab one piece of... Oh, we got some wood right here. Let's grab one piece of wood. Oh, wait. Didn't I need redwood up top? Let's grab one piece of redwood.
Time to drop off some stuff.
Wherever that's at in here. Because what I want to do is go past where the dog was. You can see those big logs. I went to go that way yesterday in-game, but it was getting very late in the evening and you're not allowed to run after you get too late. So it just becomes one of those things where it's like when it gets too late in the evening, it's annoying to move around. It's a way of getting you, the player, to not, you know, go 24/7 without ever sleeping. Which I imagine they probably do their cleanup and their respawning and all that stuff when that happens, which is probably why they do that. So one last thing, you know your stream is meant to be chill. Do you stream at night specifically for the Americas to fall asleep to? Or to accommodate the European crowd? It's not an or, it's an and. I deliberately chose the hours I chose so that in the evenings, I'm kind of like, I start right around US peak time, like the leading into US peak time. And then I stream overnight, which covers the like Australia and New Zealand crowd. Because that was kind of one of the big things as far as English-speaking streams. It was the time slot that had the most, what's the word I want to use? For the number of streams streaming versus the number of viewers watching, it had the, you know, the biggest ratio. Basically, the most number of viewers wanting to watch the stream, you know, versus whatever's available kind of thing. And then that does lead into the beginning of the European time, so you usually wrap up around the time that the earlier European content creators start making content. Is around the time I wrap up. Okay. So there is a fire over here. But yeah. And everyone will have their own different strategies around that thing. Like some people, they do try and stream at the absolute peak time because there's the most viewers on the platform.
Some more supplies for crafting.
And whatnot. Some people will deliberately target...
I should get something to eat.
You know, very different... You get the idea. There's like a whole range of reasons that whole different strategies. And there's no, like, this is the right, this is the wrong strategy, that kind of thing. It's very much you kind of just make your decisions and work through. There's definitely stuff that you could experiment, try around, be like, okay, well, I'm doing this time frame, and I'm noticing that my viewership starts to build up around this time, but really starts to drop off at that time. That could be a good enough reason to be like, okay, well, around the time my viewership properly starts off, even if I could go longer, maybe that's just when I wrap up for the night, because at that point, like, if the numbers are dipping anyways. I'm sorry, doggo. I was gonna give you this treat, but this treat's forbidden. And no frisbee. The game says no frisbee for the doggo. Alright, Psychic, you have a good one. But yeah, that was a deliberate decision I made way back. It's been a thing that's come up once or twice of being like, do I want to change my hours? And it's always one of those very scary considerations. Because, like, you build your audience around a certain time frame. And you kind of have to, like, accept the fact that if I were to change my hours at this stage, I would take a pretty big hit to my viewership, regardless if I chose better or worse hours or whatever. Just because a number of the people watching in who watch today wouldn't be able to tune in on the other hours. Alright, we got the gnome Buzzy. And it's just kind of one of those things. So you'd have like a bunch of people that used to watch me, but now I'm too late in the night, or used to watch me or too early in the morning. It is a thing that I had debated a couple times, being like, okay, do I want to move my hours so that, you know, I'm not kind of an overnight content creator and all that? Because that'd be easier for a lot of things unrelated to stream.
Ready to roll.
But I think the unfortunate reality is if I were to go and do that, it'd probably be like, it'd be very difficult probably to be successful in that situation, unfortunately. The classic, I would be up against way too many people fighting for the same viewership. Because I know a number of creators who started as I did, and then, you know, eventually, like, pivoted over. We've got a fairy duck.
The ferry's out of service for now.
Alright, so this is going to be one of those things that we go and find the other way. The curiosity I have is he didn't wait for the dog to arrive to the car, but does show the dog in the car. Oh, right. The reason they're having the dog in the middle seat is this is multiplayer, so I could have another person there. I was like, why would you sit in the middle, dog, when you could have a whole seat to yourself? Also, where's your seatbelt? I know you got your cute side pouches, but like, having you run around like this is not safe for you, dog. If we get into any type of bump or whatever, you're going smack first, your face first in that radio, and that's not going to be good for you. Oh, right, I forgot. That's Bartholomew. Because it wouldn't let me have spaces, and that's just what I came up with, like, tired brain. But, for the game, this is the second map. The game does appear, as best we can tell, to be split up into 4 maps. That are all relatively large in size. And it's interesting because we've seen that there's a lot of mechanics in the future that we haven't hit yet. Like, we did see there's an upgrade to prevent your engine from overheating as much, which we haven't been able to get our engine to go past the green range, even just driving full tilt in areas that would, or like in things that'd be very strenuous on the engine, causing it to overheat. But we just not been able to achieve that yet. And so does the thing I suspect will ultimately happen. Is my guess is because we did see there was cactus petals, but we haven't found them yet. That once we get the cactus, like once we get to a certain point, I expect you to find like a desert or whatever. And I'll be able to get cactus petals at that point. But then that would be where I anticipate heat being a problem. And I suspect the reality of how that'll
load off my back.
Bartholomew? You just drive away, the dog is just chasing the van. Or the dog's riding in the back. I'm really uncertain what's going on right now as far as the dog's concerned. Alright, where am I going, by the way? So, I've got the antenna up here. We already went to that. There was a path farther that way that we didn't investigate. Let's open this up. We've got all our tools made for the time being. Alright. Right, we got access to, a bunch of new clothing and all that. Okay, we're fine with all this. Get the reinforced boards there. Don't care about that. I'm trying to remember what for the life of us we even had here. Alright, we can go ahead and get more berries and whatnot. So we could make redwood plank. I haven't seen something that we can make yet that requires these. And we need to find seashells to make our pants. I don't know why we need seashells to make our pants, but you know. Apparently the correct thing for making pants is seashells. We got upgrades here. We don't have those materials available. I'm not really worried about these other ones. I can make these things, and they give us more carry weight and everything for the vehicle for more customization. We'll do that eventually. And this is one of those other things that will eventually get more variety and all that. But it's one of those things that this is definitely around making your vehicle look nicer. That's something I'd mess with eventually, but it's not really a priority. That's for making bolts. I want lots of the thread, but I'm going to wait for that. We can make the crystals and all that. So this is the first one. So that's 15 thread to make that. And it's 2 of that. So I need 30 of the stuff there. So let's go over here. Drop all our materials in there and go to sleep. Alright, Randall Thor, you take it easy, and thank you for tuning in.
A fresh new day.
Alright. So meanwhile, we do have solar panels on the top of our vehicle. So that's going to slowly recharge while we're exploring. So let's go over here. We already grabbed the stuff from this, but I want to grab the scrap. And then there was a second path. That was a hiking path that went to the left here. Yeah, so there's like a fork over here, and then we take this right. And we didn't investigate this. Okay. There is a campfire spot up here. And there's a cairn up there. You want a piece of redwood.
More stuff for the recycler.
Yep, more stuff for the recycler. We got that dog treat. Chuck that in the recycler there. We found beeswax. That's a material we've been needing. Unfortunately, I don't have a redwood log on me. Okay, so we've got crude ore up here. It's also nice that since we got the shirt, that's increased our max stamina, which has helped me able to run around a lot. Okay, that's just straight up a road. So in that case, let's not mess with that yet. We'll come back for the road. I didn't see a good place for getting up to where that cairn is yet. I suspect we'll have either a hiking path that goes up that way or something of that nature. Let's cut to the right here and see if I can't find a piece of redwood. So I could start this campfire, because one of the collectibles is to get all the campfires. And I'd rather just knock it out while I'm in the area. So I can't get the big logs. I don't have my upgraded axe yet. Yeah,
Looks like I need a better axe.
That looks like it might just be an Everwood piece down there. It's like the tier 1 wood, and we need the tier 3 wood. This is not how bananas work. That's definitely not a banana tree. Even that's not really a banana tree. For those who haven't seen banana trees, they look like grass. It's like someone just took grass and then scaled it up and gave it really broad leaves. Is what a banana tree looks like. And they don't drop a banana. They drop biblical amounts of bananas per go. They come in, it's like this big bushel thing that kind of has like a little pointy. It's almost like a pine cone shape, but like upside down. And yeah, it's gonna be what. Oh, someone threw it out their window. Yeah, that's probably fair.
I'll store this right here.
Go here. Yep. No, that's the thing. Like at the end of the season. Oh, you can't start fires in the rain in the game. I'll have to come back to that anyways. It's fine. Poor suspension on that van? What suspension? That's long gone. I'm going on the assumption here that to get our axe, we're going to need lots of redwood. And since I can't cut the redwood yet, I'm making sure to grab whatever I can.
Time to hit the road.
Because there's a very good chance we're going to need a bunch of... Okay, so we got a hiking trail over there on the left. And another campfire I can't start. Alright. So rather than taking the hiking trail, let's go down the road and check out this point of interest. Oh wait, was there a box there? Woof. Woof, bow wow. There we go.
Gotta tidy this up.
Oh, there's no box for me. Hey DG, how's it going? Alright, so we can go over here. There are 3 different fires I haven't seen or read. So what are you supposed to be here? Some kind of unripened berry? Alright, so we got their...
a password databank for the terminal. Ah!
So we woke up from a nap to find the mini fridge's freezer door open, about 6 inches, and here's hoping the cat hasn't developed a new game. Oh no. Ah, I see. This is gonna be the whole stop here. Let's go ahead and pop this open again. Pop that open. Let me see if I have enough fabric. Oh wait, did I make a wind thing? Yeah, so I don't have any regular fiber. Okay, they're all just doing their thing up there. And now as we realize they're spraying pesticides and we go directly into it.
Wow.
Coffee.
Are those flying, watering robots?
I feel like we need to be finding the flying, watering robots as they are watering the crop.
This little guy seems to be broken.
in the
Let's see
rain.
if I can fix it up.
Okay, so it looks like we're gonna get electronics soon, because that is giving me a quest mission, whatever you want to call it, to fix it up.
This signal decryptor can probably be used in the nearby terminal.
Free coffee. Come on, that doesn't happen. The little orange cat of yours has, mine had a brain cell today. Feel free, Kenhog. It's been almost 11 old, feral rescue. They watch climb your curtain on the patio door to try to open the patio door by grabbing onto it and trying to shift its weight. Thank goodness the door was locked.
Looks like I can download a blueprint here.
Okay. So I made sure to open all the windows. To be fair, that window is already propped open in the front. Alright. So what are you giving me this time? I can make coffee.
Some more supplies for crafting.
Okay, so we got paths up there. Probably don't worry about the log going across. That'll be later. Oh. Sorry, I forgot to leave your door open. So I need to get a bunch of redwood for starting those fires. Okay, so there's a whole area over here. It looks like it's hiking trails and all that. I was actually hoping to just go up here and quickly snag a piece of redwood and be on my way.
Looks like I need a better axe.
Alright, so fortunate reality is... Oh, we do actually have a radio tower over here. Can I reach the radio tower while I'm up here? And how much overburdened am I? More than a little. So we can eat that. Oh, bananas are good. Bananas are really good from the energy they give. And it looks like that might be a recharge terminal down there.
Another signal tower.
Okay, so we can get the assembler. Require prior download sheet press. Require prior download assembler. Okay, I understand. Get the sheet press. Okay, so unfortunately we got a slow walk here.
Ow!
And thank you, Century Cookie, for the 765 stream streak. I do really appreciate that.
Hi, husband.
Hi, wifey.
I give you kisses.
Yeah, we all make mistakes.
And I wish
Like this dog following me.
that's a mistake.
Poor doggo.
Uh-huh. Yep. Because I'm an inexperienced hiker in the woods, and sooner or later we're going to get hungry. I mean, what? Hey, DG, thank you so much for the 145 stream streak. I appreciate it. I mean, to be fair, we found the dog with no food or water dish with 3 other dogs in an enclosed pen with a fence that is too small to contain them, and nobody as far as we could see anywhere nearby. I at least give the dog a treat from time to time.
Thank you Sentient_Cookie for subscribing for 52 months. Subby wubby crab.
And thank you, Century Cookie, for the tier 3 sub. I really do appreciate that. Going above and beyond. Incredibly generous support. It means a whole heck of a lot. And thank you so much for being subbed for the last 52 months. A heckin' long time. So I really do appreciate the kid support. So thank you so much for that. Alright, so let's chuck this in here.
Huh. A load off my back.
So we can grow these here. And I assume these are just better than what we were growing. And it is raining, so I'm not going to put effort into that. Okay. So we got things that I don't remember what they were. We've got a roasting station and a coffee machine, as well as a sheet press. So we're going to need to go here, get ourselves another fancy counter, put one over there, to switch the counter style. Alright, so let's get this going. So we got the sheet press, that's just scrap metal, so that's nice and easy. And then we've got our roasting, that's coarse metal. So we need 5 coarse metal. So let's go here to you. We can make your coffee stuff. And I guess I probably should move you over there. Grab our baking stuff over here. And grab you over there. Grab our blender over here. And grab you over there. And then I will never remember that I moved those in that way, and I will go to where they were previously every single time. It's almost a year. Yeah, it's almost a year. It's almost... I mean, it's not really 5 years. It's a bit over 4 years. It's a heckin' while, man. So the sheet metal press... So that's the cost of sheet metal. You require thread. You require that. Alright, so don't have anything there. You require sheet metal and battery components. We're not quite to the battery component side of things yet. Okay, and so now I can go here. And there's the roasting station. And the coffee machine. So you can turn raw coffee into roasted coffee. Corn and salt into popcorn. Corn and sugar into sweet popcorn. I believe I don't have any raw coffee. But that's fine. Meanwhile, let's go ahead and, while we're reorganizing. Oh, I see. I can't swap them one for one. It's fine. We'll worry about that when we get the next bench. I'll get a another spot here. So my intention had been to make a bedroom on this side, like a whole crafting area here. But as you can see, I have grossly underestimated the amount of crafting benches this game has, which I'm not against.
This is for you, puppy.
Oh, it's another one?
Yeah.
I love you.
I love you. Hey, people. That's what I want. Oh, yeah. Living the good life.
He's like, getting them Uncrustables. She likes to bring them for work lunches because they're just very convenient. Okay. So, let me grab one of these and one of these. Oh, open that up so you keep recharging your battery. So what I want to do... Oh, there are coffee plants in here that I can spot that are ready for harvest. And I'm gonna guess that we can probably grow these. Keep a redwood on you always. Yeah, the problem is when I walk over here and I auto-deposit them, it drops them in. So there's just a thing I kind of need to do this. I can lock it so it won't automatically put them away, but then if I'm collecting more of it, I'll quickly become overburned. Alright, so my intention is first we're going to run down here to this fire, because I have to run that way anyways to deal with it. That's up this way. Yeah, so let's run over here and get this fire way back here. And then I'm going to run back to the van. And then we're going to drive the van and we're going to get the fires knocked out really fast, I think. Now, the whole time we're doing this, it's very slow, but you will see that we've had the van parked. It is slowly gaining battery. That's because I have a couple of solar panels on the roof. I want to get the wind turbines. Alright, I'll see a way up to this cairn. Because that way, when it is overcast and raining, we get very little power from the solar panels in the game. And then the idea is, if I have some solar power and I have some wind power, between the two of them, I will hopefully always be able to have some power going.
What a beautiful fire.
Like, the fire's so beautiful. I love the fire. Alright. Yeah, the other one we won't worry about, because I was actually thinking if I wanted to run over to the other fire, but it's looking like, honestly, going that way, I still going to have to drive the van past it at some point, so let's not sweat it. But yeah, so I would say, while I've been walking around, the van is probably recharged between a third and a fourth of its battery, which is the reason I wanted to leave it opened up. Yep, and I can, if I had berries, I can get the bunny some berries, and then I can pet it. It doesn't seem to do anything, but, you know, the reward of pets is its own reward. I do wonder where we could keep increasing the weight and all that, like, what is the actual limit and how big I can make this base on top of here. Alright, so drop you off.
Ready to roll.
Alright, and even though I should probably keep going that way... Alright, we're gonna keep going this way, and the reason I'm choosing to do this is we did see what was either a repainting station or is a recharging station. I'm hoping it's a recharging station, because then I can just max out the battery there. As well as like in a radio tower, that kind of thing. Dog. That's madness, dog.
This could be useful.
Like I said, I'm kind of going on the expectation that we will ultimately need the redwood to build our stuff. Okay, so what's there? Okay, that looks like it's just a shortcut across to where I can just drive. It amused you in Raft once the horizontal supports were introduced to build a raft with a small base and several oversized upper stories. Top heavy was never a problem in Watercraft, right? Yeah, I mean, we definitely have like a very top heavy vehicle in this game as is. But yeah, I know it's definitely it's an interesting thing. And that's like part of the charm of the game is like the silliness of building this like giant home on top of your vehicle here. It's pretty steep there. I think I see a gnome. See something over here. On the bright side, I am happy that they've set it up so you can actually see stuff that far away. We found Thrax. We got suncat mushrooms. Alright, so let's get back over here. Because it looks like we're going to be able to fix the aerial watering robot. I don't know what that gives us yet, but obviously if it's a thing that's available, probably should do it. Let's chuck all that in there for right now.
I'll store this right here.
We've got another thing where you can climb to the top of that hill. It's a recharging station, so I love to see that. Because then I can go like this. Okay. So, let's actually hop out here. Let's grab a piece of redwood. And it looks like if we run along here, there is that tree to climb up. It appears that the radio tower is up there, and then there's a fire nearby. If we're lucky, the radio tower will give us something like the better axe or something like that nature. All right. Oh. I must have already gone up here. Yeah, no, we must have come... Yeah, we came up here the other day. That's fine. We'll just still hit up the fire. We can get that going. I forgot we had run up here already the other day.
Ah, that feels nice.
This is just irresponsible is what this one is. News story about someone dying because someone decided to put a cairn at the end of like a log ponderously looming over the edge of a cliff. So people kept daring each other to put the last stone on there. Alright. And that fire's lower down. We'll have to backtrack to that one. There's the ferry there, and down there's the beach. We'll want to do that. That's actually interesting because that means we can actually get down to the beach. If we looked back here, there is a path right there that could get down onto that beach. And that's clearly where we're going to get our seashells. At least one would expect it to be. So I don't know which way it should be going here. Well,
Okay, let's go.
we got a full battery. Let's take the right path. Because between the right path and the left path, I don't have any indication of one being better than the other for any reason. Give me them mushrooms. But see, the logs you walk in a lot of places in the long dark always make them better. You would never actually do this unless it was life or death. Oh yeah. And there are so many, it's like, this is not a safe thing to deal with. Like, it's one thing if someone took the time that they took, you know, went over there and set it up very recently. You'd be like, okay,
Food for
sure.
the recycler.
Still not a good idea. Because those could get, you know, wet and slick and very easily become, you know, how you fall. But yeah. Ooh. This is good. That means I can start growing some tomatoes. Alright. So, in the morning, we do have a path we could take up the hill there. There, and we're watering our tomatoes. Because of the tomatoes, I believe that means I'll have all the ingredients for making pizza.
I'll put this in storage.
Okay. Grab a unit of redwood. Because, yeah, we got a path that goes over this way. I don't expect to find anything I really want or care about along it. That's very majestic and whimsical music. It looks like it might actually go up into the hills more over here.
This looks delicious.
That weirdly looked like there was 2 or 3 rabbits sitting at the top of the hill just glaring at me, like standing guard at the top of the hill. Okay, so there's no shortage of mushrooms here. We got a bunch of solar panels down there. It'll be worth peeking at those solar panels farther down the hill. See, there's a cairn or a gnome or whatever.
Another signal tower.
Okay, so this is a tough choice. Definitely not the paintbrush. We can get the axe, and that gets me the redwood. But we can get the sickle, and that gets me the durafiber. And the durafiber, we can increase our bag size and all that. With that consideration, I'm leaning towards this one. because the higher inventory. I want both, but I can only have one. I probably should have checked and been like, what do you
That could come in
suggest?
handy.
It's fine. That's the gnome Laura. All right. Okay, so let's check, because that might be a cairn way over there, or it might just be a loose rock. And I probably want to check down on the other row of solar panels. I think it's just a rock. To see if we have anything down there. I think it's just literally one of the other moss rocks. Oh, but there is a cairn behind it. Okay, grab the scrap metal from over here.
Huh.
Can I go up here? Because I don't feel like it's worth taking a peek up here, just in case they've got some good resources hidden back here anywhere. Or gnomes, or cairns, or whatever. Collectibles. Not doing, like, the full tour of everything or anything. This also very much feels like the kind of game you can glitch your way out of the map. Alright, well, at least for metal, it seems like this will be a good place to get metal if I ever need it.
Huh.
Does that just drop down? Yeah, that's just how we got up. That's like a different way to get up here. That's fine.
Perfect for the next project.
Hey, doggo. Where'd you go? Who's a good boy? Take my garbage.
Ugh.
You're not supposed to have full inventory, dog. You're supposed to have 10 units of carry weight in there, and I was only going to use a little bit. How much over am I? 6. To be fair, I do have 42 metal scrap on me. So I do actually have a ton of materials. Alright, so we'll see what we need to make this scythe. And the only place right now I know I can get the Durafiber is back by where the dog place is. So it could be one of those things that, if we're able to make the scythe right away, we might want to detour relatively early to go get as much Durafiber as possible. Because like I said, that'll give me better clothes, and better clothes let me run more. It'll get me better backpack, which lets me carry more. And all that'll be good. We saw the access to the beach down there, which will also get me the get me better clothes so I can run more. Because in this game, the clothes give you increased stamina. This straight up makes it look like I'm riding the dog, like a mount. I will never get past just the floating house, wherever the car is when I park it. We do have another tower up there that I can see.
Time to drop off some stuff.
Honestly, keep it. That way in a pinch. Get that. Alright, so here I got this fire going. So we can back up and check in the other way. I think we're going to back up and check the other way.
Time to hit the road.
Hey, get in the car, dog. And the reason for that is we know at some point I'm going to get the ferry to cut across. Let's also check before we go too far. For the scythe, so you need... Oh, that'll be easy. That'll be 2 coarse metal. So that'll be good. The next time we stop, we'll go ahead and process some metal. What are you? Natural rubber. Okay. Sure, and I see a gnome way up there.
Perfect for the next project.
So the natural rubber is effectively just like maple syrup, but, you know, the sap is rubber as opposed to syrup.
Huh.
Alright. We found a fox, the gnome. It looks like those are rubber trees everywhere along here. We also have a popping cap. Okay. Or pop and snap, I think it was.
Ah, another cap and snap.
Cap and snap, whatever. It's fine. Oh, there is a river between me and that tower. I do have a little path down here we can check real fast. Okay, we can no longer run. We got beeswax and a beehive from that. Alright. We can get down to the beach here. And I need at least 3 shells. I don't want to do a whole massive exploration, which is good because there's not a whole lot of exploration to do here.
I should probably get something to eat.
Yeah, you should. Alright, so we can get up here, and then we should be able to run straight back to our vehicle easily. We'll wait till we... Oh, actually, what are you? Natural rubber, okay. Alright. Yes, it's on the other side of the water. And then grab you. Grab a little bit more rubber on the way back. Okay, leave the one that's really far away, we'll grab this one too. Okay. So we got a couple things to do here. Let's drop you off. Unfold this.
A load off my back.
Gonna need 2 coarse metal. So I can go up to our smelter. That's the smasher. We got that going. Checking our tomatoes. They needed to be watered. Okay, we got the popping cap, so let's go ahead and just burn all these we can.
Let's see what I get this time. Let's see what I get.
And I'm stepping way back because the metal clank of it falling into the bottom bin is really loud compared to everything else in the game. So I'm backing away from it so you have to hear the chong 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 chong. But this is good because it's using up a lot of these, and we've been collecting a bunch of them over time. Okay. And these are just like cosmetic things where you can put these like on your dashboard, or whatever.
See what I get this time.
So it looks like this is a whole thing of rubber ducks that I guess we can put somewhere in our vehicle.
I'm feeling lucky.
Okay.
I'm feeling lucky.
Alright, 2 more, and then that'll be the entire machine emptied out. I still had one machine, I think had one thing left on the previous map.
Let's see what I get this time.
Okay. Okay. So with this, we can pop up here. Because you should be done smelting by now. It also reminds me, not the bolt press, not you. Oh, we can go to you. Just kind of topping myself off there. We did get enough that I can make my pants. Alright, so now I have a slight upgrade to my pants. which gives me better stamina. And then we got our materials to make our scythe. We got our better scythe. Alright, let's go to... Well, we need to eat something. Probably a bunch of bread in here. Actually, hold up. Give me the mushrooms. And put that back. Alright, so we can go ahead and go to sleep. Recycle 100 pieces of litter was an achievement I just got.
A fresh new day.
Okay, so with that, we got a fire right around the corner here. We did take the hiking trail down the beach. It looks like there might be a hiking trail behind the fire, and there's a point of interest up here. Let's keep working our way around for now. Where's the fire? Ah, so the fire is up the hill? Okay, so it looks like what we're going to need to do is there's going to be a hiking trail up ahead here somewhere. And then we backtrack. I should take the time as we're running past these rubber trees. I haven't seen it ask me for rubber yet. But it feels like one of those resources that this is like the place to get it. Hello, weird little nook. That is literally nothing, but okay. And again, in my head I'm thinking like this is some like rubber farmer, this is like their whole orchard thing that they've got going on. Okay. I'm just straight up stealing their livelihood. The entirety of it. Whole year lost because just someone went through. So those look more like banana... Well, no, those don't look like banana trees. They're the rubber trees more. Alright, so we can grab you. And I see we got some crude ore over here. We'll grab that while we're in the area. I haven't needed much crude ore. But it's also those things that's not available many places. So it feels like just one of those things I should grab on the run by whenever we have the chance. Okay, so we got a hiking trail up there. And then the radio signal. Oh, that's just back the way we came, not too far. Okay. So I think what we do is I drop this off. Make sure I grab a piece of wood for the campfire up on the hill. And we get this tower and this campfire. And since we want the Durafiber that's down... Well, actually, not too far down. Basically, I'm thinking about running back since that one's relatively close. So we just snag whatever that tower's going to give me. To keep unlocking things. All right.
Looks like I can download a blueprint here.
Okay, so we can get efficient wind turbine or rainwater energy. Build a rainwater turbine to charge your vehicle. When it downpours, your battery fills up. Okay. I hadn't anticipated being there, having like a rain power generator.
Ah, some food for the recycler. Huh. Huh.
Make sure that's not a tip to check farther. Nope. Okay, we don't have anything else we spot over here. Alright, so let's work our way over back to our camper, and let's run down the way, grab that other, grab the other thing that showed up on the map down there. And that should give us more stuff. Yeah, so rain power. It does make me wonder, would I be better off putting like one of each of the power things up on my vehicle? Or am I better served to just kind of go all in on one and just deal with the others? I probably do want at least a little bit of everything, and then maybe from there we would expand to do multiple of different things to keep the power up. You can pet the dog. We have not had the ability to fish at any point. Oh, hey. And it's a gnome named Dia. But yeah, you can pet the dog and give the dog treats, but you, I've not seen the ability to fish in any capacity. I kind of don't think they will have the ability to fish. Because, like, very much like the hunger survival thing is pretty mild. Like, you only have to eat, like, once a day, and it's very easy to make that happen. It's a lot more around exploration and crafting. Let's run back down here to where the recharging station is. It'll let me top off the van. And then the radio tower down here is a new download for me.
Time to hit the road.
Okay, this is one I gotta hike for. So I have you recharging in the meantime. Yeah, just making sure I actually had some of the download tickets on me.
Looks like I need a better axe.
And if we're lucky, this will give me the better axe. Because with the better axe, I'd be able to start getting the redwood in any meaningful supply. We haven't had much need for redwood, but I would anticipate needing the redwood and redwood planks pretty much any time now. Like, I have seen, like, one or two of the upgrades for the van I don't really care about yet that, require it.
Looks like I can download a blueprint at the signal tower.
Bamboo counters, clothing cabinets, hanging party decorations. So it was all cosmetic kind of stuff. That's fine. The way I look at it with those is every one of those I grab is one that can't show up in the future. It seems to me like when they have the, like, oh, hey, here's a signal, go back and get it. those seem to almost always be like more on the cosmetic side of things, not really the critical important kind of things. Make your place fancy kind of things. How close are we to the recharging station? Let's go to recharging station really fast. It is just right over here. We can hit that up. And then from there, we're going to work our way up that bridge, I guess. Well, I'm leaning towards going back at this road all the way up to there to get that sorted out.
Fully charged. Let's go.
With that said, the alternative is I go up this road. I guess going this road would be the better of the two, and the reason I'm thinking that is I do see there's another radio tower there. I expect the area way on the end there that's like, oh, I should grab that. That most likely will give me my next, like, major thing for progression, but I'm still gonna need the axe and all that to do, I think. You got a camping spot.
I should clean this up.
There's a cairn. Oh, good, Alex. Ooh, I know what this plant is. Is this, lavender? That is lavender.
Let's see what's inside.
Okay. And drop you off. Light the fire. Oh, we can't ride the dog. It's just when I'm overweight or overburdened, me and the dog move roughly the same speed, so it looks a little weird. Okay, nothing else for me to worry about right there. Let's go ahead and go to sleep. Alright. So what are those? So you're building a magic house? We're kind of exploring with an RV. It's just an RV that could have a whole house on it. Somehow. Okay.
Better be safe than sorry.
No cap. The gnome. And we are finding coconuts now. I've got tons and tons and tons of rough stuffing, so I'm going to probably leave that alone. Alright. They did snag a bunch of that. It looks like we got a couple of things. Let's see. Quenching and tempering.
Better be safe than sorry.
Making new additions to the game. Neat. You know, lavender is gorgeous. It's also always a very promising thing in a game when, like, you walk up to some random plant and even before, like, you get close enough to have the game give you the label, you're like, oh, that's... So, like, in this case, you know, I was like, oh, that's lavender, and then we walked up and, you know, it confirmed it was lavender. It's always a good sign when you can just identify stuff from looks in game. Not that you'd expect everyone to know what a lavender flower looks like, but you just get the idea. It's like, oh, clearly this is modeled well enough that, you know, it's communicated effectively what it is. But yeah, so quenching and tempering, interesting. Was that added with 1.22, or is that like an additional
I'll store this right here.
update after that? Let's go here. I need to eat something. Ooh, Suncap is good. You're not gonna run down all the lavender there. We've got a bunch of it. Yep, 1.22. Nice. One thing that I always have difficulty with Vintage Story is there's a lot of different biomes to find things, with how long it takes to do everything. I just find myself not ever getting to those other biomes. Okay, so I can get some more beeswax and all that.
Another signal tower.
Rain catcher, cooking pot, rubber processor. I think that's the one that's likely to block progression. Let's see, forge fuels are different now. Get to different temps. For example, you can't work iron with a forge fueled with just brown coal anymore, unless you lose the bellows to get it hotter. Gotcha. So that just seems like they had a little bit more variety there. It's Kian Gnome. Where those reeds are supposed to be, we can't grab those. Okay, so that place... Alright, so that's the other side of the river. And there's a set of ladders that goes up there. Can I cross there? I might actually be able to cross over there. Okay.
Let me see if I can fix this.
Okay, so you get power all the way through here, which gives power to there, which goes to there. And then I need to make a wheel there, and then that turns on there. Okay, so I need 2 redwood plank and a bolt. And then that goes in here and does what? Ah, so it'd be able to go in there. Presumably, they'll probably get to mine new material, but it's currently submerged, so I can't get to it. Yeah, so it seems like what we'll want to do is get our van and go over here. Got our campfire up there. All right. So let's run over here, get our van, drive it on over. I'll need to stop long enough to make a bolt and a redwood plank. Sorry, 2 redwood plank. And we can get that fixed. And I have no idea what the water wheel does for us so far as, like, yeah, it gets us access to that cave. Will I have a pickaxe that can actually do the thing? Probably not. But it is effectively a puzzle on the map, so we're going to do the puzzle. Because one assumes whatever it gets me is something I want. What do campfires do saving?
Secured.
They're just a collectible. They're just things to be found to get stuff going there. Okay. Yeah, because one big thing about the game is there's the cairns, the little stacks of rocks, that you go and you collect them by going to each one and putting your, like, extra little rock on top of it, or knocking it down. You can choose to do either or. There is the little gnome collectibles that you just find a bunch of little named gnomes all over the place. And then on top of all of that, there's the campfires. And they're just things to, like, expand and find in the map, that kind of deal. Okay, so let's start this. We need 1, 2. Get that going. We got the bolt press. Get that going. And how are my tomatoes doing? They're doing fine. Hey, Hadrain! Thank you so much for the raid. I hope you had yourself a good stream and all that good stuff. Welcome in, raiders. Can we get a shout out for Hadrain? And thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the stream. All right, let's get down here. But welcome in, raiders and all that good stuff. What were we playing today and all that good stuff? Playing some Conan Exiles. I hope you had a good time with Conan Exiles. And all that good stuff. But yeah, no, very, very much pretty, you know, pretty cool and all that good stuff, so thanks so much for that. Wait, I need the redwood. But welcome in, raiders. I am Rual Storge. Well, first of all, that is not what I need to do.
To drop off some stuff.
First of all, if you're looking for Conan Exiles, gotcha, okay. I was trying to think, it's like, okay, so why did we get the raid with that? Yeah, no, absolutely. Right. Oh, I understand. You were the house down below mine, because, like, I don't recognize this name. But yeah, no, definitely go check out Hadron. Doing some Conan Exiles and Ultra server as well. Yeah, you had the house that, like, I'm up on the ledge, and then you're down, and then you're, like, catty corner to where Ultra and I believe Drongo are located. Yeah. You're Thrace in the server. Right, I recognize the Hadrain part of it. We needed the bolt before I forget, because I'm in the middle of things. Where's the bolt? There's the bolt. But yeah, no, it's because it's like, I don't recognize. Like, in-game, I have my map. It's like, well, Drongo lives here, and Penny lives here, and I'm like, I don't know who lives here, but I did mark that your house was, like, the one I didn't know. But no, so thank you so much for that raid. Again, if you're looking for, Exiles, like, sticking it to the HOA, nice. If you don't mind me asking, if you got a raid and run, like, don't let me keep you. But, like, what other games do you stream and all that good stuff? Because, you know, we like to recognize our people who are fantastic content creators and all that, and whatnot. And so definitely playing the Conan Exiles, like, is that what you do? Do you have a range of stuff? But, again, so you're looking for Conan Exiles and all that, you can find it over there with Hadrain. For those popping in here, I am Rual Storge. I do play a variety of games here on Twitch. I'm most known for my exploits in Project Zomboid, where I used to hold a world record for the highest kill count run ever streamed. But that said, there is a past tense on that record. What are you? So you're a seashell down here. You played a lot of Path of Exile and Path of Exile 2. Ah! Not on stream so much. But I used to historically play tons of Path of Exile. It's still my most played game on Steam, though I haven't been able to do the last couple seasons because, you know, finding...
That could come in handy.
I don't... Oh, we found a piece of bamboo. All right. Want to play on stream? Very fun. I have definitely not built an audience for it. The first couple years is one of my top played games on the channel, and also my worst performing game on the channel outside of oh, I'm blanking on the latest Dark Souls game. It's just the community built around here is a lot of like chill vibes, that kind of stuff. And so it's just, you know, wrong community, like nothing wrong with the game, just misaligned with the community and all that. Like, great game, absolutely love it. But I did have to finally be like, okay, I cannot keep playing, I'm going to kill my channel. And again, that's misaligned audience things. PoE is a cozy game? It can be. But yeah, no, I used to do like the 40-40 challenges and all that kind of stuff for the longest time. Yeah, no, definitely. So if you're looking for Path of Exile and all that, absolutely you can find that over there. That's fantastic. Like, I used to watch tons and tons of Path of Exile on the platform too. Still, if I had the time, I would absolutely play the crap out of the game. Hadron Challenge. Learn to play the game. Going on 2 seasons now for this one. Nice. But yeah, no, I got all the achievements in the game, did like the level 100 on a hardcore character, all that stuff. But yeah, no, I've missed the last couple leagues. Okay, so we've got all that. But yeah, so to kind of circle back, so I do play a whole range of games on the channel. Like, it's a very, very wide range. I do like survival crafter, city builder, settlement builder, so like your rim worlds and all that as well. I do slice of life, life sim, simulation. It is a very, very wide range of games, so you'll find everything from Farm Sim to Stardew Valley to Coral Island to we're playing, this is a survival crafter. Very light on the survival side, this is a very cozy one. But I mean, we got our cool camper van that has a house we were building on top of it. And all that. This is actually coming out on the 11th, so it's not available quite yet. And all that. So definitely, definitely been a fun time. I was worried about the game potentially not being that long. Because, like, before I knew there was multiple maps, it was like, okay, I'm getting kind of through this map faster than I'd like. But, then I realized there's at least, as far as we can guess, there's somewhere in the area of, like, 4 maps. And it's like, okay, that's a pretty respectable length. Alright, so we've got... So, interestingly enough, I can plant the lavender some more. I think for right now, we're just going to keep cycling through. Let's just plant whatever I've got the least of. We're planting some coffee and some road berries. But, like, the crafting actually has quite a bit here, because you can see, like, I have all these different crafting benches here. So it's actually got some depth there. So even though it's this cozy, cute game and whatnot, and there's, like, research and all that, it kind of reminds you of Raft, but, you know, less phasmophobia.
Load off my back.
And then we also have an adorable dog. There you are. An adorable dog now that's running around helping us. So, like... It's like Raft, but less shark and less phasmophobia. Oh, was there Jonathan Ong I just saw there? Where are you at? Did he overlook it? Because Jonathan Ong is also amazing and fantastic. If I missed you, I apologize. But yeah, chat's going. No Jonathan Ong. Oh, gotcha. But yeah, Jonathan Ong's also a friend of the channel. Absolutely fantastic and all that kind of good stuff. So definitely someone else to, you know, check out. I've mentioned a couple of times for people popping in. Jonathan Ong is amazing in the sense, doesn't just, like, cover music or anything and just play music. Like, that's impressive enough. But, like, we'll genuinely sit there and someone will be like, hey, you know, put the bid in, I would like you to play whatever. And it can be a song that John has never heard before. And he'll sit there and start working through it. Where he has this, like, this whole code, he, like, writes up notes and everything so they can kind of very easily... Why did I jump out of here? that I could very easily like kind of go through and know what the song is and whatnot, and then from those notes. Oh, I missed the spot back there. That's fine. We're just gonna hop out. But like play the song all the way, like kind of recompose the song entirely, just with those handful of notes. And it's really impressive. All that stuff. Yeah, Fred, no problem. Thank you again so much for that raid, Hadrick. I look forward to catching around. Like, again, anyone who's like, you know, a friend of Ultra and that is someone I absolutely want to keep in the circle, because very, very much, I've learned so many fantastic creators through the many creators in the circles between like Ultra and everyone else. Yeah, you have a good one. But it's good to also have everyone in here. I recognize a lot of names from like various channels I share an audience with. Okay, so those are the bushes over there. We can get the Durafiber, because we can do that to get better pants. But I won't be able to go through those logs up ahead. I don't have my tier 3 axe yet. Alright. Now, the game does have like a lot of collectibles to do in it. So if we walk around, there's what's called cairns. It's where they stack all the little rocks up on top of each other. So you can choose to either add to the stack or knock them down. The campfires are technically a collectible that you light the campfires to get credit for them. There's these like little gnome figurine statues, whatever they're supposed to be, that you get as well. So that's just another thing to work on while you're progressing the game, is finding all stuff. Alright, so we got a path up here. Do we know... Yeah, we don't know what's up here yet. Okay. This is one of the things we've been looking for. This gives me Durafiber. And Durafiber is something I need for better clothing. And in this game, what the better clothing does is it doesn't give you armor. There's no combat in the game, really. Instead, it gives you more stamina, so as I'm running around, I don't have to, like, slow boat it nearly as much. But this is definitely one of those games you can kind of loot goblin yourself into misery pretty easily by just grabbing everything that ain't bolted down. Alright. Okay, so we got a download thing. That's where I get my blueprints for more stuff. It looks like there's a path that keeps going up the mountain. Let's grab this.
Looks like I can download a blueprint at the signal tower.
Okay. So it says we need to do the assembler before this one, so let's grab the assembler. Now that's no good to me anymore. So to get more blueprints, we need more. I'm really looking for my higher tier axe. I had the choice of getting the higher tier sickle or the higher tier axe, and I got the sickle. That's the first time we've really been able to use it. Just checking. Okay, so it looks like it's going to loop around itself. This is probably where I'm going to find a cairn and or a gnome. Maybe a rare resource. Okay, so we can keep going forward or turn back. The turn back looks like it dead ends, which means probably a collectible up here. Yep, so there's a cairn. Oh, and a box.
Let's take a look what's in here.
Nothing too amazing in there. Okay, we are hungry, so let's just eat a couple berries. Okay, where's the dog? Hey, dog. Carry my stuff. So dog won't carry very much for you, but they'll carry a little bit. There is a thing that I haven't gotten yet that'll let me train the dog to do extra things, and I'm hoping it'll give the dog extra carry weight. And I'm hoping it'll give me a mechanic that was in Torchlight, where you could sit there and like give stuff to the dog and be like, okay, take that home for me. I'm hoping we'll get that kind of a mechanic so I could like load the dog up with a little bit, send the dog home. Maybe not. After a little while the dog comes back, as a means of like just making things more efficient for moving around. So what is Outbound? So Outbound is a game where it's centered around your your little caravan, your camper van. And that the idea behind it is you have left, like, the city or whatever, and you're just kind of going out here. And it's not like a Stardew Valley or whatever. But, you're just trying to kind of explore, get your upgrades. It's very raft-coded. Let's see your stuff. I will need that wood. We can light a fire. Looks like a cozy traveling thing. Yeah, in that general ballpark, yeah. But it's kind of got like a lot of feeling of raft. Just instead of having no control of where you're going, you do have control. Honestly, for this, let's drop those. We'll eat the berries. I'm going to keep grabbing the Dura fiber because I can't stop. But yeah. If it's not linear, is the map huge? So we have, this is one of the segments of the map, and there's 4 segments that I believe are roughly this size. Because you can see, like, this is the entrance here. So it does seem the map is, like, relatively large. That seems 4 times over, and I believe part of this is ocean. I don't know how much, because I can't see it yet. But, it does seem like it's a pretty big map. I would guess is the kind of game you're probably going to get in, like, 20-ish hours of gameplay. I don't know yet. Obviously, I haven't finished the game. It's not even out yet. This is the full version of the game, by the way. We got an early preview access, whatever you want to call it. The devs were kind enough to give us that. But I would guess it's something like 20-ish, give or take, hours to finish would be just my guess at the progress we're making. And then, you know, if you're going to 100% the game, like get all the collectibles and all that, probably a chunk more. We'll go this way. I'm overburdened, so I can't run right now. So we're doing the thing like where you play Skyrim and you get so much stuff, and people are like, you should put it down. You're like, but no, it's mine. And you just keep doubling and tripling down in that until like no one can stand it anymore. So we're currently in that situation. You're cumbered. Exactly. Okay, so I'm losing confidence that this is going to show me anything of interest. There probably will be a cairn or a gnome over here. Sounds fresh? Yeah. Anything with cucumber is fresh. Even if it's not fresh inherently, like pickled cucumber, i.e. a pickle, still fresh. Wait, are these the bushes that give me the regular? No, they're not. Okay, I was really expecting to see a cairn over here, but that's fine. Yeah, you're not truly overweight until you can't move. Exactly. And you can see down the road there that blinking green thing. That's a tower I would get a new blueprint from. Okay, so I'm not gonna keep going that way because I'm overburdened. I can't jump. So going down this way is a little bit of a dud. There's a tower on the top of this we want that'll give me a blueprint, and I'm kind of hoping it'll give me the axe. And our homing boots won't do us any good. They make it so when it gets dark, there's a day-night cycle in the game, and during the night, they don't let you run. It's a way of kind of like making you go back to your camper each night so you can't just endlessly walk. Because you'd be able to bypass certain things in the game if you could do that. Like, there's steeper hills and your camper van can't handle it until you upgrade it. But you as the player can walk up them to grab stuff. So it's just a limitation. But they give you what are known as the homing boots, where you are allowed to run directly back towards your vehicle even after dark. But we're over encumbered, so we're not running anyways. Let's get this antenna up top, and let's get back to our van. Okay. Yeah, so it looks like this trail is going to kind of go out and around. And the good news, you can also do like the Skyrim, like dropping down ledges where you just kind of scooch down the ledges and you don't take much fall damage from doing it. So while I got to walk around to get up here, when it comes time to go back, I should be able to just scooch on down. Okay, nothing here. Alright, so there's a little bit more up here than just the download point. Yeah, there's something else here. I'm really hoping this won't be like a whole thing.
Let me see if I can fix this.
Okay, so I can't fix that yet. I see. That's very unfortunate for me.
Looks like the power's out.
So we steal everything not bolted down. His tradition. So unfortunately, I climbed this big old mountain, and I'm gonna get nothing for my trouble. Because I already have where I need to get the electronics for another place, and I don't have the ability to make those quite yet. So that's not my favorite. We'll work our way over here to see if we see any cairns or gnomes. My camper van's just down the hill over there. Oh, and there is a cairn over there. But we'll have to circle back. So a little bit of a bummer, but that is what it is. Please don't require me to jump. I can't do it right now. Okay. So there's the camper van right down the ledge there. They can do that. And I need to remember to, like, deploy the actual camp setup anytime I'm walking away. Because they do have solar panels and all that. It's an electric van. So if I deploy it, the solar panels and all that show up. So I slowly recharge as the day goes on. Okay. Now I just walk over there. We can drop all this junk in here. I gotta remember to take the stuff off the dog as well. Well, the good news is we got a lot of the Durafiber, which, like I said, that's going to allow me to increase my inventory, among other things. One day you want an electric van? I know, right? Like, and then the idea, you know, obviously video game logic versus reality. The idea you just kind of slap, like, a couple tiny little solar panels on the top. You let your lights on, it's just the way the game is. It's so you can see your van easier. There is no, as far as I can tell, there's no light on-off switch. There's a lot of stuff with the way the game works. You're like, okay, that's a little weird. Not in a bad way.
I'll put this in storage.
Oh, right, the dog's gonna have to walk the whole way around. Alright, so we got our home here. Completely reasonable and realistic. And we, like, it's the same as, like, you know, Conan Exiles, where you build that and whatnot. You can actually buy an electric van right now, but in Australia they're like 70,000. Yeah. Alright, so let's start. We have... Where were you? So it's over here. Right, so I think I have to research it first, which was on this one. Okay. So we get 15 Dura thread. I can get my backpack bigger. And then these other ones require other stuff. So it looks like I'm going to need the Dura thread, not just the durability stuff there. So let's go here. Just start processing all that. Let's see how our plants are doing. We got tomato and coffee that are already watered. Okay, there you are. And of course, since you were good... Wait. I want to pet you. Alright. It wants me to give the dog a treat before I can pet it. It's fine. Okay. It's the important things in life. Okay. Alright, so that's going. We'll let that run overnight. Then I can worry about unlocking the next thing. But yeah, and you can make that much, much bigger. So one of the upgrades I've been kind of not working on
It's pouring.
is all the stuff related to making the van bigger. Because, like, I only have the first tier of upgrades, and you've got, like, 4 tiers of, like, how much weight and how much area of effect you have. But yeah, and then there's, like, different styles of stuff you can build I haven't bothered unlocking. Yeah, so we need the electronics to make our engine better and all that. So let's go here. Grab out all of that. We can turn over here to the research thing. Okay, and now we could go to the sewing table, since I've learned how to do that. And that's 3 Durithread. So unfortunately, I don't have enough Durithread yet. Which is a bummer. Let's drop you off. And the Durithread was up this hill. Probably none of that's respawned yet. Okay, so let's go ahead and we can see here. So we can go back down this way for that radio antenna. That one we couldn't do yet. There's a main road that goes over here to that. Let's take this road down here to check that antenna. And then just see what else is down here. Because this probably goes over here and circles down there somewhere. So we can kind of circle back. Because I know there's more Durithread down here. And I missed those campfires. And I'm low on redwood.
Ready to roll.
Okay. I believe this is the way we haven't been yet? Yep. Oh, right. We didn't go this way because it's blocked by a bunch of big redwood tree. And I don't have the axe to do that. Alright, so we're not going to go that way. Change of plan. That was just me testing you all. So I can go up into... Alright. So I can go up this way and check out that point of interest. Or I can go left over here to potentially that point of interest. I'm going to go with left. I have a feeling 2 of the points of interest have required me to craft stuff I don't have the ability to craft quite yet. So my assumption is I need to go around here, explore, and then gain the recipes I don't have yet to then be able to make, like, the battery components and the electronics and these kind of things. Okay, so you got a tower down there. Alright, let's keep going down the road. There might be a beach access area that I don't have to, like, jump down the cliff or something. Oh. That's a starfish. We can grab that in a minute.
Ah, another cap and snap.
Okay. And these just give you things you can decorate your stuff with.
Let's see what I get.
And if it seems like I'm running far away from it, it's the sound it makes when it gives you stuff is very loud and crunchy. So I am deliberately backing off from it.
I'm feeling lucky.
Because that part's fine. It's when it does like the whole dropping in the tray. It's like someone shoved the mic into the arcade machine and just played it. Or just recorded. It's, it needs to be knocked down like 30 or 40% volume or so. So I am backing off to avoid just deafening everyone. Okay. So, we have a fire down there. Do I have any redwood left? I'm down to my last one. And I still have 2 more tickets for downloads. So let's go over here. I can't actually light the fire because it's raining. But there is a fire.
I should clean this up.
And if this circles back up, yep. I guess just keep running down the beach, see if there's anything else interesting here. Got some coconuts.
A tasty treasure.
And I'm assuming I cannot cross the rocks. Or I can. That's new information. Because you can't swim in the game. Like, water just blocks you normally. Okay, what do we got going on over there? There's a wooden dog. A bunch of random stuffed animals. It almost looks like a wedding setup. But with stuffed animal, well, inflatable animals? I was kind of expecting to find a gnome here, like just sitting on the middle.
Ah.
Sure. That's certainly a thing that is occurring. Let's not grab all the seashells. How close am I to full? Oh, I'm actually a long way from full. I was worried about filling up my inventory and then needing to juggle a bunch. If we get there, I could chuck some on the ground. Most of the stuff like this is renewable in the sense it'll eventually reappear. Kind of move around.
Just what I needed.
Because I could definitely see it being a thing like you grind down the shells to make like lime or something. A lot of games have had that kind of mechanic. Okay, there's a cairn way over here. So we got a cairn, and we got whatever that's supposed to be that we saw over there. I'm surprised there was no, like, gnome or anything associated with it. Because it feels like an obvious place for one. Oh, that's just a rock. I actually don't need that. That's fine.
More stuff for the recycler.
Okay. Unfortunately, it is raining, so... Alright, so I can grab 8 more things. 7... Yeah, so not a whole lot exciting on the beach. There was, like, again, it was just, like, kind of a weird Easter egg, that, like, beach scene, whatever that was all about. Looks like we can actually... Oh, you know what? This is probably demarking that I am allowed to walk in here. That's probably what those stones meant. It wasn't that I had to walk on the stones, as the stones were just an indicator being like, hey, this is an area where it's not too deep to walk. It looks like there's a radio tower over there. Let's drop off the stuff here before we go to the radio tower. It looks like it's just up the beach. And again, maybe we'll get our axe so that we can get redwood. Because right now my redwood supply is whatever loose stuff I can find on the ground.
Hey, that's a cap and snap.
You can keep your 1 unit of redwood for if I go to do a fire. Speaking of which, that's a gap in the rain. So give me that. We'll light the fire real fast down here on the beach. Okay, still got 2 more download tickets on me. And I've got tons of those in the vehicle, but your inventory is based on number of things, not weight. So carrying around like 20 of the tickets when you can't use them very quickly.
Feels nice.
Not a great thing to do. Alright, so it looks like we just run up the shore over this way, and tucked around the corner here will be the radio tower. Alright, so it's a pretty big beach that isn't got much on it. Well, we're gonna have to repair that bridge, and it looks like it's a big bridge, so I suspect it's going to be a upsetting amount of material. Yeah, we can't harvest those bushes or anything. Okay, so what do you got for
Looks
me?
like I can download a blueprint here.
We can get a companion training station and a companion research station. Alright. And I'm just going to peek around the corner here, make sure there's nothing down this way, and then we'll run back to our vehicle.
Let's take a look what's in here.
Alright. Can't make out whatever that blue thing is.
Thank you Paul_Harvey for subscribing for 24 months.
And thank you, Paul Harvey, for the tier 1 sub. I do appreciate that. It's 24 months, 2 whole years you've been subbed to the channel, and I really do appreciate that continued support. It means a whole heck of lots, so thank you. Yeah, I noticed the buoys are all like, don't walk here. Yeah, so I think we're good so far as the exploration there. Okay, so you just keep on walking over here. Drop off the stuff in there. We did find other goodies. We could see about making the place for the companion upgrades. Like I said, my hope is that I'll be able to send the dog to drop stuff off for me and come back, kind of thing. I don't think that'll be a thing we can do. Like, I'm not sure, because right now I can just have the dog stay or follow and just put stuff in the dog's bag, and that's our controls. Let's drop you in there.
I'll put this in storage.
Okay. So, we get Durafiber, we have the companion training spot, we have the assembler, we have the rubber processor, we've got the charging station, we've got the companion research thing. I have a crap ton of stuff that I do not have the materials for. Alright. So we've got plenty of the Everwood. Let's go over here and start making some more counters. Give them a couple different styles. Alright, so far as the workstations, so that requires Durafiber, so we can't do that. We can do 4 sheet metal and a bolt. We can make that happen right now. So there's 1 bolt. 1, 2, 3, 4. So we can, oh wait, was casings one of the ones we needed for this stuff? Ah, so that's casings. I don't have the other piece. That's the things for getting our better engine. Yeah, so we get these, then I can make one of the things we're looking to make. First, so far as the companion training, all that. We'll make what we can get. Alright, so that's for
that's
the...
a cap and snap.
I know, we were already there. We have the assembler. So next on the list would be the rubber processor, so that's 5 bolts. Let's go to our bolt maker, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And you can process that real fast. And do you make electronics? You do. Okay, so we can make the electronic components now. And that's been a big thing holding us up for a lot of stuff. Alright. So with that, I would be able to make the motor upgrade 2, which would be 6 casings and 2 electronics. And for this, I would need clay. We don't have clay yet, but that's good to know for the future. You're doing your thing here for a minute. This is our rubber processor, which lets me make processed rubber. Fair enough. We had the mortar and pestle. Is that everything here? So I've got all those. We have all of you. I'm not so worried about the water turbine thing. The companion research is 3 redwood. The companion training station is 2 Durafiber. Okay. Coffee beans are what we have the lowest of, so like we did earlier. Let's replant whatever we have the least of. And there's nothing I needed back here, correct? Alright. So, what we're going to need to figure out now is we can go back up to that tower up there now, and I could get that powered on. What I don't remember is I know as electronics, I don't remember how many. I know I need at least like 5 of the electronics, so that would be 5 sheet metal and 5 bolts. Let's just say that. Alright, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Get to work. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Get to work. And then for your upgrade, I still need the casings, which I don't have available yet. Was there anything I needed for this? That's just the thread. We don't have access to that, and the other stuff we've already got sorted. So let's get all this done real quick. Oh, also, before I forget, where is my oven? So I'll be able to make tomato sauce. And tomato sauce we can make with tomatoes. So let me make sure... Once I've got some tomatoes planted, I won't accidentally run out. I'll be allowed to make pizza. Which has been a long time coming versus eating a fistful of berries every day. And random mushrooms and whatnot. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Alright, so we're gonna let that process. And then, like I said, we're gonna work our way up that hill, mountain, whatever. And then we can just grab the whole stack of those, get the power on there. And then the next thing we'd want to do is way back by the beginning of the map, there's another place where I need, I think it was 2 electronics to get stuff working. So we can get all that sorted out. And that should be some progression. So we are going to this spot. And then the other spot I needed it was... I don't remember, honestly. Not there. We could drop down there. That probably gives me cosmetic nonsense. There was somewhere down here that we had another place that need electronic... Oh, no, it wasn't down there. It was down here. There was a broken robot we could fix. Alright. So I've got that. And our van is all recharged, so close it up, jump in.
Okay, let's go.
Alright, so the way to get back there, they take this off the beach, and honestly, it's like literally we get to the top of this hill, we hop out, and we run over there. And I should just need the electronic circuits. I don't think there was anything else. I'm really hoping there's not. Because that'd be a bit annoying to like go all the way up there, then have to turn around, come back down. Now this time we don't need to explore, we can just go there. Yeah, we can't go to the road to the south yet because I still don't have the axe. So I think the next thing we would do is once we get that tower, we'd take the asphalt road northwest. And there's probably going to be at least one more tower up in that general direction. And did we already light our fires up here? Yeah, we did. And pop that open so I can slowly recharge. Make sure, okay, I've got the stuff on me. And I do have at least one download ticket. Oh, good. This is all the Dura fiber. Don't worry about all the berries. Just grab the Dura fiber.
Perfect for the next project.
Because that's a material we're very short on. Because that's new to this map. So grab a couple of berries for us to eat along the way. Getting a little hungry.
I should find something to eat.
Alright. Yeah, we already got that download. Okay, so we can just run to the top here, get this going. This should give me another download. Most likely this will be one of the big downloads. That, it does seem like some of the towers will give you just a random selection of, like, useful things that you will need to progress. But then there's other ones that are, like, hard to reach or have extra effort that have a very specific thing that's kind of, like, it gates you from progression. So you have to, like, track those down and get those ones. Did I already miss my turn? No. No. Right. I assume we go to the fiber up, or the fire over here. And then go from there. How full's my inventory? 28? Okay. So mostly want that fiber. Because I think the one pet thing I needed the fiber for, and then all the clothes I needed the processed fiber. Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and eat a banana. Drop there.
This could be useful.
Okay, so that's wood. I'll probably end up ditching that. The good news... Alright, John. You have a good one. Thank you for hanging out, all good stuff. I appreciate it. You take it easy. Okay, so we should be just about full inventory. But it's a full inventory almost exclusively of that fiber we need. Okay, and I believe this way will lead to the ladder. And then we can take that ladder up. Just plunk in those electronics real quick. That should give me that progress. And how full over we are? Alright, so we're just going to be overburned. It's fine. I think it's worth all this stuff that we need anyways. It's fine to do it, because I'm going to pop up here. We're going to drop off, I think it was 3 electronics. And then that download ticket. That should give me 4 more inventory spots. And then with all that, we should be good to go. And now as we see if I remembered this correctly or not. Also, I didn't see that there's all that up there. So here's this.
Let me see if I can fix this.
Oh, dog. Dog, where are you? I gotta go down to where the dog is, because the dog can't get up here. When it auto-stashed away, I auto-stashed the electronics into the dog's inventory. No, there you go. Okay, there you go, boy. Alright. Boy, I accidentally stashed the electronics. I need to repair it. So we can get that done. I did miss where I could put the task up here so I could see how many it was. I did miss that was a thing. That's, you know, if we're going to be guaranteed overburned, I'll grab that wood anyways. Because I haven't noticed it get, like, worse the more overburned you get. It seems to be you get overburned, you take all the penalties. Let's go over here, get her download, all that stuff. And get back to the camper van. We still have the other 2 electronic circuits. It will keep going that. Yep, I did grab the wood. Alright, bear with me, chat. We're about to hit an ad break, and I really have to use the restroom, so I'm going to do that real fast, and I'll be right back. But thank you again so much for tuning in. I'll be back here in just a minute for more Outbound and all that stuff, and I'll see you in a few. There is no evidence that I murdered Brildane. No evidence whatsoever. Oh yeah, no, that was way back. That was pretty early on in the stream. It was just one of those cases we had I think it was we had strawberries that we were worried about going bad soon. And so she's like, can I make you a smoothie or whatever? It's like, okay. And then she brought it in, and it was just like, oh, that's not a smoothie anymore. That's like straight up solid. It was actually
Looks
pretty
like
good.
I can download a blueprint here.
Oh, good. We can finally get a flashlight. The axe is more important, unfortunately. But it was just kind of one of those things that, like, it was honestly not bad. I'm not a big almond milk person. It's fine. So that was the reason why when she brought it there, is like, she's like, almond milk, and it's kind of in my head being like, okay. Like, I wasn't going to be like, oh my god, that's awful or whatever. It's almond milk. It's pretty benign. But it was just kind of like, okay. But you didn't notice it at all. It was just like, it was just straight up, it was like strawberry froyo, is what it was like. It was just strawberry froyo with like bits of strawberry. That's kind of what it tasted like. So if someone was like, hey, that's just strawberry frozen yogurt, you'd be like, yeah, it checks out. So it was good. It was just like, I'm not sure why, maybe it's just something with the properties of the almond milk or something. It actually seemed like more, not dense, that's not the right word. Not tougher. Like, it wasn't, I guess dense would be fair enough. But it was like, it was denser than you expect frozen yogurt to be normally. So it's just kind of one of those things. Like, it wasn't bad at all. Like, I enjoyed it. Yeah, no, we got some fun clips from Tomb. For those who don't know, Tomb's my wife and all that. And so she'll pop in here every once in a while. What are you on the ground here? Bananas.
This looks delicious.
I'm gonna be real, my guy. You are not finding bananas on the ground by a banana tree and it looking delicious. If you're finding bananas on the ground by banana trees, you're finding brown moosh. It's one reason, like, I can grow bananas where I'm at, and I know a lot of people who do. I wouldn't do it because those are something you want as far on the edge of your property near, like, the nearest ditch or, like, whatever that is no one's going to be upset about because they are, oh my god, messy plants. Because, like, when you get a bushel, like, not bushels, that's not the right term. When you get, like, one of the things of bananas,
I'll store this right here.
It's, like, this big, and there'll be, like, 50 bananas or something on it. I don't know the exact number, but it's a lot of bananas on one of those. And when one of those, you don't get to it in time, and the whole thing over-ripens and falls off, dear goodness, it is a mess. It is a mess of incredible proportions. All right, let's see what we need for this axe. Because that'll let us circle back. A lot of banana bread. I mean, you joke, but also, yes, you are correct. Alright, so you require a bunch of redwood. And unfortunately, I'm pretty sure we're basically out of redwood. Yeah. Okay, so the axe requires redwood to make. So that's going to be a bit of a pain. Where's my dog? Dog's still on their way back. Yeah, I can drop all of you in here for a moment. Okay. But now we can get the... Alright, so this cannot be up in the air. And I guess this has to be down here. Oh, you don't even get in the vehicle, do you? So we have that for training our dog. And then we had one more thing here for animal research, which also takes redwood. Okay, so let's see what the training dog thing does. I can't do anything yet. Now, if I'm not mistaken, yeah, that gets pulled inside and put into storage. So we don't run into the problem of, like, you know, we leave it behind or something. All right, so that gives me, well, no, it doesn't give me a choice because I can't make the axe. Right, and that path's blocked by the trees we can't cut through. Or was that way back here that we couldn't cut through those? Yeah, no, it was up here is where we couldn't cut through the trees somewhere in this area, and we just revealed this because of walking on the beach. So I want to take that road up and see what we can find. We are really, really looking for redwood now. And the good news is if I get just a little bit of
Fresh new
redwood,
day.
then I'll have... Oh. If we get just a little bit of redwood, then that'll be enough for us to, I forgot to make the thread for all my stuff. It's fine. When we get to where they're going to hop out of the vehicle next, we're going to run upstairs, and we're going to tell them to process all that Durafiber in the thread. Because that's what I need to make, like, my better backpack and clothes and whatnot. Okay, so we've got the ferry over there. Well, that's a tugboat, actually, not a ferry. Whatever. Okay, so we go up there. Let's take the left path. Actually, first, do you have redwood up here? Those look like redwood trees. I need loose logs, no big logs. You do not. Okay, so there's a radio tower right up there. Okay. Let's try and get a look, see at how these look. Does this look like it's gonna be a whole big thing, or is this just like we pop down the hill? So that looks like it's a whole big thing that's gonna take us all the way out there to the lighthouse. So let's start over here and get that radio tower. Don't mind me.
Okay, let's go.
Let's go to the radio tower. I need to grab myself another one of the download tickets out of the back. I should have a stack of them. If not, I've got more than enough garbage. Guess we're gonna go right by this thing. There's a bridge over on that side as well. And before I forget, we need to go to you. Now give me what I need to do my next thing. What are plants? And then I need to go back here. And where are my tickets? Okay, don't have any tickets in there at the moment, but that's fine. We can go right up here to my recycler. And lock this so I don't put them away. Okay, so I got 10 tickets on me. And that's what I use to download the things here.
Tower.
Okay, so efficient wind turbine. Useful, but not what I was hoping for. I don't really care about that. So let's check to see what's on the other side of the bridge. Looks like a campfire that I won't be able to do anything with. We got like a wreck down there with a bunch of debris by it.
Let's see what's inside.
So unfortunately I can't actually light the campfire because I have no wood. Not redwood. So that is kind of a pain. Alright, so let's see. So we got a fire down there we can't reach. We can get to this point over here. We get that point that circles back over here somewhere as well. I don't think there's going to be a right answer for reaching where we want to go. So I figure we just keep on going. Most likely we have to go kind of near the start of the map again. Figure out where we get rid of these two electronics again, because it was, oh yeah, it was down by the farm or whatever. I'll want to circle down there and drop those off. And another thing we're going to probably want to do is just go back to the earlier area where there's a redwood tree so I can pick up all the loose redwood to then make the axe so I can then break up the redwood logs. And then once I have that, I shouldn't have difficulty getting redwood from then on. Okay, so I got a radio tower over there. Okay, I'm assuming those are everwood logs? Or these redwood logs? So the problem is these redwood logs... Oh, these are everwood.
That could come in handy.
Yes, these are redwood. Oh, no, it's just everwood. I mean, I'm not unhappy with that. Use the everwood for most of your construction stuff. I just hadn't anticipated this much. Okay, well that's fine. We'll just run back, because that's not what I needed. It's useful, but it's not what I needed. Yeah, it looks like we can just cross the bridge. I was kind of expecting that to be another point where I was going to have to do a whole big hassle at it. I need to remember every time I park to deploy that so I can slowly recharge my batteries.
I'll store this right here.
Okay, so we have a path that goes down to the shore where that is. Go check that out. I did see there's at least scrap and all that down there. But it's likely the thing I'm going to need to do towards the end of this map is circle back into the campfires. I'm not going to put a huge effort into that. As I mentioned before, it feels like this is one of those games you can take the time to, like, you know, finish the game.
Ah, some food for the recycler.
And then you can 100% the game and it's a whole big extra thing. So I imagine it'd be one of those things that we progress the game, we get all our unlocks, and then it'd be like, okay, just grab a bunch of wood and all that. Circle back, start doing all these things. The hook, line, and sinker was discovered.
Perfect for the next project.
You gave me a little bit more bamboo. Okay, so it looks like you were a source of bamboo is the only big thing. You can't go in you that I saw. Oh, I might be able to get up there. That's cloth. That's a new material. Maybe just splash pest dog.
Let's take a look what's in here.
Piece of metal that I don't really need. It's a little glitchy. there's no ladder.
Huh. 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 Huh.
I mean, that wasn't bad. Okay. So we did get some stuff. I'd say the biggest thing we got was the bamboo. And then we haven't seen cloth before, so that's our first instance of cloth. We'll need to figure that out.
Time to hit the road.
Okay, so now I can keep going up this, keep going across the bridge and seeing what's there. Still got those on me. We'll probably need to eat soon. Alright. You can see more download areas ahead. Then get more materials. Yeah, so I just want to try and work our way down around the eastern side of the map to the south to where all the redwood trees are and get our axe sorted. With that, I should be able to reach a bunch of the map. And we're starting to get our first things that are actually asking for redwood.
More stuff for the recycler.
Okay, so it's interesting. There's no check mark on that one. So I'll need to see if there's a way down below. You see there's a cairn over there.
Time to drop off some stuff.
Okay, let's see if you got all my fabric done. Then go to you. And bigger backpack. Okay, so with that we can go to our research bench. Oh wait, what was I missing for the redwood? Okay. So for an even bigger bench we would need cloth. That needs onyx minerals, 8 of them, and that needs a bunch of stuff we can't do. Alright, so it gets me more health to help you last out longer outdoors. We haven't had to worry about that yet, but okay. So we would need 8. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Start mashing that up. Now with that I can unlock this. We got a new thing for power, which requires 2 cloth. That requires fiber, and that requires fiber. I could go check in our plants. Let's grab something to eat. What did I need the honey for? There was something I needed the honey for a while back. Yeah, can't finish those yet. Right, and that's when I could make more outdoor building area. I can make that as well. I've been completely not convinced to bother with any of that. That's the planks. Nothing here to deal with. Recycler's already doing its job. That's for dyes. That's for fancy wood. Gotcha. So there's apparently an even better ore we can make. We can make coffee. Make a couple different things. Make coconut drinks. We'll be able to make pizza eventually. Okay, we can go here. Alright, so that requires strong weave, which we don't have. Alright, so now we have that. So the sewing machine, we can get better pants, or shirt. That's going to be 4 more onyx minerals. And then we should be able to go to sleep with that, and then make our shirt in the morning. And then we can go ahead and check to see if there's anywhere around here that
Looks like rain.
we can drop down. Okay. Cool, so we've upgraded our shirt. Okay, and with that, I should be able to go here. And make tomato sauce for stuff later. Alright, so let's take a quick peek at our map. That icon does cover up the bridge. The bridge doesn't have a check mark at it. And I definitely don't see an area where we could drop down easy or climb up easy. Not in a way that looks like it's intended. Get some fencing here so you don't try and cross it. I guess you just move on. There's a cairn over there. There's probably going to be a gnome on that.
Okay, let's go.
There's something directly ahead of us. And I think that's cotton over there from the looks of it. Alright, so we're officially getting cotton now. Okay, we can grab our download from here.
Another signal tower.
So I can get a paintbrush or a flashlight. We'll get the flashlight. I don't imagine the paintbrush is going to lock progression. It could. We could have to, like, reinforce something or other. Alright, so it is showing me a mark there.
Gotta tidy this up.
Oh, okay, the bridge has a checkbox at it. Yeah, the other one that's like, you fix the electronics or whatever, has vanished. That's fine. Oh, it must have considered that download as part of it. And I'm betting that this is where the flashlight comes in, something like this that we can't. See to do anything.
Let's try to repair this.
So we need battery components and electronics. We can go ahead and add that to the task list. Add this to the task list. We got our tasks. So that's the fix the stuff for the hub. Track the landmark. Alright, so we gotta track this one first. Yeah, so this is going to be the thing that takes us to the next area of the map. So there's a lot more I've got to do still. So we can go ahead and back up here to where that dirt road shows up. And there's another one of these towers up here. Could be the route back there. It really bothers me so much that we have all these campfires and I can't do anything about it because I ran out of redwood.
Oh, some useful supplies.
Oh, no, wait, that might go around. Okay, so which path do we think is the cross-off? Okay, so the path to my right, I believe, just keeps going down to where we already had access to the map. We can check on the point of interest down there.
Looks like I can download a blueprint here.
Okay, download beehive. Lets me get honey. We have a rain collector and we have a cooking pot. Alright. Sure. Oh, you know what? I take that back. It's looking like the route that actually does go down to the point of interest is actually the one we just passed a minute ago. So let's circle back and do that. Meanwhile, I'm just peeking here because this feels like a place to hide a cairn or whatever. I don't see a cairn, but I do see another thing of cotton. And I'm guessing that's where we get our cloth from. Okay, so let's drop this off. Then we can go down the route to check out the next point of interest, see if we can't find anything new. I'm assuming that's where we're going to get like our last of the assembler stuff, which should give me everything I need to make our materials. But we're still going to need to,
Load off my back.
we're still going to need to go and get the redwood stuff sorted. So I think the lesson learned here, this time, is in the future, I should really go out of my way to prioritize the axe. I prioritized the scythe this time, and it feels like that didn't quite work out for me. Okay, that's just more petals for paint. Can't wait to play this? Yeah, no, it's been a lot of fun. And I'm very thankful that the devs were, you know, kind enough to give me access to the key ahead of time so I could play it and show it off and all that. I do appreciate when devs do that, because it can be a really good thing.
Of floating homes.
It can be a really good thing, because a lot of times, you know, people pre-order and don't know what they're getting into or they want to wait, and so this whole thing. Welcome aboard Heartmoor Float Village Traveler. We went to the festival with the community, but please, make yourself at home, rest, shelter, or just take a quick break from your journey. Don't forget to visit the garden boat and grab some produce. It's our pride and joy. The fact that, like, everyone in this town is just straight up, like, missing to go to this festival, and they just leave everything out. Like, I mean, I appreciate your confidence and feeling of security or whatever, but also maybe don't leave like, all your possessions unlocked out in the middle of nowhere, and all that. Alright, so...
I can insert this disc in a terminal around here.
Got the disc. Got the USB.
Huh.
Got the well over there to check out.
Huh.
The disenchanted gnome.
Huh. 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 Huh.
It doesn't look like there's anything in that boat, or I'll be able to get in the boat easily.
Looks like I can download a blueprint here.
Okay, so I still need the password.
Okay, I need to find these items.
So, considering there's another
Huh.
there's like another boat and a, and all that. We probably want to go that way. Let's check here. No password here.
Huh.
No password in the boat.
Huh.
Okay, most likely the password will be in here. There you go.
Wow, a password databank for the terminal.
I just from like the security minded standpoint, the idea that like every single computer has like this USB that gives you the ability to decrypt the files, and then separately from the USB there is a like literally just a data bank of passwords you just plug in as well, and all that you just gotta go up and they have all of it just laying around all the time. I get for gameplay mechanics, it's fine. Alright, battery assembler.
Yes, now I can use a new blueprint.
So I believe that gave me access to all the things to be able to leave the area. But we do not have the tier 3 axe to get our redwood, so we definitely need to fix that. I'm not going to go out of my way to circle around to hit every single campfire if they're inconvenient. But it is good to know that we have that. Alright, so now we need to go here. We have the beehive that requires redwood. And then we need you, which requires 4 sheet metal. So 1, 2, 3, 4. Meanwhile, you got my tomato sauce. 1. And we are making ourselves a pizza. Okay. So battery assembler. Alright. I see here. So we got stuff to make. So let's first start with the 2 electronics. So I'll need 2 bolts, 2 sheet metal. We just...
Look at that cozy neighborhood of floating homes.
I know, we literally just finished exploring the whole thing. Calm down. Yes, and grab you. Grab you. Alright. So with that all sorted out, so the plan is going to be to go down this road. We're going to head towards that terminal. The recharge station is there. We should be able to find redwood in this area down here. And that'll clear us up to be able to cross through this way with the axe. And then we gotta remember... Yes, it looked like... There was a reason... Oh, right, we didn't go this way because we were missing stuff. Yeah, and somewhere down here, we needed to... Right, we can go down to the watering robot. Right. We'll just work through our side objectives. That's fine. Alright, so let's grab those two. That we need for the robot. Okay.
A fresh new day.
Alright. Yeah, so you're going to take this up, take the right, start heading down. We need to get the redwood. That's starting to be a proper blocker. And then once we get the redwood axe, or we get the axe made, will be good. But we're going to kind of work our way around a bunch of these objectives where it's like, get electronics, get all that. I still need to get to that last place on this map, which is probably to repair the ferry. I'd hoped to wait on that, but the repair of the ferry is all the way over there most likely, and might require materials like... Oh, right. That's right. They had a bridge that was out that I had to fix. And we didn't see what the requirements to fix it were, but I'm sure it's not nothing.
I think I need to charge soon.
Bear with me, we haven't been here, so let's clean up the mess. Yeah, so you're gonna zigzag over here.
Ah, battery is running low.
That's fine. We get far enough along here that we can get redwood. We can park it up and let the solar recharge it while I go through all that. Probably should stop and collect the rubber from the rubber trees, because it's very, very likely we'll end up needing a bunch of it. And don't we have... No, it's farther down the way. It's fine, so just grabbing this, and while we're grabbing all this, it will slowly have the car recharging. And I believe that takes us up there. We're not going to grab more of the crude ore right now. I haven't been using nearly enough to justify it. Like, if it's directly in the way, I'll grab it, but, like...
That could come in handy.
Even that far, I don't think we run for it. I've been picking up all over the place. Eventually, I'll probably need more. We can worry about that when we get there. Oh, did I not grab the pizza out of there? Let's double check. It's fine. We can go here.
Time to drop off some stuff.
Okay, so we got a bit more power. We got a bunch more of the raw rubber to be processed. It'll hopefully get us closer to the recharging station. The recharging station's way down there. That's the only real big problem. But we'll see. I'm not going to bother stopping for this rubber. I feel like I grabbed a bunch. If we end up needing it, it's not a big deal to come back for it. Plus, I fully expect the different maps of the thing. You deposit the pizza? Gotcha. So we'll just grab the pizza out of there the next time we're rolling through.
I think I need the charge zone.
Alright. We already fully depleted that one. Okay, so take a right. And then we could recharge, and then we'd run up the hill, grab the download while we're in the area. We want the little logs around here, not the big ones.
Fully charged. Let's go.
Yeah, because once we have the axe, there's tons of wood to be grabbed here. Otherwise, it's looking for all the loose pieces. So we still got 6 more of those. This will probably be just like aesthetic nonsense. But still worth grabbing. Gradually cleaning them all out.
Another signal tower.
Download counter extensions. Sure. There's not going to be more over there.
Ugh. Huh.
Let's grab the scrap. Just on the way down. It looks like the scrap is what I need for all of the circuit boards and batteries and that nonsense. That's what I need to make a bunch of the sheet metal and whatever. Let's get back to our van and let's keep going west. We did find a little bit of redwood, but most of the wood we found was unfortunately
Some more
everwood,
supplies for crafting.
which is not what I need right now.
Huh.
You know, I just realized. Okay, we're just now coming up on where we drop off the electronics for the robot. Come on, I only need like... I'll have to double check how many redwood planks I need. Yeah, no, look over here. Drop down, see if we see any down below. Let me check how many redwood planks I need. Then once I have that number, we can go through and start collecting all that nonsense.
Looks like I need a better axe.
Okay. We'll check over here real fast. Yeah, I know we found a bunch on the way up here. And they do respawn, so we'll, keep looking. Let's pop the trunk real fast to see what our goal even is. Alright, so for the better axe, so you need 6. That's a total of 12 redwood, and the flashlight actually isn't too hard to make. And so right now, if we look at our redwood, I've got 3. So I need 12 redwood, so we need 9 more.
Ready to roll.
We can zigzag through here real fast. Drop off the 2 electronics for the robot. Okay. At least it's another one. Slowly but surely getting the redwood.
Time to drop off some stuff.
But yeah, so all these giant logs there. Every one of those giant logs will give me 5. So you have to clear a path. That's kind of one of those things that once I get the axe, it probably would be worth it for me to like circle back and smash every one of those we can along the way on the way back out. Since we do know there is like a bridge to be done. Yeah, it's fine. We'll go right over the hill over here. And then we can park it up till morning. Okay, so flashlight is 4 bolts, so let's go ahead and get our bolts made. So 1, 2, 3, 4. You'll need to grab the 2 electronics. And that'll give me a flashlight, which will be curious. Look at our food. There's the coffee and tomatoes. We'll plant another tomato there. Okay, we can grab all this. It's honestly surprising how late in the game we're getting the flashlight. Okay, so for that, we already have the coarse metal just in storage. I would need to make the planks. We don't have the materials for it. Let's go ahead and we have the electronic circuits in here somewhere. Grab those. For when we get hungry, we'll grab our pizza. So let's snap those in place right now, so don't accidentally put them away. And go to sleep, we'll repair the robot in the morning. And then, like I said, we gotta go back and grab some redwood. You know, somewhere over here. There's the busted up
Wow.
robot.
Are those flying, watering robots? This little guy seems to be broken. Let's see if I can fix it up.
Okay, so that just gave me that. So let's check on the objectives we already have. So the batteries and the electronics for the tunnel, that's the tunnel, and then there's the landmark. So I got one more landmark to check up here. I do have a path I never did walk along here to check out for the middle of the map there. We do have an antenna up here as well. Let's run back to our camper. We're going to work our way up the road. And we're mostly looking for redwood and then just making progress towards these other things.
Time to hit the road.
Okay, so there's a dirt path over here on the right. That's a big log, that's a big log. And there's our path. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Right, I have my tickets and I got my pizza. Okay, so there is another tower up the top here. That'll be another download. So we are getting low on the types of things on here. I think we got all the things I'm aware of for this map. But I'm sure it'll give us other things. There's the download tower. We can check around here for more gnomes,
Looks
rubber
like
ducks,
I can download a blueprint at the signal
materials. There's the paintbrush. I forgot about that. But now I don't have to worry about that showing up. There is a watchtower over there. Got a well for water here. All right. I keep forgetting that there's also painting collectibles. Oh, collect 100 bottle caps is what I just got achievement for. Cool. That was the big thing there.
Ugh.
Okay. So it looks like fall damage, while you can take a decent chunk not falling very far, it seems like it might cap out pretty low. So that you don't fall and just immediately end up dead. Hey, Joe Deere, thank you so much for the 5 gifty subs. I really do appreciate
More
that.
stuff for the recycler.
Means a heck of a lot that you'd support the channel in that way, and so thank you so much again for your generosity. I really do appreciate it. Yeah, so it looks like this is all Everwood up here, unfortunately, which is just not what I need. It makes sense that they have places to find this on this map, because that was one of my fears, is that we would get to this map and it'd be a huge thing to go elsewhere. Ooh, interesting. So we've got this path down here that looks like it just continues on, but there's not a road. Well, no, there might be a road up here. There probably isn't a road up here. Let's go check that way. Yes, it's just down this way. Missed a dog bone on the bench? That's okay, we can circle back. Those seem to respawn. I'm assuming what happens is when you go to get your dog trained for stuff, you give them dog bones. It could also just be like a nice thing you do. I actually have a bunch of them. Or I'll completely regret having skipped that. Because I mostly just don't want to walk back to it is all. There's like a big wall. Oh, there's a maze here. Okay, so I see. So we got a download tower over here. We got a campfire the other way.
Let's try and find the eye of this maze.
Alright. First, let's go to the campfire. Oh, I see. I understand. So it looks like both the campfire and the tower are probably in the maze. So we use the tried trick of all time. Follow the right wall. Then, unless the maze loops back at itself in a specific kind of way, choosing a wall and following it will get you through.
That could come in handy.
Well, at least they give you something for hitting a dead end. I'll say I'm definitely
Would you look
taking
at
that piece of redwood and doing that right here. Okay, so I found the fire. There's the tiki torch, so we're backtracking. Okay. That's a dead end. Yeah, we're still backtracking, which is fine. I don't think we've seen that tiki torch before. We saw the red one, but I don't think we saw the other one. I could be wrong. Okay.
I should clean this up.
Alright, so I think that loops back on itself, which is fine. Sir Nomington of Benenya. They're getting close to the radio tower. I heard it a second ago. All right.
Looks like I can download a blueprint at the signal tower.
Okay, so we can get a rain collector, a mushroom growing, or a cooking pot. Let's get the cooking pot.
Huh.
Then the real question... You mentioned the eye of the maze. But it doesn't look like there's an actual quote-unquote eye of the maze. I mean, I guess it's the eye of the maze. Okay, never mind. Alright. So now I just need to get back out of here. But we finished the maze, and unfortunately it's going to take me a hot minute to run the whole way back, because... New radio signal. Where are you putting it? Okay, back up that way. That's not a priority, but that's fine. Yeah, you're way over there. Trying our best to get over there. Okay. So I got all that sorted, and the temptation is to light all of these fires, but I need the redwood for the axe to get the redwood. So I need to not do that.
I'll put this in storage.
And for the redwood, so I've got 4 and I needed 12. Meanwhile, we can probably do... Because I know I needed 2 batteries, I believe it was, for the other one. Oh, right, we also had some upgrades for this. So, you need 3 battery components. Yeah, you need casings. Yeah, so you need 3 battery components and 2 sheet metal for the bigger battery. And what does it take for a battery? It takes a lot. I kind of wish I could just go to this machine and be like, yo, just make this. Like the whole setup. Okay. So if I want... I'm just not going to worry about it right now. That's what I... Well, no, because... The engine upgrade's a big one. Okay, so the battery upgrade here, so it's 3 battery components. Alright. So 3 battery components means 6, 9. So we need 9 sheet metal. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Turn that on. Then we go to the battery components. You'll need 12, 15 nuts. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. That's more than I needed. You know what? That's fine. It'll go to sleep. And I'll need to make 3 electronics.
A fresh new day.
Okay, so let's see here. So you need... It was 3, correct? Plus 2. Yeah, so we need 3 of those. Let's get that figured out. There's 3 of those going. To get 3 of those going. Yeah, so this is just all just straight up regular old metal. It is just a lot of it. Okay. And I hope everyone's been enjoying. Just as a reminder, you know, if you are enjoying the content and you're not already following the channel, don't forget to drop a follow, that way you can find your way back here. We do play a pretty wide range of games. We did Conan Exiles very recently and all that. I'll probably do more of that here and there. Okay, and I have a bad feeling here. Oh, right. I need to actually make those into battery components. So 1, 2... Okay, so got enough of those, but I'm short on these by 5. I didn't grab them out. There we go. You work on that. Okay. Tomatoes again. But yeah, so we've done like Conan Exiles, we do like Farm Sim, we've done RimWorld, Product Zombie, a whole range of stuff. It is a pretty wide range that we cover. Okay. I'm just trying to get this done to get our bigger battery for the vehicle. The downside is I'm going to do all this to get the research, to then have to make the materials to actually make the battery. And one bit of good news is I do actually have a very large number of scrap metal, because we've been picking up every chance we get. Actually, wait till I need that. Alright, and that'll get me what I need to research it, and then we'll see how much I need to actually do the upgrade. I'm hoping it'll probably... Recipe discovered power cell. Oh, and we need 2 sheet metal. Okay. So that requires a bunch of materials that we haven't even seen yet, so we won't worry about that. I assume that'll be for our next upgrade. Okay, so now we can go over here. Better battery, research. Cool. And that requires power cells. Alright, so now let's see what I actually need to build this thing. Don't be ridiculous, please. We can make the paintbrush right now. Material costs were cheap. Alright, so the better battery, so it's 2 battery components and a sheet metal. Okay, so... One, two, three. Alright. Now, it'd be nice to sit here just, like, queue up a bunch, but because these both cost the same materials, if I queue it up and the proportions are all wrong, I'm going to be in trouble and have to collect a bunch more. So 1, 2. And then you're going to need 4 and 8. So 1, 2, 3, 4. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Just losing the whole day to crafting this. Alright, so we can get the first one in here. So you get the first battery going, since that seems to craft relatively slow. Okay, and do another one. I should have sheet metal left over. Apparently I also have a bolt left over too, but that's whatever. Okay, and that'll let me get the much larger battery, which will hopefully make our lives way easier so far as just, if we just let it recharge up, I can just go way farther before we have to worry about that again. If it wasn't something that useful, I would not have sat here and just knocked it out. I probably would have gone on, done other things, and just let it process as able.
Huh,
Let's go
load
here.
off my back.
And better battery. Alright. So that literally increased our total battery capacity by almost 50%. That's a pretty big bump. Like, pretty big bump up. Alright, so we should be able to find redwood along the way here. So I can get our axe.
Time to hit the road.
Then I can figure out the next thing. Alright, I believe I also have upgrades to do. That's Everwood, but I'll still grab it anyways. It wasn't one of the tires blinking again? Oh, it was the one way up there, that's right. Right, and was there anything we cared about up ahead? So we could get more of the Durafiber. I can go up this way. Well, no. That's right. We just want to keep going this way because this is where we found all the loose redwood. And right now, if we look at the loose redwood, I am up to 5, and I need 12. So let's get that, make it into planks, get our axe made, and then I can go through the areas where there are the big redwood logs, and I can just grab those on the way by. I'm imagining I need a lot. That's just regular wood, we'll just keep going. Like, I'm imagining we're gonna need a ridiculous amount to reach the light mill, judging by how long they made that bridge appear. I think the idea is they expected you to get the axe relatively early. And just kind of go with it.
Looks like I need a better axe.
He has a bunch more. Okay, so one more time that we collect wood like that, it'll have our axe. And then we can start going back the way we came, and we're going to go out of our way to kind of chop every single redwood log we see along the way. And what we could also do is make it a point to put some effort into getting the circuit boards made. Okay. I should get a bit more up here. Got more Durafiber to go through over here.
Perfect for the next project.
We don't need to go over there. There would be potentially more goodies over. Are you just regular wood? You're looking like just everwood.
I should eat something.
And we will eat something. Pizza. Okay, so that's not giving me more redwood. We can potentially go up there. I probably will find more redwood up there. Okay. We're not going to wait for this to finish a whole bunch. We already know we're going to want at least 5 circuit boards. For purposes of the battery stuff. We'll get that started. And if I didn't already say it, thank you, I come back for the 190 stream streak. I do appreciate it. We're gonna need at least 5 circuit boards to then turn 2 of those into batteries. So let's go run up here real fast. Yeah, so I empty out my inventory. I'm gonna grab these 2. I'm gonna circle up to the area above, and hopefully there's some redwood up there. Because I think we're only like 4 redwood logs or something like that away from getting our better axe. And we're also getting a bunch of the Durafiber.
Perfect for the next project.
So this is interesting. Even though we had already cleaned all this up, it does look like even the trash respawns. Okay, so I don't need to worry about any of that. That's good to know. Can avoid picking up that. Again, I'm not the bad person with the dog making it chase me all over the place. Considering there's no one here, there's no water dish, there's no food dish. At this point, the enclosure is just open for the dogs, let alone it was wholly inadequate to contain them in the first place. As like, who's the real monster for animal neglect here? At least every once in a while I give my dog a treat and a pat on the head. We definitely saved Bartholomew from a truly, truly horrible situation. Okay. So see the big logs. Here I got that cairn.
Looks like I need a better axe. Huh.
Okay.
Huh.
We're so close. We're down to like just 2 or 3 more. I think that's all we need. And just in case I'm wrong, there's one more right there. Alright, let's finally go get our better axe. It's been entirely too long. I'm not going to run all the way up here to get the big logs from up here. We'll make our axe, and as we just move through the map on the way back, we're just going to chop up all the logs we see. We already climbed that hill on the other side. We can't go to the ferry yet to get it from the other side as well.
Oh!
Alright, so let's run in here. And we're going to get the planks going for getting my axe. And while the planks are going, I'm going to start up the process of trying to get those 2 batteries made. Just double checking. Yeah, so it's literally just the planks. Let's go here. Grab you. Do this. Drop you in. So that's now going. Oh, right, we were still in the first phase. So let's grab you. Grab you. Get those all going. Okay, so you will need 4 and 8 more, so 1, 2, 3, 4. You'll need 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay, and you're almost done there. And like I said, that's going to be getting our stuff for leaving the area entirely. I'll probably need more of this as time goes on. Wait. Oh, right, I only needed 6. Right. I was sitting there thinking, it's like, wait, why don't I have what I need? I do have what I need. I just wasn't remembering correctly. Okay, we water that. Drop all this
I'll
off.
put this in storage.
And axe. Put that away. Alright. So the new plan now is we follow the route up here, we can go to this beach area and access that. Because now we just chop every log we see. If we pass fires, we can light up the fires we haven't done yet. Because now that I could get redwood way more readily, that'll help. Just gotta remember where the access to the beach is. Wasn't there like a gap over here that we had skipped? Yeah, it's just over there. Alright. Yeah, so we need to get to that windmill. Not windmill. Lighthouse. We already did the windmill on a previous map. So it's around the corner. You want to remember to deploy the van each time we stop to let it regen some power. Okay. There's already more redwood than we have collected the entire rest of the time.
Ready to roll.
Alright. Yeah, so we should have a beach access up here. We'll grab one redwood so you can run down, light the campfire. We'll just kind of work our way around the map. Get some of these campfires we can out of the way. Work our way towards the lighthouse. Get that knocked out. That's a regular wood. We're not going to waste our time. Okay, so it's up here ahead that we have the spot we care about. So it's right here is the beach access. Like I said, one redwood comes with us. Okay.
What a beautiful golden beach.
Cool. And I do think the idea was we were supposed to find our way down here right at the beginning to get our seashells and all that for unlocking stuff. We still found them, it just took a little bit longer. Alright. We're just bullying those seagulls at this point. Not worry about chasing down the shells too much. Just check over this way, broadly speaking. And go on from there. We did the well, we got the flooded cave. I think we got everything out of there. Okay, there's not much here. That's fine. We got a campfire. This would have been where we would have gotten our first seashells had I not skipped it. That takes care of that. Now we'll be able to go up the way, hit that campfire, and see what we can do farther up. The road going to the northwest, if I recall, is blocked by the redwood, but now we have our axe, so we just get ourselves some free redwood out of that. Alright. Okay, and just in front to the right we have a campfire. I'll just detour enough to grab that. But it'll probably be good anyways because it's getting dark. So we can pop over here, grab this campfire, and then go back up the other route.
Ah, that feels nice.
Okay, meanwhile, we can grab all you. Then I need to grab you. And then grab you. Not you, you. And make 2 batteries.
Ha! Load off my back.
And we can go to sleep there. So that gets me the 2 batteries, so it should be everything to open up the cave. Cool, man. So it should give me everything I need to fix the stuff on the other side. What was I missing for the dog thing? Or did we already get the... Oh, we didn't build the cooking pot. We got our other cabinets, I'm not going to worry about those. Did I get the dog upgrade thing? We did not. That's right. What were we short on for the dog thing? There was something we were short on for the dog thing while we're stuck in this awful lightning. It was just straight up regular old redwood. Okay. So we can get return to vehicle. Can be researched. Teaches the dog to return to the vehicle. Yes. Now. Absolutely without any hesitation whatsoever. Better whistle. Teach your buddy a new trick. This command, it's a command to fetch a resource and stash it in their pouch. Okay. We'll go ahead and do that immediately. Search for materials. Alright. And then for the better pouch, we need stuff I don't get. Yeah, so that's actually exactly what I was hoping for here. That I can give the dog stuff and be like, hey, take it home for me. Okay, and then that requires stuff we don't have access to. Alright, so I actually have to teach the dog these things. So return to vehicle command. So apparently we're teaching the dog this by taking a wrench to the dog. I don't know what the implications of that are, but it seems like I should be ashamed of it. And we'll need more rubber. Also, mention the beehive. That requires redwood planks. Not have enough for it. It's okay. And you need 2 beeswax, that's fine. Alright, so put you away. We need to eat something. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 should be more than enough.
Okay, let's go.
Alright, so let's turn back around. Actually, before we do, I see there's some... There's at least a log or 2 to break here. Yeah, it's everwood. Okay, so now we can work our way up. We should be able to clear the path going this way.
Sounds like thunder.
You think? It's like someone is being absolutely torrentially downpoured. I was like, think it might rain as they're actively getting gobbing wet out in the rain. Gotcha, so we gotta break up the rocks to clear the road. Okay. And then we go up the roadway and there should be some knocked over trees. Okay, that seems like it's fine. Floods the engine. Game over. Washed away in the current. Also, definitely don't try to drive your car across like a fast-flowing stream from like a bad storm. Don't do it. Water genuinely can put way more force than you would anticipate behind the flow. All right. Where do I think the crossing is? So it's not here. I think we just go across this bridge. And then just over to the right, I think will be where we need to be. Alright. So you can clear out the busted up trees. I was kind of hoping we could chop the tree stump down for a little bit more. Unfortunately, because it's raining right now, I can't do the campfire. So chuck you down. I do
I'll
have
this right here.
3 tickets left. Alright, so let's run on over here real quick. Because we got one of these towers over here. Okay, so we got rain collector mushrooms. I'm just gonna grab the mushrooms. Because I realized I am, like, at all times way over the amount of
This could be useful.
water I need. Alright, so we're all good there. Okay, so if we take a right here, I can grab whatever's at that antenna. The right here? Yes. And I believe that puts me... Yeah, it puts me relatively close to the recharge spot.
I think I need to charge soon.
Hey, Ultra, it's going good. Can we get a shout out for Ultrasaurus? Absolutely fantastic content creator. 5 stream streak, it's appreciated. I know how it goes. Like keeping those streaks up is so hard, especially when you stream and you have overlapping schedules. Yeah, you know, doing the best we can. But playing some retro games. Was it Age of Empires? I saw you playing the game, or am I thinking of someone else? Was it EORFG who was doing Age of Empires? Because both of you have been doing retro recently, and I don't remember who was doing which. But yeah, for those who don't know, Ultrasaurus, absolutely amazing content creator, friend of the channel, absolutely someone I want. Then you swapped to Age of Empire 2. I think you came in for Age of Empire 1. Yep.
Another
Okay.
signal tower.
We can get lamp variety, better cabinets, or party decorations. Yo, Mother Nature, could you, like... Have you considered calming down? Could you not be throwing a fit? I mean, I was about to say, telling people to calm down works, right? But I mean, results? The old thing is, you know, telling someone who's like throwing a fit or having an anxiety attack or whatever, being like, oh, have you tried calming down? And that never helps. But video games, you just gotta complain about it and it's all better. Alright, unfortunately, not better in time for much of that. Yeah, hey lady, relax. Meanwhile, you can practically see the seething rage building up slowly, and you're like, I might want to vacate the area. Nah, are you going from 1 to 10? Yep. Okay, so we got that. And we go down this way, we can get to the recharge station. Let's try and do that so we can hopefully... Am I facing the right way?
Time to hit the road.
Yeah. Let's see if we can't make it to the recharge station and then we can try and work our way up to the lighthouse. This game has had way more than I've anticipated it having in it. And we're only getting ready to be at, I think, the halfway mark for the second stream doing it. Did I already light that fire? Yeah, we've already lit that fire. Alright, so we're still on the lookout for redwood. I have a strong feeling that going for that lighthouse is going to cost us a lot of redwood planks. Because it looked like the rope bridge was out, and it did not look like a little rope bridge. Okay. So I can get you to the recharge station and all that.
Fully charged. Let's go.
Okay, so it's too late in the evening for me to run. Let's just get this removed from underneath there. Okay. So if we're going to go for the lighthouse is over here. So we can go up this whole way, or we can go up that way. No, I think we probably do want to go around this right path. Because we can go over here and then loop around there. I mean, we'll take the shorter route. That's fine. I'm mostly expecting to see that I need a copious amount of redwood and be upset by that. Do you think you'll be checking out Outbound, Ultra? Because it's definitely been good. It's a survival crafter, but like not a sweaty, a little bit more on the cozy side. Oh, definitely awesome. Yeah, good. I figured you would. I didn't want to like be like, hey, you really should. But it's definitely been good. Like when I first started and I was on the first map, I was like, oh no, is this really short? But it's not. It's also not like super duper long from what I've seen either. Get your crap together and play this game. I mean, I wouldn't say it's quite that extreme. There's so many games coming out, it's completely understandable that some stuff isn't making the cut. I think I can. Main saying, oh, it has easily been the busiest month I have had since I started streaming. Like, and I might have extra things coming up too. Looks not like RV there yet. I mean, other than both of them have an RV, I think that's kind of where it falls off. Because even superficial, I would definitely say RV there yet when it comes to the RV is a lot more just kind of silly shenanigans. Whereas this one, like, it's not that it's, you know, photorealistic or anything like that. But, like, the RV is, like, very, very different stylings and whatnot. But, yeah. Both of them do feature an RV, and don't get me wrong, the main aspect of the game being driving around an RV and doing stuff, there is thematically that's about the one thing they have in common. As far as I can tell, you can't damage your RV. I imagine you can get it stuck and need to reset it. Yeah, and this is more a chill, cozy survival crafter. The giggle sent you. Oh yeah, this is good. Yeah, so go down here. There's a camper down here. Okay.
Let's see what's inside.
Let's go to our RV. Drop this off. Grab a unit of redwood. Start a fire. Because everyone knows the most responsible thing you could possibly do when you're trying to be like all nature friendly and all that is you just go around to every possible fire location and then start a fire and then leave it unattended. There's definitely nothing potentially criminally liable about that because of how dangerous that is. It's not as bad as the first map where it literally was like pull off, light a fire, drive away, light the next fire, drive away. They're actually planning on front paging this on release day. I was going to chat about sustainability, whatnot, and then they pushed it. Gotcha, because wasn't their original date the 14th and then they bumped it back? Oh, those are connected together. How... Yeah, it got walked back. Oh yeah, no, it's not only Subnautica too, because like there has absolutely been a whole thing where like with that time frame that Subnautica's dropping, I still think there's something like 7 or so games like right around that time frame. So like for me, I'm going with the plan that, because I imagine like 99.9% of gaming Twitch is going to be Subnautica 2. And so I think my plan is going to be to not do that and do a different game in that same time frame. Hotel Architect is dropping in 1.0, so my intention is to do that instead.
Food for the recycler.
10 redwood planks. Okay, so it's not as bad as I feared, but also pretty rough. So let's go back down here. Yeah, fortunately, Go-Go Town has not announced its release date other than it's supposed to be Q2 this year. And at first, everything, like, they were asking for, you know, creators, if they wanted to like, reach out, if they wanted a key for, you know, getting access for when it came out and all that. And I was there, I was like, oh, don't you dare. Alright, so it's 10. So I don't have enough redwood yet. I like StarCraft. Or, sorry, StarCraft is also good. I like Spacecraft as well. I thought that was fun. The only problem I had with the first playtest is the servers actively screaming for it to end. The poor servers were doing their best. Oh yeah, no, I'm blaming you for the fact that I just said StarCraft there, because I was really good about it. And then that happened. And now I'm doing it too. So I'm gonna go ahead and just, like, not take any responsibility for my actions, and just misapply them on others. Also, banana trees. I mean, the leaves are right in the banana trees, but you don't get, like, an actual... Like, you don't get, like, a woody-looking stem on a banana tree. Type of grass. And I've mentioned a few times for people who popped in, like, you go to the banana trees, you find, like, a banana or two on the bottom, and you're like, nah, man, that is not what happens with a banana tree. I still don't know the term off of it. Like, get, like, your big bushel of bananas. It's, like, 50 bananas. And they're falling off the tree. It means they're overripened to the point of rotten. Like, if you're getting near a banana tree and finding bananas on the ground, you're finding a big old pile of semi-rotten mush. They're incredibly messy trees. There's a reason why anyone who grows them around here, they're like along the retention ditch at the back of their house, or like along a wooded area or something like that so the critters take care of it, that they want it nowhere near the house itself. And so you used to have an apple pear, or we used to have an apple pear tree on your old home. The tree would be so fruitful the entire branch of pears would snap sometimes. Oh man, the one that stands out is my great-grandmother used to have a grapefruit tree, like a full-size grapefruit tree. You can get more than 1 ton of grapefruits off a tree when it's fully grown. Like, they are producers. And you, like, as much as some people like grapefruits, you cannot give away enough. Let's see. Oh, you wouldn't grow a banana tree on your deck at the top stairs? Sure, if you really, really hate your landlord and or, you know, anyone else who lives in your home. I mean, hating your landlord is valid. That's usually a mutual experience in my understanding. Like zucchini? I tried to grow zucchini. It didn't... The problem with Florida is we do have, like... We have warmer climate, so there's a lot of stuff that should grow here. But it can be, like, unrelentingly hot at times. And then, like, just severe sun damage kind of things. And so there's a lot of crops that you look at and go, it's probably fine. Oh, one thing that, I think me and you commented about this the last time we were playing this was the cairns. They did make it so you can actually take down the cairn. Because we were talking about how cairns that they actually kind of recommend you not leaving those, that there's potential problems with it.
This could be useful.
But yeah, so they made it so you can, like, break down the cairn. Alright, so... Yeah, Canada Parks flat out tells people to tear them down. Yeah. I was trying to remember what... It had to do with, like, you're taking all the little rocks away, and then it's caused critter problems. Was that the reason against it? I'm trying to remember. I remember you had told me last time, but I was, like, trying to go on memories, like, what was the reason that was a problem? You're displacing rocks from their original place in the ecosystem? Right, so then, like, the little critters that depend on those. Especially important for streams and riverbeds. Gotcha, that's exactly what I was thinking, is I was, like, it was a problem for a lot of the little critters that you're basically messing up their area, taking them away, making it harder for them to get a hold of, yada yada. These kind of things. Yada yada was not meant to be dismissive.
A load off my back.
So we actually have access to the next map, but I definitely want to get that landmark there. I'm assuming to finish the game. Actually, I shouldn't put that in quote. I don't know what the ending situation is. What other games would you compare this to? Weirdly, I would compare it to Raft, which might be a hot take, but like a lot of your progression feels very Raft-esque. But like, there's no deep diving, there's no that, but it does have the exploration, except in going and like landing on the island and then fighting boars or whatever to find the next thing. It's like you just get to, say for example, you go to the island and you find like the scout tower and you have to like go around to find the things to complete the thing. It's got a lot of that, but even that's a tenuous comparison. Right, so we want to go to the left. Because I need to go and chop up some more redwood. So I know there's redwood down here. And we can circle back and get some of these fires we missed.
Battery's running low.
It's fine. You'd be suspicious that different ecosystems present varying degrees of environmental detrimental. But you did a deep dive in cairns. There's like one paper that says it's bad in the immediate vicinity of the cairn, but for the whole ecosystem, extremely limited. The rest of the stuff people point to are opinion pieces. Well, I think it's probably one of those things that, like, if you had an entire park, someone made a cairn, it'd probably go like that, because it's just a singular one. So yeah, the individual cairn would be a limited impact. I think the reality is you would find like different cliffed areas and a bunch of people stacking up. Because I know, was it when we went the Alaskan cruise that there had been like a good 8 or 9 cairns all like set up in one area. And it was a situation where it wasn't. I actually don't know what the body of water. Maybe a lake. But you know, people are pulling up a bunch of the water rocks to do it. Okay, well that's already going to be where we're going back up to. Right now we're just beelining down here. I haven't had anyone remember to do the ads command in forever. Actually, I think it's like, wait, what do I have for that? Because I had a thing that was set up to do it automatically, and then at some point it broke.
Time to walk, yes.
And thank you, Randall Thor, for the gifty subs. Really do appreciate all that stuff. 5 gifty subs to the channel, so if you caught those gifty subs, I hope you enjoy your advertising free viewing as well as access to the emotes, whether you wanted them or not. Okay, so let's go up here. I was gonna go look for the redwood while we're waiting, so we got everything set up there. We can't teach our dog to search for materials yet. Do I have enough stuff for pizza? Oh, I'm getting like some weird blocked area. Let's we'll just go to sleep. Yeah, I noticed the battery was getting low. I was trying to make my way farther down. Alright, so let's go ahead and meanwhile, we do have solar panels on the roof. They will slowly trickle charge us. But let's go ahead and check on what's going on here. Why wasn't I able to click on you before? Yeah, I think there's something about... I can't walk over here. I think I'm clipping with whatever's below there. I don't have any grain. I must have used all my grain. Can I... Okay, so we're out of grain. So there will be no pizza. This is truly a difficult time in our lives. I have a lot of this. Crab? Absolutely. Crab. I forgot what we had before, and I wasn't able to use it again. I'm like, okay, that's fine. Is there what? Crab. Everything is crab. All paths lead to crab. You know about, what was it? Not carcinogen, Jason, it's, I'm blanking on the term. We literally were just dealing with that term yesterday, too. Like, how evolutionary paths converge to crab. And thank you for the Gigantify, I do appreciate it. Yeah, we were playing the game yesterday. Everything is crab. Or part of the game is to become crab. That the more crab you become, the more difficult the game becomes, you know, to balance out the fact that you are crab. That's not actually why, but it weirdly has the mechanic that the more crab you become, the game gets harder. Which was a lot of fun. I should have had that opened. Alright. So the recharging station is over here. We're actually over here looking for redwood, though. I do think those logs over there might be redwood.
I think I need to charge soon.
We can go up to the charging station here. And we'll do a little run around and we'll grab a bunch of these logs. Every time I see these rabbits hopping around, I can't not think of the long dark. Because there's not many games you deal with rabbits that look like this. The long dark crab interactions are very, very deeply upsetting. It's just the fact in the long dark when you catch a rabbit and you kill it so you can eat it. It's you look it in the eye, it makes adorable little squeak, and then you snap its neck brutally. And it's just like, but why? Why make me watch this? Like, I'm fine with eating the rabbit, you're starving. You'll get protein poisoning, but
just
that's,
what I needed.
you know, you'll at least feel full. But it's the fact that it's like, squeak! And it like holds the face up to a camera. It's like, what's your character do? Holding this rabbit going like that? That's the thing with a lot of games, and you look at like the tool placement for so many things. Like you see like for example, when you're playing a game, you got like knife. And your character's got their knife, and you see like up, like in front of your camera, it's like, okay, keeping in mind, this is where our character is seeing. This means our character is straight up holding the knife like up here, ready to go. It's really fun looking at some of the old game engine stuff to make that kind of thing actually work. Where you'll see like the cursed character models like put the weapons at the right height in first person. And just the utter disaster that is the positioning of everything. Hey, Liam. Hey, adorable little rabbit. Oh, and important details, you can pet the dog. And also, if you bring berries, you can also pet the rabbit. But the rabbit, your pets are very transactional. You get one pet per berry. Like there is a very important exchange happening there. Everyone's on the level, everyone knows the math around it. If you want a pet, you pay a berry. Just like real life. Yeah, I mean, usually if the rabbit's getting... we got 37. Alright. That's the wood we needed. Okay, so which route do we want to take? So that one I'd have to climb all the way over there. Okay, so I think we go back up this way. We could hit that... there's just really not a good angle for me to get to that fire, is there? Alright. So we're going to go up this way, we're going to grab this fire. I might run down here quickly. Oh, there's no ramp here. Oh, boo. If I want to hit this one, I got to go all the way over here, then walk the whole way around. Because this way's longer. It's fine. Let's not be stubborn. Let's get our campfires. The Karns and the gnomes are really annoying to look for. Give me all of this wood. After having so long that we were struggling to get redwood, and now I'm going to be sitting on hundreds. What map is this? So the game has like one starting area. This is the second of the maps out of the 4, I believe there are. I don't know for a
Perfect
fact
for
that
the
there's
next
4.
project.
We have come up with 4 simply because of how many of the, like it says there's, 100 Karns in the game. And the first map had, I think it was 25. The second map had 25. So we're doing the math and saying, you know what, there's probably 2 more. It very well could be that the next map is actually microscopic and has like an extremely high density of them. I'm gonna go with probably not, but it is guesswork we're doing. We're extrapolating based on estimates. It's in the same category as killing wolves, getting the sad puppy noise. Yeah, no, there's
I'll
definitely...
put this in storage.
It's like, don't get me wrong, there's definitely games where you fight the wolves and they're like doing the barking and angry, and they do like a little yep, but it's not like drawn out. But then there is games like The Long Dark where you injure the wolf and it starts running away and it starts yipping and whining, and you're like, oh, come on, dog, just let me put it down quick. I don't want you to suffer, please. And check out the Ensign, our fantastic content creator. Does a lot of like fun things like your slice of life, like Coral Island, Stardew Valley, that kind of stuff as well. Does stream in German, just as a heads up. Understands English, but does stream in German, just so people are aware. I know we got a lot of people who, understand German in the channel, or understand a language similar enough to German that they can at least have a clue what's going on, even if words get by. Because I know that was one was a lot more fluid in German, language like Nederlands and all that.
Time to hit the road.
You'd be able to tell me a couple of sentences. I could usually give you the idea of what was being talked about, even though I would miss like 4 or 5 words. It's kind of like Spanish and Portuguese, where they're different languages that have different words. But if you know one, usually you can pick up enough of the similar words to at least have the concept of what's being discussed, even if the individual details you don't get. You wonder how feasible it is to learn a language? So I think there would be some ability to do so if the person was specifically discussing what was like going on. For like regular banter, I think it would be very difficult. But it's kind of one of those things, once you hit so with like learning language, it's definitely a thing that once you like hit a certain threshold, like, and I don't think it's an exact science. Like if you know 20% of words, that's probably even more. But like, like the right keywords, you usually go from a point where you're like, I don't understand it, I don't understand it, I don't understand it, I don't understand it. You get just enough understanding that you're then like, I can at least get the idea of what's going on. That there's like this threshold you hit, where before that threshold, you feel like you're not making meaningful progress. It's a real struggle. And then like, once you get past this point where you can at least catch kind of the idea of what's being talked broadly about, that usually learning more is much easier from there. Because at least you can catch, a good chunk of a sentence and be like, hey, what's that word mean? Okay. But it's definitely like until you reach that point where you've got enough of the words to at least have a clue what's going on. You think it's good for practicing conversations, but you need a little basics to avoid getting frustrated? Yeah, I would agree to that. It definitely feels like
just what I need.
Trying to learn a language from nothing by tuning into a stream. I don't think it's not something I don't think could be done. I do think it would be a very difficult thing that you need a little bit of a baseline to go from. All right. So like all responsible people, we have started a fire in this nice redwood forest. A nice raging fire too. That is a proper fire going on there. And we're going to immediately leave it untended. Look, man, those look like potentially they're either really, 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 really large duck or geese with fairly short necks. Like that's like a 30-pound duck there.
Huh.
Yeah, I mean, well, you look at that duck in the lake, and I'm like, man, that duck is the size of, like, a pretty, like, not like a Great Dane or anything, but, you know, a pretty sizable dog. That's a duck your dog runs up to, the duck goes, whack. Just has deep resonance, and the, you know, dog scurries back and goes into the bed. Big enough a cat goes, nah, man, I'm out. I'm out. I'll murder anything, but that duck, it scares me. Only you can create forest fires. The actual saying is only you can prevent forest fires. Because Mother Nature is real good at making forest fires as well. Ask our good old friends Lightning and Volcano. They're real good at starting forest fires. They've been doing it for, you know, hundreds of thousands of years before humans existed. No, millions of years before humans existed. Millions of years? A long time before humans existed, Mother Nature was already setting things on fire. Because genuinely, a lot of forests, the forest burning down is a regular part of its cycle. Obviously, there's much bigger concerns when you kind of shove all your animals into a narrow, small part of forest, and then that catches fire. That's pretty bad. Or also, you happen to live near said forest. That's pretty bad. This isn't being like, yeah, forest fires are chill, don't worry about it. I'm talking more like we have created an environmental situation where, you know, forest fires happening was just normal part of the cycle, versus we go, you know what if we stopped the forest fires from happening, but also made the forest smaller and denser? That's fine, right? There's no repercussions to that, right? Oh hey, the tree I chopped down came back. That's cool. I'll take more free redwood. Okay. I'm gonna go over here, I'm gonna chop this up, we'll start that fire, and then I need to get 10 redwood planks made so he can fix the bridge, so he can get to the lighthouse, so he can tell me to do something unrelated to everything else, and I have to drive half across the map to do it. For the record, that's actually not been that big of a problem. I'm just making a gag about normal things you run into in a lot of these games, where you finally get access to the area, and it's like, by the way, I need the thing on the other side of the map that you had a bunch of until you got here. But you spent some of it doing something that wasn't as important, but now you don't have that material anymore. Okay, so let's go over here. We want to go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. It's gonna be 20. Let's just do that. Boom. Yeah, the bigger point I was making with all of that is just the fact that, like, you know, forest fires may be a natural thing and all that, but the circumstances we deal with are different now.
A load off my back.
And they create new dangers that they didn't historically create because of that. Who's a good pupper? You would need an especially well-trained dog to be just willing to wear some, like, backpack harness and just be chill with it. They definitely exist. Those dogs are a thing. None of the dogs that I've had in my life. My favorite was, I had a friend who was trying to get their dog to wear costumes or whatever, and you know, the dog would be chill about quite a bit, and then what would happen is you put this thing on, the dog would just lay down and it would not move until you took the costume back off. The dog was like, absolutely not. I'm not gonna make a big fuss, I'm not gonna bark, I'm not gonna yelp, I'm not gonna whine, I'm just going to sit down and just refuse to do anything until you undo this horrible thing you've done to me. That's all cats with a harness? Yeah. I also have had a couple of friends who you can dress up their little yippy dogs in full costumes, and as long as it's not like blocking their eyes or something that, like, you know, is understandably deeply upsetting, the dog is just like, people are giving me attention. I love this. Okay, so we can park you down here. I'll pop this open so you can recharge from the solar panel for a minute. Did I already light this fire? I don't remember. Yes. As you can't speak about the general case, but the vast majority of people who think this applies, and yourself included, did this as a kid. People are super plastic for language learning. Even just listening to casual conversation, the admin threshold, or native first language, seems to be before puberty, age 12, and at least among friend circle. The majority of people start picking up English from music and TV age 5. It doesn't work for most adults. Yeah, I mean, part of the thing that gets into developmental kinds of thing, part of it is, like, usually at that time in your life, that's the big thing pretty much everyone is learning. They're all, like, learning language, like, that's your focus. So, you know, when you're learning multiple languages at the time, you're already focused on that. Versus, like, later on, you start getting to be an older age. Like, you're far more worried about, you know, sentence structure, all these bigger things versus just learning the words and whatnot. And you can kind of fall out of practice that you can be unpracticed with learning, that it takes you a while to get yourself back into the mental space to learn. Okay. Look at our signal decryptor.
Can probably be used in the nearby terminal. Whoa, a lighthouse. The beacon seems to be broken, though.
You need 3 electronics. Okay, and there's a cairn. How do you fix the bridge with a wrench? I mean, you saw it, you just kind of twist it. And then you pull it. And then you bop it. And then you pass it. Alright. So we're going to need to go back down to our camper van. How many electronics does it? It was 2 electronics? Same way you train a dog with a wrench? That was my favorite one for, like, just silly stuff so far. Like, you have the wrench, and they'll be like, you know, you do the wrench on the bridge or whatever. It's like, okay, that doesn't make a whole lot of sense. You know, sure, you could bolt a bridge together, I guess.
Tidy this up.
But, like, just the animation looks a little weird.
Maybe I should pull some
3
levers to
electronics.
move the light bulb.
Alright, so let's grab the 3 electronics. But yeah, no, when we went to do the dog training, to train our dog to have the command where you could send the dog back to drop stuff off, the fact that it brought up the wrench and we started wrenching at the dog, I'm like, what are we doing right now? Like, I don't know what we're doing with this wrench and our dog, but I feel like it's not okay.
Ugh. Ow.
It's just like the, you know, like the regular, like, ugh, the sound, sure, makes sense. But just the ow. It feels weird that someone would go like that after falling, you know, off a cliff.
Time to drop off some stuff.
Alright. So we need 3 of those, so it's going to be sheet metal. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Alright. Minecraft fall sound. Let's see. You ever good with that game? Yeah. Okay, so you can go over here. Grab those. Grab these. Nah, it's got like a whole base building thing in here. So like I can go in here and you have all sorts of base building stuff that I keep unlocking more and more of. So I think we have all the crafting benches and all that sorted out now. Oh, did I get more of the beehives? No, I needed 3 more redwood planks. Let's get that done. So earlier on, before you get where you could build this up here, you could build in this spot. And just earlier on, like right here is where I had my, what's effectively your table saw, like right behind there. I'm like, and it's raised, so you see how high that is. And I'm like, okay, here we are driving down the highway, and like the height is perfect that we're going like this, with this table saw just rotating directly behind our head. And it's like, okay, hold up. This is where we hit a pothole or something, and we die. Because, very, very genuinely, you should not be driving with a table saw that close to the back of your head. I also have a feeling having a beehive just on the porch of your van thing that you're driving around would make for some really pissed off bees. Either that or you're smoking those bees like day in and day out, at which point they probably have serious health problems going on. But for the inhibition, is just speak broken weird kid sentences, and adults is real. Let's see, but you don't think that even if you did this, your brain would be able to pick up the same way? Yeah, no, definitely. Like kids are like very, very focused on learning and all that stuff. A lot of effort, a lot of focus on that. You're fully expecting your daughter to say some words in Australian accent.
The beacon seems to be broken, though. Maybe I should pull some levers to move the light bulb. I need to get the light bulb here first.
I see. Alright, so it looks like what I'm going to need to do is run up here. Hey, Tacky Farm. How's it going? Thanks so much for the raid. And we found ourselves a gnome named Ketchup who has ice cream. This is a very complicated combination of things. But yeah, so I was just streaming all this stuff. Can we get a shout out for Tacky Farm? Right when I was ready, let's see, and also playing some Pro Cycling Manager 25. I am unfamiliar with that one. I have a guess of what that is, but I hope you had yourself a good stream and all that good stuff. But thank you so much for the raid and all that. But yeah, so how was that game? Like all that good stuff? Let's see. Right when I was ready to leave on my weekend off to the party, the lighthouse beacon went dark. So I disregarded any responsibility about the safety of ships around here. I went to the party anyways because screw these guys. I'm not paid nearly enough. Doing unknown games as usual. Gotcha. Interesting. But yeah, I guess the question is, was it any good? Don't worry, the bulb can be repaired at the ground floor workbench. After that, reinstall it upstairs, and you should be able to start the rotation mechanism again. Let's keep those boats safe. Keeper Anders Boringmore. So you went to your party anyway, and you're just like, you know what? I'm just not dealing with this. Okay.
Maybe I should pull some levers to move the light bulb.
Oh, of course you played previous versions? Gotcha, cool. Alright, so now I pulled that down again. It looks like we just have to go up and down and get this all the way down here. I don't think I'm fixing this using circuit boards. I guess it's considered repaired? Managed to win the Mountain Jersey in early tour. Gotcha, I will admit I am not the most knowledgeable on cycling competitions. And we found a painting. We haven't seen the password storage yet. Fix the lighthouse.
Looks like I can download a blueprint here. Okay, I need to find these items.
That's convenient. Okay, we got rain collector. Okay. Open the by pulling the lever. Oh, that's for the main quest. It's not here at the lighthouse. Like, did I not do the thing at the lighthouse?
Huh. Ah. Huh. Huh.
Let's see, so far the comments you had was, there are more races than Tour de France? Yeah, it's one of those things that, there's a lot of people don't know a lot about the bicycle ones. The one I remember is, oh, what is it? Not Race to the Coast. I know there's a big one they do in the Portland, Seattle area, so Portland, Oregon, Seattle, Washington area. That it's a whole big thing that they usually do it for a bunch of charity stuff as well as there's a competition that they start. I think it's from Portland and then they cycle all the way like over like the mountain range over to the over to like where there's a bunch of the what's the word I'm looking for? I'm blanking on it. It's along the coastline. There's a town over there, but it's a whole charity thing that. It's a whole big deal so far as that, but again, it's usually for charity, not for like, you know, Olympic sports or anything like that.
I'll
That tends to draw
right
the
here.
audience. All right. So we can check the map. It's Seattle to Portland race. Gotcha. Yeah, I know my younger brother has done that one a lot of times. So we are missing 6 fires. And I know I've got 1, 2 up here. Which means there's 4 fires. I don't even know where they are. Huh. Maybe there's a way to get to some of these islands. Oh, you know what it could be? We never got the ferry working. We didn't get the choice. So it might be that you could even be that we get back to this map from a different direction, or we ferry back to this map. Get a coworker who does it every year? Gotcha. Cool. Yeah, I've got my my younger brother does it every year, or has done it practically every year. There are 3 big ones: Tour de France, the Violeta, which is Spain, The currently ongoing started 2 days ago. Giro d'Italia. Yeah, no, I feel like cycling's one of those sports. You're either really into cycling or not really. Like not in a bad way. There's a bunch of sports out there. It's the same thing with like disc golf. You either are super into disc golf or you don't care at all about disc golf. Granted, cycling is a much bigger sport than disc golf. But, counter argument, disc golf is cheap. You can blow obnoxious amounts of money on disc golf, but you can go and just spend like 20 bucks or so, buy one of those like starter setups, and that's good enough for most cases. Disc golf? Yeah, also known as frisbee golf, or frolf. Different places have different names for it. Basic rules are pretty simple to understand. Follows kind of the same rules as golf, with the big notable difference is you play them with frisbees. But it is one of those things that, like, you have your putters, drivers, mid-ranges, all that sort of stuff. You have different things you worry about, like overstable, understable discs and all
like
that.
I can download a blueprint here.
Which affects how the disc flies, like the natural tendency of the disc to turn into the angle you're throwing it or trying to fight the angle thing. Imagine cycling for 40 to 70 kilometers for almost 3 weeks uphill. Nope, no thanks, I'm out. You had me at trying. You've been disc golfing before. It's pretty fun, even though you're terrible at throwing frisbees. You did a knife crawl once. It was pretty cool. Yeah, no, oh, I forgot to actually grab the wood. Yeah, no, for a while I actually ran the disc golf club at the university I went to, which had the absolute worst disc golf course in the entire Southeast. And we put a lot of effort into it, and it was still the worst when we were done, but slightly less so, because they only took part of the things we recommended. Where one of our driving ranges featured one of the main roads going in and out of the campus, and if you're a right-hand thrower, the right-hand backhand thrower, where you'd want to put the disc to go for the basket was right about windshield level, directly into the lane of oncoming traffic. We tried, we were even like, if you gotta cut the hole, just get it gone. Like, this hole should not be here. This is begging to get someone into a fight or killed. Most of the other holes that were on the inside they improved, which is most of it was just like kind of, not even changing the holes in a big way, just kind of like rearranging which way things were facing. So that they more aligned with the way discs have a tendency to move.
Okay, let's go.
But that was the one hole. It's like, this hole really needs to go. The other thing that made it a really bad course is a lot of the holes on either side of the you'd have like the lane for throwing to like the basket, and it'd be a very narrow lane, like only like 6 feet or so, and then either side of it was saw palm. Just the whole distance, just saw palm. So when you inevitably, threw your disc a little off one way or the other, you'd have to go sifting through the saw palm to go look for your disc. Which wasn't the worst for finding your disc, but saw palm has a name for a reason. It's basically serrated on the sides of it. And so you get yourself pretty sliced up in there. Used to play frisbee golf with the Wii, and you're really glad they had those wristbands to secure the controller. Oh yeah, no, I used to play heavily. Like I used to be like a ranked player in frisbee golf and everything. Disc golf. And all that. I used to, Like, it took first place at my university and everything when we had competitions. We only did, like, 1 or 2 of them because, like, the team was, like, not team. The club was pretty small. But, yeah. It was something I was proud to be involved with. Like, we did a lot of improvement. Like, the course was a lot better than when I arrived. You're remembering right? Weren't you Knights of Paintball too? Yes, paintball would have been before that. So paintball was me, like, towards the end of high school to early college, and then disc golf was, like, late college to, like, you know, when I was no longer a student, but instead was faculty. Yeah. Like, while I also played paintball and was, like, on a sponsored team and everything, definitely nowhere near as neither of them was particularly known for, to be clear. Like, neither of them would you be like, you know, have some fan of disc golf or whatever, paintball, and be like, do you remember that person? People would be like, who? Like, or you wouldn't, like, drop the team name where I'd be like, oh, that team. No one would know who the hell we were. But, you know, the first was just being sponsored. I couldn't do it for a living. But it was enough, it wasn't costing me money to play. That was the key thing. Because where disc golf is a cheap sport, paintball is the opposite of the cheap sport. Paintball is a sport you play if you just want to delete money as aggressively as possible. You can absolutely murder yourself financially on paintball. Yeah, and Cycling is super expensive. Your home cycling controllers. Oh, yeah, no, like, I got lucky that I had someone who's moving and had, like, a racing bike that they needed to get rid of, so I managed to snag it cheap. But, like, if I would have gotten that same bike and not gotten lucky in that kind of situation, it would, like, I mean, it wouldn't have been, it would cost me more. It would have been I wouldn't have bought it. But, like, I got it, and I used to ride all the time, but where I'm at now is not a great place for riding. It's not a very safe place for riding. Florida is not exactly known for being the most cycle-friendly of places. There are parts of Florida that are pretty good, but a lot of Florida is pretty awful when it comes to cyclists. I've told the story that when I used to work city government, that it was one of those things that, like, the time it took me to drive my car versus the time it took me to ride my bike was almost the same time, sometimes favoring the bike, and it was just because of the nature of the lights and the paths and all that. But a good chunk of it, there was no sidewalk, there was no bike lane, there was no anything like that. But it was one of these roads that was like, the speed limit was like 25, 30 miles per hour, so I actually get the bike at speed and keep it at speed to, you know, be good for this, you know, speed limit or whatever.
Right here.
But I definitely had a case where a person swerved around me across the double line and threw a beer bottle out his window at me. Didn't hit me, but, like, threw a beer bottle at me. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. It was definitely one of those things in that moment is like, okay, how many laws did you just break in that one action? Because, like, you know, you're passing through a double lane, or a double stripe. You're not allowed to do that. You were clearly drinking and driving because you had a beer bottle that you threw at me from the cabin of your truck. You're speeding. You know, you could arguably go for the reckless driving on top of that. You know, throwing a beer bottle at someone can qualify as assault. And it's just there's like, you know, really, dude, you've committed, like, you know, like 2 potential felonies, several misdemeanors, and then just a whole bunch of things. Like, you are kind of trying to stack as many things
Rocky
against
Canyons,
yourself
here
as
I come.
possible. But it's just one of those things you think, is like, you know, if someone would have seen you do that, man, like, you would be in some serious hot water. And all because I was going roughly the speed limit. And don't get me wrong, it is one of those roads that you get on there and you're like, my god, the speed limit needs to be like 10 faster than it is here. I will I will give that much. The speed limit on that road was always
Would
painful.
you look at that?
We got Nomi Striker. Another gnome statue. Yeah, and I had a ton of people, like, you know, you'd be just going and they'd be like, get off the road! And it's like, no, legally I'm required to be here on the road. Like, legally this is where I have to be. There's no sidewalk. On the flip side, you've been a farm road, all blind corners and hills behind a biker doing like 10 miles per hour in the middle of the road. They come on to meet halfway. So, to be clear, James, in a lot of places here in the US, if there is not enough room to safely pass a cyclist, which is defined, I believe, by that I can't remember if it's like 6 or 8 foot, I think it's 6 foot, that you can clear around the bike and have that gap between you, we are supposed to ride on the inner third of the road.
Tower.
So that to discourage people from passing. So, most likely in that case, that person was obeying the law. That they were supposed to be on the inner third of the lane to prevent you from passing. That's not everywhere that rule is. But yeah. So it is just the nature of the beast. Stuffing maker, sure. No, he was all over the lane? Well, I mean, then that's just someone who's being crappy. Oh, he was just like struggling to go uphill. Okay, yeah, that sucks. That one you do feel bad for him because like, okay, you're trying your best. All right, so we're seeing if we've got other logs here. So that bush might be something new. You were gonna pass in a blind hill. Yeah. No, but you can also understand like when someone's cycling that hard, stopping and going is so much harder than just trying to keep going. But yeah, no, it's definitely one of those things if you're in a situation where you can't really, you know, really keep that stuff going, then that is a whole thing. Almost crashed into a couple of pedestrians this week, as usual. They keep stepping in the bike lane. Oh yeah, no, the one we have is we have a lot of cars will immediately swerve into the bike lane to pass. Mirthleaf. Usually they'll be like, there's a turn coming up, and they'll swerve into the bike lane, approaching the turn and all that stuff. At the end of the day, it costs you like 3 minutes. Well, that's the big thing. We have like the people like swerve behind you, screaming, tires like weaving in between cars and all that, and you're like, dude, you're saving like 15 seconds. Like, even if you drive like a maniac like this for the entirety of the distance you're traveling, you know, even if it's like an hour-long drive, at best, you might shave a minute or two off. And in doing so, you're like endangering everyone's lives. Okay, so it's still set to redwood. You know, is it really worth it, my guy? And if someone's like, oh, well, I'm driving, you know, 5 hours down the road, we're like, okay, that could reasonably add up to like 15 minutes. You're not wrong. But that means for that 15 minutes you saved, you spent the last 4 hours and 45 minutes at a constant state of endangering other people's lives.
I'll put this in storage.
It ain't worth it, man. 15 minutes ain't worth dying over. Even if you don't die, 15 minutes ain't worth jacking up your car for. Let's see. You've been in a bus where an impatient a-hole nearly clipped the guy getting off his bike. Bike on the raft in the front of the bus because he just had to pull into the hotshot where the stop was. Yeah, no, I've seen a lot of, you know, troublemakers with the road. Like I've seen, we have a lot of motorcyclists here, and by the majority of the time, it's other people not noticing the motorcyclist that's the problem. Like, the majority of the time. You have someone who's just impatient, being reckless, whatever, and they cut through not noticing a motorcycle because they're just not being that careful of paying attention and clipping the motorcyclist. And it's bad. But there's also been times where you see the motorcyclist just weaving through the lanes the whole way up, which is not legal in Florida. It's legal in some places under certain conditions, like I believe California, if you got backed up traffic, you are allowed to go in between the lane to, like, go ahead. But, like, there's, like, conditions that you're allowed to do it under. But that's not the case here. And you'll have all this traffic going on, and you'll just have these people, like, just flying up on the motorcycle in between the cars, you know, and snag someone's mirror on the way by, because they're not just going up in between slowly. They're going, you know, like 30, 40 miles an hour between two cars where there's barely enough room to accommodate their bike. And then, shocker, they catch someone's mirror and get dumped under the car, and now you got a problem. It's not illegal, but when you see an officer enforce reckless driving, oh, they do that here. Yeah, no, the police officers see you doing that kind of crap here, and they can catch up to you, they'll grab you. I have known many a motorcyclist who've gotten tickets for random garbage like that. The one I see that usually is when, like, they sit in the light and they just sit there, you know, revving their engine. That you get ticketed for unlawful show of acceleration. So it's not that you're speeding, it is an unlawful show of acceleration. And they'll do that also, like, if people, you know, they pull up next to, like, they're gonna race, even if they don't race. If you start, like, revving your engine real hard, that kind of thing, they'll do the same thing, as they'll hit you with unlawful show of acceleration. We ain't jumping that. I'm pretty sure that is a gnome there. I just need to find a different way around to it. There's a hole back there. I can double check that. Oh, you don't understand those English terms? Oh, I mean, unlawful, straightforward, against the law, and then show of acceleration. Basically, the idea is you are showing that you can, like, go real fast. Like, you're deliberately showing that you can go really fast without technically speeding. So, like, if you spin your tires deliberately, like, really, really spin your tires, they can hit you with unlawful show of acceleration as well. You said there was a hole in the rock back here. Yep, no, I don't see it. I think the idea is I get from that side. Oh, I haven't done the thing here yet. Alright.
Looks like I can download a blueprint at this signal tower.
Download glass smelter. Okay. Understand those. You meant the terms off the rack, hotspot, lane split. Oh, yeah, off the rack is buses sometimes will have on the front or the back. They'll have a place for you to store your bike so that you can have your bicycle stored on a bus while you're traveling. That feels like it should come from above and do this. Please! Okay, we're fine. Marvelous Melvin. Huh. A potshot is... I haven't heard of it as something related to buses. Potshot usually is referred to, like, if you're just using a gun and instead of, like, actually looking or aiming, you just kind of, like, point and just fire without, like, taking the time to, like if I just went like that and I fired off to the side, that would be a potshot. You're not aiming, you're just blasting. Oh, pot shop. That makes way more sense. Way more sense. Because I was like, Pacha, I'm like, is this some bus term I have never heard before? You've seen bike drivers get tickets here. It's mostly mopeds, though. They often being illegally tuned and stuff. Yeah, no, we have a lot of motorcyclists here who do get tickets. So, like, you know, the kind of selective enforcement concern here is not really a problem, especially around Bike Week. Oh man, around Bike Weeks, the cops will be absolutely ruthless at times. And to be fair, with good reason. Like, you know, while they can be picky and just whatever sometimes around here, Bike Week people get, like, rambunctious and ridiculous at times. That's like, nah, man. The cops are being strict jerks here because this gets way out of hand real fast. Like we had a case, a large group of people for Bike Week got on their motorcycles and rode nude through the city. Yeah, the cops did not. The cops did not take well to that.
Time to drop off some stuff.
Especially considering, like, you know, it's one thing at the bars or whatever, you know, where you're on private property, but when you're just like on that main drag and all that kind of stuff, there's children out there, man. That is not an adults-only situation at all.
I'm feeling lucky.
Let's see which reckless and distracted drivers are more enforced here. Unfortunately, it's easier for the cops to harass homeless people instead of ticketing all that. Yeah. Like, don't get me wrong, we definitely have a problem with, like, lots of reckless drivers and all that.
Let's see what I get.
But it's kind of one of those things that, you know, someone blowing through a stoplight, unless the cop happens to be there, you know it's gonna go uncaught. And then it's infuriating because, like, you see those things happening, you're like, man, I wish a cop would just sit right here and nab these people for a while.
Let's see what I get.
Alright. The nude bikers, yeah. No, that was like... It wasn't a scandal at the time, that's not the right word. It made news at the time.
I'm feeling
because it wasn't just like 2 or 3 bikers. It was a group of like 20 or 30 of them that were all riding through nude, just like one big group. And yeah, you know, it got a lot of attention. And yeah,
Let's see what I get this time.
The cops definitely nabbed them. Because, you know, they're driving through, they got all the license plates and everything. So even if you try to just drive off and they could only grab 1 or 2 of you, they've got your license plate.
Let's see what I get.
And it's not like you can be like, it wasn't me, man. It's like, you're on a motorcycle. And, you know, you're rocking your birthday suit. There's no, oh, no, officer, that wasn't me. That was my cousin Carl. Definitely not me. Okay. Was there anything we need to build here? We unlocked a couple things. I just don't remember what they were. Alright, I think we unlocked like 1 or 2 new crafting benches. There's always some people during Bike Week who cause some serious problem. Alright, so we've got the stuffing maker. We got a rain catcher, so both of those require common minerals. Which I believe was the crusher. Honestly, how many minerals do I have? No, do I really only have that much left? That's fine. Those are easy to get. I was sitting there at the beginning being like, I have so much stone, I will never use it. So you can make fluff stuffing. Oh, I see. Let's wait until I actually need that. I was really hoping Cotton would show up here. Yeah, I do push back when people do the ACAB thing. I understand the sentiment. And there are a lot of problems. And people like to do the whole, you know, oh well it's just one bad apple, ignoring the fact that the saying is one bad apple spoils the batch. As in, if you have one bad apple, it ruins all the apples. And I do think there needs to be a lot more done with accountability in law enforcement and yada yada yada. But at the same time, there are genuinely good people trying to make a difference on the inside. And all that. So I do tend to push back in that language. While I do agree that there are significant problems that need to be dealt with.
Huh.
Okay. So we've got that there is trails down here. I didn't see a way down to that lower area. That's okay.
Ready to roll.
Alright, so is that a path to my left? Looks like it might open up here. And it looks like on this one, I'm going to be wanting to grab some of these loose stones.
Huh. A load off my back.
Because we don't have the upgrade pickaxe, and I suspect that might be involved with it. Okay, so I see a cairn way over there. I don't think there's a road going through. There's another place we can go up there. There might be a gnome up there. Okay, so there's a road that goes the whole way around there. And another data point. I suspect the big thing for this set is going to be getting the pickaxe. So that we can get this stone. We're finding the occasional loose one.
Looks like I need a better pickaxe.
I know, I'm saying that. I'm also a little concerned that we have stuff that needs just regular old stone. I'm not seeing regular old stone anymore. Which is very likely to become a problem. We'll figure it out. In the meantime, let's get this radio dish and get all that going. Oh. Okay. Oh, was this like an actual... Alright, this is just a random point here.
That could come in handy.
Okay, so we have download wrench 2, wrench, bigger fixes, the pickaxe, which is crafts better, tougher stones. Alright, so we're gonna probably need all these. Let's grab the pickaxe this time.
Huh. Huh.
Because I fully expect that to be a whole thing to deal with. I'm away for a few days. If you happen to pass by, feel free to step in. But if you do so, be kind and water my bonsai tree. It's been my companion for more than 50 years. Rose.
Wow. Look at all those plants.
Found ourselves another gnome. That's a bonsai tree. That is a big old bonsai tree. Also, not the judge lady, but do you just like sleep here and don't eat? You just lay on your mattress and bonsai? I mean, live your life how you want to live your life, but I feel like maybe a few more nice things would be good for you. Alright, so drop this in. And what do I need for the better pickaxe? Red minerals, amberstone, and redwood planks. Let's see if we pop up here. I'm assuming the red minerals comes from you. Okay, so we need amberstone, and the redwood planks. So it was the right call, and I only figured that because the last time what happened with the redwood is like, okay, this is looking like kind of the same thing, where I'm liable to need a lot of stuff to get things going, and we got bit a little bit on our progression speed on the last map because redwood just kind of fell behind. And that looks like a trailer elevator. My luck, it's probably broken. And let's check. Yeah, so you have a path up there we could still take, and there's a path down here. That path appears just keep on going. Let's see if we can go this way. I would expect this thing to be broken. Bonsai person has all the food and comfort on the huge house on top of their RV. Oh, okay, I'm sorry. I forgot that's the reality we live in. It does just work. Neat. Okay. So it looks like we got kind of a dirt road that goes along the bottom here.
Okay, let's go.
We've got a cairn right there. All right. And a bunch of butterflies. Okay. Yeah, so the only thing I know that we need here right now is I need a lot of the redstone. Or amberstone, or whatever it calls.
Time to
Amberstone.
drop off some stuff.
And I suspect this is the map we're going to end up needing the upgrade 2 for our engine and the overheating thing. Because there was an upgrade to prevent your engine from overheating. And I can't think of a place more suited for that kind of a problem. What are you? Oh, you must be the clay. Yeah, you're gonna be way too deep. I see, because we had at some point something that needed clay. Okay. There's more clay. So the good news, the clay doesn't actually require a better tool yet. Oh, no, it was a joke. Like, we don't know anything about the other person. It was the fact that he didn't have any of, like, the basic necessities taken care of in their house. And it was just the joke that we're rolling around with basically an entire home built on top of her RV. So that's clearly what she must be doing to survive as well. Then she didn't have, you know, a fridge or any food or any cabinets or cupboards or water source or anything that inside her home. She just had trees.
Battery is running low.
Now, one difficulty here is my battery charging is almost exclusively solar, and we are in a ravine, or a canyon, or whatever this is. We are in a place where sunlight might be a wee bit kind of ish extremely limited. Also, check out Treacle, another fantastic content creator, playing some Pandora's Toy Box recently. Hope you had fun with that. But definitely another good content creator. Most likely, and has said that they're going to. Definitely probably going to be playing some Hotel Architect here in a little bit. Curious about how fun 2-player would be. It doesn't have the zaniness of other multiplayer. Yeah, no, it's definitely chill. And there's been games we play on the channel that they do have their multiplayer just generally kind of like chill vibes multiplayer. I think that part's fine.
Time to take a rest.
But it does worry me that like how much of it's kind of leashed to the vehicle. I do wonder how good the multiplayer would be, just kind of by the fact you wouldn't be able to do a whole lot. Because you need to kind of chill nearby the vehicle. The God game? Gotcha. Alright, so just need more stone. So we don't have nearly enough to finish that up. I mean, if someone can drop it in the game suggestion channel, I'd be down to give it a peek at some point. Kind of just peeking at all this stuff. So you need the red crystals and the cactus flower. And so we could send the dog to search for certain materials. And if we get our cloth, we can get that going. Okay. Oh, interesting. So we can make fancy soup out of all the mushrooms we've got. Right, so that's what the clay was for. That's right, we need to make the casings. And then the casings here are for making the better engine. To be able to climb more stuff. Right. We're not going to have nearly enough clay for that yet. We put you there. And you here.
Huh.
Alright. These guys rained down fireballs on a bear that wouldn't die. Someone was having fun. Alright.
I'll store this right here.
Well, if they wouldn't worship me, they needed to suffer. Let's run over here and grab that piece of clay. I'm really hoping we get to the other side of this. Like, worst case, I've got more than enough, like, just the regular old wood to feed in. And it's the fact that we get only one clay per go is going to be a bit on the rough side.
Ready to roll.
Okay. You can rename the animals after your mods. Certain things just gotta be done. It is what it is. Okay, so you start recharging that a little bit. Just burning a bunch of wood in it.
Perfect for the next project.
Already had stashed. Okay, we'll run up here and grab this clay. How's the path ahead looking? It's hard to tell which is the correct way to go. If I go on the left side here, there is more clay way down there, and it'll put me in the sun faster. Which, you know, then I can always park up the thing and use my solar panels to slowly recharge if necessary. Okay. I am curious, when you take your dog and you train them to get something, will the dog just run to the thing and be like, that's where it's at? Or will the dog run off and then bring, you know, a little bit of that back, or like how that works? Because I imagine that's something you do eventually to really help with a bunch of that. Well, that's unfortunate because you are a dead end on this side. Alright, kayaks, have a gnome in there. Well, that's unfortunate. Right, so it does look like this is the wrong way. It also looks like there's a question mark at where the bridge goes over. Ah, there's a drawbridge. That's not available. I forgot the sad little horn. Okay, so I gotta go back here. Circle around to the other side. But we still have the good news of we are getting the clay. And it seems to be a relatively rare resource. That with the casings we can get ourselves the next upgrade. Now,
I think I need to charge soon.
The first upgrade I needed just to go up, you know, decent elevations. I'm not sure what the second upgrade is going to be necessary for. But then after the second upgrade, they've got one to help you prevent your engine from overheating. So far, we haven't run into a situation where overheating's even been remotely possible. Even on this map, we're still staying solidly within the green range on our motor. My assumption is some point we're going to get to like rolling sand hills or something like that. That when we get to that, the heat will build up quickly. And it'll just be kind of one of those things that it'll kind of prevent you from being able to travel effectively. Alright, so let's see. We can go left or right. Right probably leads me down here. Left probably leads me up here. I'm going to go with right to start with. Alright. It'd be nice if we could have the solar panels on top while it's not deployed. So we've got 2 areas of clay and a cairn. So deploy you so you can start recharging for a minute.
Let's see what's inside.
Okay. Let's drop back here and get this clay. And grab this one. You're probably getting pretty close to the point of having enough clay that we could potentially get our engine upgrade.
Ha! A load off my back.
Alright, let's check on that. So, for the engine upgrade, we need 6 casings. And those are here. Where did I have those? Okay. So that's 2 each. And I've got 11, so that's 5. So I need 1 more clay to be able to make the casings I need. Meanwhile, let's go ahead and eat something while we're waiting. Oh, I forgot I can actually make mushroom soup, and I probably should do that. Okay. So I'll make some mushroom soup while we wait for the car to recharge a little bit. While we got a little bit of daylight right here. The curiosity is this mushroom is like super duper satiating. It looks like all of those result in just mushroom soup. I'm actually wondering if that's a downgrade in nutrition from that. It's fine.
Huh.
Okay, so
Okay, let's go.
we hit far enough in the day that the shade is starting to move forward. We've got clay here. We got clay up there, and it looks like we got a giant stairwell all the way up there. Whatever's up top. Okay, so I cannot cross there. Gotcha, so that's a way down, not up. Looks like the bridge on this right path. This is a really big, just like, ride down the middle of the map. I imagine the big benefit of this, what I'm doing right now, though, riding down this middle spot, is it is revealing pretty much a path throughout the entire area. That's giving me an idea that, yeah, there's a radio antenna over here. So I'm getting a good feel for the layout of the map, and we are getting the clay to get one of the major things we need, which is an engine upgrade. But there's definitely this, like, cruising down the middle of the road, or cruising down the middle of this slowly. There's another spot over there. Okay, so what we can do here is drop all this off. Let's work on getting that engine upgrade. So I need the casings, and that means clay. So the casings mean I needed 6 casings, correct? Yeah, so 6 casings. Let's go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Turn that on. You need stuff I'm not ready to give up. Meanwhile, you will need 6 red minerals and 6 redwood planks. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Turn that on. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I've already forgotten how many I needed. What did I need those common minerals for, was it? Not the stuffing maker. Oh, I think I made that in general for other things. There was something else here. I do not remember which one it was. It's fine. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, and you'll also need 2 electronics. So that'll be 1, 2 bolts. And then when this is done, we'll need 2 more sheet metal. And I'm sure there's going to be those ones that we do the research and I'll just need a little bit more of those materials, unfortunately. But we can get to that when it happens. Alright. I'm also low-key hoping this engine upgrade gives a little bit more top speed. There's the 2 sheet metal I need. I definitely feel like we were missing a bench here. Oh, it was the glass smelter, which I did ultimately get. Which I then can make stuff out of that, but I wasn't ready for doing anything with that. Alright, so I grab you now. And I go over to our thing for making processors. And make 2 of those. And after all that, we can do the research, and then we can see where we're at so far as actually being able to make the upgrade itself. Oh, and also, you finished your nonsense. That's fine. Okay, and let's get this. Okay, So to prevent overheating, I need hardened metal for electronics. And then that one would be adamantium metal. And that's power cells. So the big thing I need to do now is go downstairs. Okay, so the actual engine upgrade. 3 casings, 2 electronics, 2 sheet metal. And then you need 6 of the,
Time to drop off some stuff.
6 of the red whatever. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Process that. And we don't have enough of the rest to do that, so we can go to bed now. But that's kind of the point, was to get as much of that stuff done and figured out as possible. Alright.
This could be useful.
Trollin' Timmy. Okay, so there's a little bit of clay over there. Looks like there's another lift to get all the way over here. Which is good, because, well, this is a good place for clay, and we probably definitely want to go out our way to get the clay here. Just cruising along this ain't exactly the most interesting of things.
Time to hit the road.
And there's very little opportunity for me to top off my battery. Okay. So I'm suspecting at some point that ultimately we will come back down here for another round of clay. That's gonna make me really salty is if I get over here to pull this lever and it says there's no power. And I gotta drive the whole way back. That would be moderately upsetting.
It's on its way down.
I was really waiting there for a moment for it to be like, there's no power. And actually just like loop back the whole way. Alright, check for any goodies up here. There you go.
There we go.
Alright. So like I said, that kind of did give me a big cut across this whole map down here. We did see that this is where we take the path back up. So this is going to let me go down here, and then we'd probably take the path back this way to come up here. So it looks like this map is split up into a couple... Quadrants, not quite the right word, but a couple segments where that river is kind of the thing that bisects it to like really limit your ability to move around. I'm assuming one of those segments is going to be heavily heavily heat influence, or will need the engine upgrade to get through it. Does this game have a goal? So far it's just like progress through the maps, you know, unlock things, do your upgrades. I don't know what the ending of the game is or anything like that. So it's not one of those games that's like explicitly like, here is your goal, do the thing.
Let's take a look what's in here.
But, you know, progress is progress. We're making upgrades, we're doing all that kind of thing. It's kind of like Raft, where when you start Raft, I don't, like, it doesn't explicitly be like, oh, hey, you need to do X, Y, Z. You just kind of float around and you survive, and then you learn stuff. Okay. Download efficient solar panel, download rainwater energy, or efficient rainwater energy. We're in the desert.
Now I can use a new blueprint.
Yeah, I see you in the back there. They also got like collectibles and all that. The Slippery Bandit. But yeah, so it's definitely like the game loop is more around like get your next upgrade, do your next thing, get your next upgrade, do your next thing, explore the map, find more areas, so on and so forth. You know, keep progressing. They'll hit areas that like will limit what you have access to.
Load off my back.
I really should be. I need to remember to deploy this when I'm running around on foot. I say that again and again, but I genuinely really do need to do that. So I could slowly recharge using the solar panels. Oh, there's a cairn over there. Alright, so we need more of the red rock. You've got a waterfall there and all that. The Slippery Bandit? No, he had a banana peel. Oh! Hold up. The day I learned I need to refill my tires in the game. It's okay, they were only at about 40% pressure.
Ready to roll.
I wonder if it's one of those things that they go flat, it becomes more of a problem. And it wasn't one where I could raise or lower.
I think I need to charge soon.
Wonder what else you're not doing? Yeah, the thing is, even though with me repressurizing the tires, I'm not really noticing any kind of difference. Because, yeah, I can't control anything on the dash as far as I can see. There's nothing like that. Kinda wondering if I'd see more there. And I once again have walked away without deploying it, so where it's sitting in the sun and could be gaining a charge. It's not. Because I didn't push the button. But yeah, no, as far as like brakes and all that, like there's nowhere for me to get at it. It doesn't seem like the kind of game that's gonna be, you know, SnowRunner-esque where they're all like, you need to do this and this and this and this and this and this. Oh, you have that. Or like some of these other games that have like all the depth going on. So redwood
Looks like
planks.
I can fix this bridge.
You know some of those were saved for the pickaxe, but there's a bridge in front of me. I need to fix it.
This signal decryptor can probably be
Open the
used
door.
in the nearby
Oh
terminal.
my god. I keep forgetting. Let's get to the other side and open the door. Yeah, there's a bunch of stuff here that we can run around and work on. So let's go to the camp spot right here. Park it. Open the door. And one thing I've noticed is I have not had an opportunity to get any redwood here at all, but we are using redwood a lot, which does worry me.
Would you look at that?
Okay, so should just have to find the... I'm gonna be real, if you're pulling a Oh. Hey, Radamant, how's it going? I forgot, that was like the 1 in 1,000 or whatever chance sound effect for the raid. I do hope you had yourself a good stream with Windrose and all that stuff. I was lurking there a little bit before my stream, but I hope you had a good time. But welcome in, Raiders. For those who don't know, Radamant, absolutely fantastic content creator that I highly, highly, highly recommend checking out. Plays a lot of similar games to what we play on this channel. A lot of overlap between, like, RimWorld Auction, not included, all that kind of good stuff. Oh, we got ourselves a gnome. We got Beach Bob. I've been doing, you know, Windrose recently and all that. How am I enjoying the game? I'm enjoying it a lot. It
Looks like I can download a blueprint here.
The gameplay loop itself is fairly Raft-esque.
Okay.
Well, you know, not having the shark and the mauling and the obnoxious seagulls and all that kind of nonsense. But, why am I struggling with this? There you go. But it's very much like, it's very light on the survival side, but it's a crafter. But it kind of feels like Raft, except instead of just the raft drifting around, it's a caravan, and you hit the button, it deploys your whole raft, as it were, on top of it, when you're parked. Memo to all, the bridge is out, as are the waterfall gates. Someone got bit too enthusiastic trying to set a time record going down. Don't worry, they're safe. Reaching the storage shed will require some creativity, a kayak ride, or patience until the fix can be made. In the meantime, happy floating, everyone. Alright, so we need to find the password, though. So I found the floppy disk. I found the USB key. I was kind of expecting just see it laying around in here. It's looking pretty unlikely. And this porch is cursed. I'm having a lot of problems getting off the porch. So let's go around the other way. Let's go over here to the well. We found the USB key on the other side. So let's see if we can't find a password data vault in the kayak stuff. There we go.
Wow, a password databank for the terminal.
I love your terrible security. Alright, so what are you going to give me this time? We can get Beehive 2, which provides more than we already have, a cake maker, or an efficient crop plant. I mean, I want the cake, but I think this is the more practical one. God, I need to go around. Okay, so we did get that point of interest. We got where we can run straight towards the caravan quickly. We'll grab that cotton over there. But yeah, so it's definitely one of these games that, like... Take the coffee maker? I have a coffee maker. It was a cake maker. Which I'm down for cake, but I think the reality is...
I'll
Grow
put this
plant
in storage.
faster is probably going to do more for us. So we have the grow plant faster. Oh, you just require everwood planks? That's it? Just everwood planks? Okay, we can make that happen. Can you dismantle for parts? I have no idea. And then power-wise, oh, I forgot we have the better solar panels. I wish it gave me some information about how much better they are. You can water that. We got our berries. We'll go ahead and toss some more coffee in there. Collect our honey and all that. Okay, so for the better planters, it's 4 planks. So let's go here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, since I already have 1 to spare. So you can work on that. And then meanwhile, for the better solar panel, I would need some stuff here. So let's see. So you already have 3 bolts. So if I get 3 more bolts... Oh, I need to actually start the machine, or it won't do a whole lot. So I do the 3 bolts. That should give me enough for 2 of those, and 1 for each of there. And then we would need 6 sheet metal. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And run that. Okay. Now we can go over here to our electronic stuff. 1, 2. But as you can see, the game actually has quite a bit of depth to it, as well as things that was worried that like you'd get done with it so fast. But you can just see like all my different crafting stations just in this room, and we're still unlocking new stuff. There's definitely a lot here. Okay, so we got all those. That should be enough that I can make the better solar panels. I should be able to make 2 of them. Yes. Alright, so let's get up to the roof. So recycle. So each one of those. Okay, so we do seem to get our full return on investment when we recycle things. So I do appreciate that a lot. I don't think this matters, but let's face one each way. I do appreciate when games do that. It's very annoying, especially when games that, like, if you push the button, it instantly builds, and then it's, like, kind of just, you're stuck with it. It's really annoying when a game's like, okay, well, you placed it, so now you're just gonna take a huge loss on it. You're like, cool, man. Thanks, game. Eat some berries, and go to bed. Yeah, so it looks like we can pick up anything we don't need anymore to get our materials back. Alright, so looking at our map, it does look like there's a path that goes down here. I don't see anything obvious down there that we want, but that just means I'm even more suspicious that we should definitely go down there and look at it. Oh, right! This is where, the kayak went over the falls and embedded itself. And then we saw the ridiculous staircase from down below, and we're like, oh, that must be how we get up. And it wasn't. Because we realized it's kind of like its own isolated little area. It's like, okay, that's clearly how we get down. By the way, regarding the earlier topic, the critical period hypothesis, CPH, states that the first few years of life constitute the time during which language developed readily, after which, sometime between age and puberty, language acquisition is much more difficult and ultimately less successful. There's a debate over whether timing critical is the respect to second language acquisition estimates range. Yeah. No, it's definitely a thing that, like, very, very truly is a thing that younger people have a tendency to have a much easier time learning languages. And there's a bunch of different theories as to why that is, but it's definitely a thing. And kind of the thing I was trying to make my statement about was when you're young that you don't have language, you're learning it for like the first time. I thought that didn't connect. That you like you're learning language for the first time. You kind of get into the mode of learning. And so it's kind of easier while you're in that trend of learning to learn more. But it's kind of one of those things that naturally, as you grow older, you know, you'll have learned the language you're working on, and you'll begin working on a lot of other things, you know, your mathematics, whatnot. Okay, so I thought I could... Oh, there is a block over there. Well, I guess we'll run over here. I don't think there's more this way. But at the same time, I can't access this area using the vehicle. I'm enjoying the game. I'm enjoying the game a lot. It's been a lot of fun. It does seem like it's one of those games that's going to be in, like, the 20 or so hours of gameplay to just beat it. Not necessarily, like, 100%, but just, like, you know, finish the main whatever. And we're just going by that, by the fact that based on our estimates and the number of unlocks per map, that I believe there are 4 maps. Now granted, this doesn't account for if the maps get more complicated or whatever. Yeah. Oh yeah, but even adults who haven't learned language, that has shown, e.g. deaf sign language learners, or have brain injuries start new, they perform worse than children with brain. Yeah, and I gotcha. There could be a lot as to why that is. I haven't looked into the science too deeply because I remember it was just like a thing. But regardless of the reasoning, it is still, the result is still the whole thing that young people, when it comes to learning additional languages, have a much higher success rate. It's also an interesting one because there's a whole thing about how you store memories. I don't remember all the details on it, but when it comes to storage of memories, the theory is that when you're much, much younger, you don't think of, like, lamp, book, car, and, you know, book, you know, has this smell, car, you know, cold, lamp, bright, like, you don't have those kind of things. You more associate bright, and these things are bright, you know, and you don't have a word for it yet. And it's a whole thing around when you start learning language, instead of storing memories based on, like, sensation. Like, is it coarse? Is it fuzzy? Is it whatever? You start associating it with words. So you would think of, the rabbit is fuzzy, instead of attributing the sensation to the rat, like, the other way around. And as a result, it can be very difficult to recall memories at that younger age. And the theory is that it's effectively the way your brain stores and retrieves memory fundamentally changes once you have language. So you kind of create an organizational system to it. Now, for the counter arguments, you're talking about, like, people who learn their first language much older. They haven't had any kind of consistent results with a lot of that. So that's kind of the reason why, you know, it's like, okay, well, we can't take this at face value. There's not enough data on that thing to, like, prove or disprove it. Because finding an adult later on in life that has never had a language to speak of, and then teaching them a language, and then trying to be like, okay, let's, you know, discuss memories from before language, and having good controls and all that, is a little hard.
Right here.
This sucks. I'm in the shadow of that, so I've had this deployed and been getting, like, no solar this whole time. Okay. So if we go up ahead, there is a fire up ahead. Well, campfire spot. Where does that radar at? So radar's back the way we came. I'm gonna ignore that for right now. It'll probably be cosmetic stuff anyways. But so you know there's a girl that was locked in a room for the first decade of her life. She never really learned a language, and it was pretty much all of her current information comes from. Oh yeah, and that was one of the big things that I remember reading about recently is that, so you know there's the whole like papers and that on Stockholm
Looks like I
Syndrome.
need a better pickaxe.
And that apparently all of the things about like Stockholm Syndrome and all that are based off like a single data point that the research is real dodgy. And so they're kind of like, all right, you know, where this person wrote about this, we kind of might as well just like throw that out. Because like the research is dodgy. We kind of only have one data point. And if you even look at like the conclusions, it's like the conclusions don't make sense from what that was actually observed. That they're like, this is real bad science. This topic that is way beyond your little monkey brain can handle. Alright, so we need 8 planks. Did I make the powder already? I thought we did. So let's check the smasher. We did. Five, 6, 7, 8. But yeah, and that happens. There's a lot of stuff that you get here, like you hear repeated as if it's a scientific fact for the longest time. And then you look back to it and it's like the source is a single person that one time went through an experience, and that the conclusions that were brought about from that, and you kind of go, all right, hang on, that's a little bit of a stretch to jump from one to the other. Okay, so it says you're more efficient. More efficient in what way? I'm guessing it's we put this in and... Because growing faster I don't think would be that much of a whole thing. I think it's probably we grow one thing and then we get like 8 crop out or something like that. So it's just like straight up, or 6 or whatever the amount is. That like the exact amount I don't care about. Okay, and with that I should be able to make my better pickaxe. Which is perfect because the road is blocked up ahead. Bam! But there's lots of cases where you have that. And that's not being like, oh, science bad or anything like that. I'm not crapping on science broadly speaking. It's just every once in a while you'll find something that's just kind of taken at face value as being true. Like it's just been repeated for so long. And then you come to realize the science was like, again, one example, one time. Your sample size was negligible. Or like the way the study was conducted was really, really iffy. And usually people within the scientific community, if you have them like look through it, they'll be like, this is garbage. But it gets repeated so much that it's kind of just considered common knowledge. But it's common knowledge based on something that, you know, in some cases it's like already been disproven in the scientific community. And like literally it's just
Time to hit the
you know,
road.
people saying and repeating it, even though it's been refuted and kind of defeated within the scientific community and all that. Like, it's just not good science. Let's see, and there have been deaf blind kids who've been taught manual signing only later. And still not adult. But we don't have any comparison cases, luckily. So it's hard to draw conclusions. Yeah, there's a lot of that kind of thing that just happens. That you have something and you're like, we think this is a thing, but like, either due to the nature of it, there's just no way to get any type of meaningful clean test, or there's not a good way to establish a good baseline to, you know, test your hypothesis and all that. So you're like, well, this is my theory, and we're just gonna have to kind of go with that.
Wow. What a view.
I thought he was all excited about the gnome. I mean, sure. It is a good view. That's fair. It was just the timing of the wow. I was like, man, you're really excited about this gnome. Is this like some secret collector's edition gnome that I am not canonically aware of, because why would I be? Okay, so we still need to get the engine upgrade, and that's 3 casings, 2 electronics, and 2 sheet metal. Let's see if we can't make the 3 casings happen now, because we needed more clay for that, and I'm probably still short. So I've got 7 clay. That is enough for 3 casings. So 1, 2, 3. Turn that on. And then I'm going to need 2 bolts. And we're getting really close to the point that we're going to, 1, 2, 3. Alright. It's getting really close to the point here where I'm going to be actually running out of scrap metal, which worries me because I've had so much scrap metal. It's like, wait, how on earth am I running out? I've literally never stopped grabbing it. So grab 2 more of those, because I'll need to make them into circuit boards, and I think I need a couple more of these after all that. Alright. I can go here. 2 processors.
Huh.
And then quickly check. I think I need 2 more plates. Yeah, 2 more plates. And that'll give me my engine upgrade. Okay, chat. And I need to quickly use the restroom, so I'm going to do that real fast. I'll be back in just a minute. I'm going to leave it running because, you know, whatever. It's basically nighttime anyways. And I'll be back in just a minute. And thank you again for tuning in. I'll be right back. Okay. And we are back. Alright, so let's go ahead and grab the things we made, which were the plates and the circuit boards, electronics, and that should be everything I need to give myself the better engine in here. We haven't had anything say we explicitly need it, but it's an upgrade and it's available, so I'm going to hit that button and I'm going to have it. Because I'm sure I need it for something. All right.
A fresh new day.
Okay, so we're good there. We're pretty okay on food. We are once again blocked from sunlight by the cliffs. Oh, wait. That's right, boy. I did not start a fire. That would have been a mistake. I'd have had to come back here and do this again. Where are you? There you are. All right. There we go.
Ah, that feels nice.
Also, the idea that you're in the middle of the desert during the day and starting a fire and be like, oh, I love the way that fire feels warm. As I'm actively being scalded severely because I'm in the desert. In the sun. I mean, right now we're in the shade. But it'd probably be very uncomfortably hot here. The only saving grace is that it would almost certainly be dry heat. So, you know, the idea of, like, layering up would potentially actually help.
I'll put this
So
in
you keep waiting for
storage.
to play Zomboid, but you're waiting for them to re-add NPCs. Last time you played was when Kate and Baldspot were still a thing. Oh, yeah, you're probably still a long ways out from, you know, NPCs like you're hoping for. I think we still have 2, when I say major updates, we're talking like, well, there's build 41, 42, and all that. We're on build 42. And so where I've been streaming for like the last 5+ years or whatever it is now,
This looks
we've
delicious.
only gone from the release of build 41 completing to the start of build 42 making real progress. So at that trend, it's I'm not trying to say you're going to be waiting a while, but you are you're going to be waiting a while. The way I look at it with Project Zomboid, it's kind of one of those games, you're either going to play it the way it stands, or if you're waiting for whenever it, you know, it gets done or whatever, like the part you want, that'll just probably become a moving target of all thing. It's in a good state. Yeah, I
Okay,
still,
let's go.
hot take, I still prefer build 41 over build 42. Like, straight up, if they just went revert, I would actually probably be happier. I like the depth they've added to crafting. I like the map. I like the basements. I like all that stuff. So, like, I don't think they should actually, like, revert or anything else. But a lot of the decisions around game balance and all that, I have been very not happy with. And granted, I might be in the minority and all that, so, like, obviously they gotta do what makes sense. But like, broadly speaking, like, how much work it takes to craft something, it just doesn't feel like it's worth it anymore. Like, you put in all that work to get a weapon that doesn't last very long, and it's like, sure, I get from a realism perspective, you know, slapping together a bunch of chipped stone, some twine, and a stick. It's not gonna hold up well. But with
Fresh
how
fuel
much
for the
time and
journey.
effort it takes to have it just kind of disintegrate in a matter of, like, 5-10 minutes, feels real garbage. Dude, you really like the idea of the soldiers around Louisville shooting anyone who gets near until they're overrun? The idea that survivors of bandits, you wish bunkers were populated until the fall? So, I mean, that's all lore stuff. I don't care about that one way or the other. That's window dressing. Because you have, like, the survivors kind of thing and all that. Because the idea was, you know, the mist had gone through, and, like, yeah, they became zombies, but, like, the whole thing fell in, like, no time at all. Like, they barely had chances to get organized before the whole thing was already said and done. Like, it wasn't a thing that got drug out. And, you know, with it being, like, kind of indiscriminate on who it took or whatever, where people are like, oh, well, the military would be more organized, and I'm like, dude, if you sat there and, like, 90% of your troop just suddenly turned on you and started mauling, chain of command is gone. Sure, you can go in and be like, okay, well, you know, after this individual, then the next individual's in charge. Okay, well, after the next individual, then the next individual's in charge. And, like, work your way down the line. But you're like, okay, is the colonel alive? I don't know, man. The whole thing's effed up. I don't know who's alive. Like, the whole thing's compromised. You start recharging while I run over here. But yeah, no, I'm definitely probably in the minority that I'm actually really worried about the release of NPCs. Oh. Oh, that's the same antenna. Okay. Right, so we've come full circle at this point. Right. So we have the bridge that we didn't cross. So at this point, we can go down this way and go over that way and see what's over here. Otherwise, it looks like we're going to want to cross up there to get to the next area. Yeah, so it looks like what we're looking at now is I need to get over here so I can cross up there to then pop down here. Like, I'm probably in the minority in a lot of ways when it comes to...
something to eat.
That's fine. That genuinely, for me personally, like, I'm very much I'm expecting to be unhappy with what the NPCs cause. Because for me, I really like the vibe of the lone survivor, you're just trying to make it another day, that kind of thing. And if the NPCs are fairly... What's the word I want to use? Like, if you have, like, another NPC and they're just out doing stuff around town, that kind of thing, and they're mostly not really involved in a big way, that can work fine. But at the NPCs, you have, like, your bandit groups and all this kind of stuff. It's going to make it too much State of Decay, and I love State of Decay, but that's a very different game. So it's very much one of those things that I am very concerned that we can go on. People correctly are like, oh, you'll just have the setting to turn them off. You're like, you're right. But once they introduce the NPCs and the game's balanced around the NPCs, then the whole thing gets kind of squirrely. There's a lot of games where that kind of happens, where they'll introduce, like, okay, well, the game has pets now, and the pets can do all these really cool things, like help you get resources or whatever. And then they balance the game around the pets getting you the resources, so the resource costs of things go up. So even if you're someone who's like, I don't want the pets, you still have your game impacted. Like, we actually had the conversation earlier today on stream about, why is my brain... Conan Exiles. That Conan Exiles, I've been very much enjoying it, but there's definitely some stuff in the game you're like, why is that way? Oh, right. It has a PvP mode that plays like Rust. And that design decision is to accommodate the PvP mode like Rust to give people, you know, a reason to target stuff. It'll probably, it has the probability of changing the whole vibe. Yeah, no, exactly. And, like, for me, it's definitely one of the things that Project Zomboid being the, you know, there was no hope. Like, literally the start, you know, like, the whole thing, it was the end of days, there was no hope of survival, this is how you died, was, like, a deliberate, very heavy of setting the tone. It wasn't like, this is how you thrive, this is how you rebuild society. Those games exist. They're excellent games. They're games like State of Decay and all that. So I'm kind of worried about losing that, you know, for NPCs that I'm probably not even going to enjoy in the first place. Because I'm also worried about the NPC's implementation being just kind of one of these things. It's like, you know, who's this NPC? Murder. What do they do? Death. What else do they do? Carnage. Okay, so it's just a zombie with a gun. You might as well just, like, literally just gave a zombie a gun and called it an NPC, because that's what you gave me. Versus, I hold up that in real life, when you have a common enemy of these zombies that are hunting you everywhere and all that, sure, you might be cautious around other people, but the likelihood of someone, like, literally they see you and immediately shooting you in the face because No. Alright. It's like the day after that. Brain is mush after such a day and needs a rest. Just meant you could probably do it if you like, if you have time. IT's hard, yep. Alright. Oh, you've been running electrical cables to the walls? Yeah. I didn't do electrical cables, I did network cable. Yeah, I remember climbing through open air attics and like fish taping it down to the wall and all that. You get in those open air attics where it's just spiderweb. The whole thing, just spiderweb. No spiders, they're all dead. But it still doesn't, like, I don't have a problem with spiders.
Time to hit the road.
But, like, just climbing through spiderweb is just not my idea of a good time. Where you finish up with a job today and you're just like, I'm gonna take, a 2-hour shower just trying to feel clean because this stuff just clings to me everywhere. And then you also have the whole thing up there where it's so, I'm in Florida, so it's so hot. So you're like dying in there. So you don't want to be all bundled up. But at the same time, you've got fiberglass and spider webs. So you don't want to be all itchy and awful and all sticky and terrible. So you're all bundled up. So you're in this attic. It's probably like 110, 120 degrees Fahrenheit. And you're like wearing layers. And you're just miserable. I got that one already. It seems like this path goes the same place the other path, just wider. That's kind of it. Oh, there might be something over there. No. You probably set foot in there. Well, don't worry. You don't get to set foot in there. You gotta like shimmy through it, because it's only like yay deep. So you're kind of crawling from like truss to truss. Having to reach forward. So when you have stuff in front of you, that's just too bad. You're just gonna kind of shove your face through it. It's great. There's a reason I don't do that anymore. It's decent money. Like, I was doing that, like, pretty young. Did I already? Oh, we'll deploy you and go to sleep. Like, it's decent money. Like, all that considered. People don't want to do that work, so you can make good money doing it. But,
a fresh new day.
there's a reason people don't want to do it. Yeah, no, I know that, but, you gotta make sure to sell and be like, oh yeah, no, it gets worse than you think. It feels like this whole place, for some reason, that the solar's
Time to
just not
drop off
any
some stuff.
good. Okay, so it is going up. Oh, you know what I'm not factoring in? We have a larger solar panel now. Or not a larger solar panel. We have a larger battery. That's the word. So my battery is like 50% bigger than it was before. And I'm not taking into consideration how much of a difference that is. Okay, let's go up and see what the batteries say, or the solar panels say. Current efficiency low. Is it just because it's like all hazy and everything? Well, that's not my favorite. We don't have wind and we don't have rain. So it looks like we're just going to be burning through battery, and that's just the way it is. Okay, so plan here is we're working our way over there to this spot. Then we're going to go up this trail. Yeah, so we need to go across here, go along that bottom area, go up here, we go up that trail. That's probably going to take me up there. We did get this corner done. I'm not worried about that signal. This will give me more clay. We don't have an immediate need for more clay, but also, you know.
Okay, let's go.
Okay. Yeah, no, when I was younger, on the side I used to run my own, like, networking solutions and, like, computer repair business that I was running network cables and Wi-Fi and all stuff all there. Like, it was almost never the Wi-Fi. I was almost always running cable or doing just regular old computer repair, like whatever issue people were dealing. Get that fixed up. The roughest one I ever did, it was like a hair salon with like a separate building that was a sauna. Like, it was this whole like 3-4 locations, and then just like dealing with running the cable, so having to like dig kind of a trench across and everything. It was a whole thing. I was definitely in over my head in some of that work, but got the work done. It was of good quality and everything, but definitely there was times I bit off more than I probably should have. We're gonna be burning a lot more wood. I wonder why it's low efficiency, like solar here. Like, I wonder if it's the idea, so like, in the, when I say the valley in California, I'm not talking Silicon Valley, I'm talking like the valley between the mountain ranges. Like, you can get a really bad haze over it from, you know, all the pollen and all that from, you know, just basically all the pollen and dirt and everything from all the agricultural work. It can be pretty rough. So I wonder if the idea is, like, while we're up top, it's kind of the same thing, that there's, like, so much just junk in the air. It's doing that. Alright. So, yeah, we want to go to the outside. Oh, man, it's such a long drive. And I've also noticed we haven't found crap for wood on this map. Found a little bit right at the beginning, and there's been like no more wood the whole time. And then probably at the prices that no contractor would ever do, because they know after tax expenses they got a little left.
Load off my back.
You do that kind of underestimation. Yeah, I mean, I was relatively good on a lot of that. That I didn't screw myself too hard. Like, there was definitely ones that took more work than I had anticipated, which is certainly a concern. Okay, we're definitely going to need to do that. But you had a faulty wire creating an open neutral somewhere under the parapet topper in an outdoor driving wall. So to get it up to code, you're running a 220 amp 12/2 electrical wires from your breaker box, which you swear is in the exact middle of your house, to a detached garage. But you're in Minnesota, so at least it's not 90 plus degrees out. Yeah, I mean, still, like, especially when you're like fish taping through walls or going through attics, you know, and punching holes through that. You can, like, honestly, something that should be a relatively small job of just, like, I need to poke a wire through one wall. Just sometimes with the way the construction's done or how your tools are behaving or whatever, it can be a whole ordeal. It's the thing that makes any type of, like, home ownership project such a pain. Is you can be like, okay, this job should take me in and out 15, 20 minutes. No problem. And that's assuming everything goes right. And that never happens. So, like, a completely innocuous job like, hey, this light fixture, which is 2 power lines, you know, just 2 power wires going in, no problem. I just pull, fish it, you know, like 5 minutes. It'll take me longer to make sure I got the right breaker turned off than to do the work. And then you get in there and you see one of the wires is partly fried, and you're like, crap, that's a fire hazard. I gotta deal with this. Then you start fishing it out, and then you find other problems, and you're like, crap. That's, we've been talking about, and this is not something that's probably happening this year, let alone probably in the next 5 years. Me and Tim have been talking on and off about the bathroom in our house, our master bathroom. It's got a laminate floor, and the floor's, like, been peeling up. It's old. The previous owners didn't take exactly the greatest care, but, like, the floor needs to be redone. Like, it's peeling up. You can't re-glue it. We've tried. It's gotten to that point that it's old and worn and permanently stained, that we've tried to clean it up, but it just looks bad. And we're like, okay, well, we want to get this fixed. Like, if we were to just choose, like, whatever our next project would be, it'd probably be that floor. Well, if we're going to do the floor, the cabinets in that bathroom, at some point before we lived here, took water damage along the bottom. It's not a problem. They're functional, they're fine. But if I'm going to rip out this whole floor, I'm going to pull those cabinets out too. Because I'm already halfway through the work to getting those out, I might as well just pull them out. Well, if I'm going to pull the cabinets out, this toilet's like the crappiest toilet there, and I'm going to have to remove it anyways to deal with this stuff. Like, it's going to have to get out of the way to redo the floor properly and all that. So we're going to be pulling that, and if I'm going to ruin the wax ring and everything, and this is like a $30, $40 toilet or whatever, I'm going to go ahead and get a nicer toilet. Well, if I'm going to go ahead and get a nicer toilet and redo the floor and redo the cabinets, I might as well do the mirror while I'm in there. It's got that peeling on the edges where, like, the silver starts to get eaten away, so I might as well do the mirror while I'm in there. Well, if I'm going to do toilet, the floor, the cabinets, and that, you know, the shower door, the bottom of it has been eaten through over the years, so I might as well replace the shower door. But if you're going to replace the shower door, you might as well just replace the shower. And then you get the idea, and you're like, wait a second, when did I literally gut this entire room, and there was nothing left but the bathtub because there's nothing wrong with the bathtub? Might as well replace the vanity, but then the sink doesn't match. Well, I mean, if you're removing the cabinets, the sinks are coming out as well, and you get the idea. It's so easy to get that process started and be like, it'll just be the one thing, and they always snowball. Now, granted, that case it's snowballing because, like, if I've done one, it's convenient to do another, it's convenient to the other. But then there's definitely the times where you pull something out and go, okay, this is just supposed to be some cabinet doors, but this is all rotten in the back here. Like, this is not okay. And you pull that and go, oh, well, now we're seeing that, like, the wiring in here is really not good. So we need to go and get this fixed while we're in here. And it can be one of those things that you're just trying to do one simple project, but it's, you know, it's revealing one problem and revealing the next problem and revealing the next problem. And again, you run to that same thing. Or like we had, I had a friend who, he was just going to retile his bathroom because the tile was ugly, it was chipped and all that. I was like, you know what? We have the money. This bathroom looks like crap. You know, the people here chipped it up and, you know, damaged it. Let's just redo the bathroom. And they pulled up the tile and they said, crap. All of this has been eaten out by termites. Like, all of these walls, like, all of the studs here are all completely destroyed by termites. So we need to just go and gut this whole room to, like, pull the
Time
walls
to
out. And it
drop
was
off
just
the
luckily
stuff.
just the bathroom, thankfully. But it was one of those things. They're like, well, crap. Now the drywall has to come off entirely. Like, all the drywall has to come off. We gotta, you know, brace this up, replace all the studs, pull all the bracing and all that, like, go and do all this whole thing. And now this has gone from what's already, like, even just retiling is not a small job. It is a very, like, there's certain projects that I am absolutely on board with doing myself. I look at tiling like, nah, man. I would love to have, like, a properly tiled place. I am paying someone to do that. Tiling is just one of those things where you're down on your knees, putting one tile in place after the other, cleaning it up, doing it, measuring it out, making sure everything's square, and you're just feeling your back slowly develop new pains it has never had before. And your knees hurt. And you just do that for long hours while you're working. I'm like, no. I'm gonna let someone who's got a lot of experience and can do this really well, really quickly. I've been along for that ride. I'm good. I don't need to do that again. Okay, so I believe we want the right path. Let's see, at a rental when your kids were young, they had green carpet in the bathroom, and the toilet developed a leak, and by the time we discovered it, the subfloors had rotted, and the whole bathroom ended up being redone. New subfloors, laminate sink, from the cabinet to the pedestal, and painted walls. Yep. Oh yeah, that's one of the reasons why bathrooms end up being one of the ones that end up being major projects the most often. There's certain rooms that if you're likely to have a problem that guts a room, like really destroys it, your bathroom is a strong candidate, your laundry room is a strong candidate. Basically, and well, in your kitchen, any room that you're going to have water. Because water gets loose and it can just destroy things. Kitchen also because, you know, if you have a fire that gets started but doesn't completely destroy it, you know, so like burns out the area around the stove or whatever, even if it does, like, again, become like a proper fire, you know, it just still destroys a wall. Yeah, bathroom and kitchen, yep. When also the kitchen, you got high voltage there too, because of your oven. Yeah, garage water heater, that could be a problem. That was the interesting one we had for our house. When we bought it, it had a water softener on it. And it was well thing, and I'm under the impression that it used to be this neighborhood was on county water and they got switched to city water. When I say county, like, just things weren't as good. But we had this water softener. It's just looking at this thing like, okay, I've got to get this thing and I got to put all this stuff in it and all that. But, like, the water without the softener is really good quality here. Like, it's going through, like, a whole proper treatment plant and everything. It's like, this house really doesn't need a water softener. Like, the water's not hard or anything like that. And it's just kind of one of those things, eventually, you know, the water softener started having a whole bunch of problems. Like, you know what? I'm not required to have this by code. Just bypass this sucker. Definitely don't need that. Where I grew up, we needed it. Where we grew up, we were on well water, and oh my god, that water was so disgusting. Like, it was clean, it was safe, but it was a very sulfury smelling water. Your water shut off is in the house, under the stairs crawl space. So you just turn it off at the street. Yeah. I was trying to think. I know we have our main water shut off at the street. That's the only one I could think of being aware that you go out front and you can turn the valve. Because I've had to do that once or twice. We had, there was a spot in our front yard where the pipes are very shallowly buried here. And so, you know, some jerk will back their truck up into your yard and you're like, what the hell are you doing? And they drive directly over top your pipe that's only like an inch or two or whatever underneath the ground.
Some useful
and just
supplies.
crack the pipe. I had that happen a good 2 or 3 times. Like when I dug up the pipe because, you know, it was breaking so easily. I found like it had been repaired. I couldn't tell you how many times in the past. There was like every couple of feet there's another joint because of someone having to like repair where it cracked and, you know, cut the area on that side, cut the area on that side, put a new pipe in. So it's finally like, okay, just give me that super duper duper long pipe. Just give me a ridiculously long pipe. And just, you know, cut all the way on the extremes to kind of like give me a new... Okay. So we've got new stuff. Right after I told it I didn't want the scythe, I wanted the wrench. Cool. That's my luck. That's fine.
I'll store
Sounded
this
like
right
a PTSD story. It wasn't that bad. It was just frustrating. Alright. Okay, so 2 casings, 2 bolts, 4 hardened metal. What did I need for hardened metal? Red ore. I think I have 1 unit of red ore. Actually, I can check it from right here. Yeah, so I can't do that yet. That's fine. Yeah, your house is sold. There's no water shut off except for the city access point. Sold. I mean, but that's like... The city shut off is what I'm talking about, where they go to the front yard. It's the thing, like, if you don't pay your bill, they go out there and they, you know, they put a lock on it. They shut it off and they lock it. But yeah, no, it's like that's exactly the kind of thing when you're running into a problem. All right, so I'm assuming the thing that looks like just Death Valley out there, just rolling sand hills. I'm assuming that's where it mentions the, hey, this is the upgrade that makes it so you can handle overheating. That's what it's for. I'm assuming right over there. That to me looks like where you drive and your car just slowly hates existence. Let's see, the worst water issue you ever had was your main that goes down to the street that serves the house was broken here. Not the day with no water. Yeah, no, that was... Oh, wait, so the main that goes down the street. Oh, yeah, I see. Yes. I haven't had that personally. I know we had that at my parents' house. Not the, No, it wasn't my parents' house. They're on well water. Where was that? Was that my apartment? It doesn't matter. I know we had that one time. Like, then, yeah, I was, like, down for a day. I'm pretty sure it wasn't our house, the one we're in now. The one that got me is, like I said, that main line going in and out of our house. Like, that's just from the house to the street kind of thing. Because it would get broken, and you'd glue it all up. So you know, it'd break, you'd turn off the water. You'd find the broken spot.
Looks like a dry dock. Seems like the motor of this ferry needs fixing.
Why are you dry docking in, like, the middle of Arizona or Utah? Like, you dry dock near the water. Who's lugging a big old ferry boat several hundred miles away from the nearest shore to keep their boat safe from that? Maybe it didn't used to be a desert? Then it's going to need a little bit more than an engine to get it back up and running.
Huh. Huh.
Four casings, 2 hard metal, and 2 electronics. We'll add that to the task list, but I do not have any of those things. I'm curious what that'll get me. Oh, you know what? I bet you we fix this boat, and where the ferry's not working on the other map, it probably makes that available.
This could be useful.
We probably fix it, and it disappears and shows up on the other map. No, that's a generator. I think it's just a straight up regular boat. Okay. Gotcha. Yeah, so it's saying that's a ferry that's going to be going there. Yeah, no, that's... I'm pretty sure that's the ferry we're going to have back at the coast. Alright, so I have a strong feeling if I drive down there, our engine overheats, and that's the end of that. Wait, did I check the building there? Oh, yeah, that building was just storage. It's not like a building. It's just shelving units. Yeah, we're good. Yeah, so it looks like over there is going to be overheating central. Oh, actually, we're starting to see proper heat now. We're only getting up to the yellow, but that's much higher than we were previously. We were only getting into, like, the mid-green. Yeah, so we're gonna need to find the red ore. Which would be a whole thing. I remember we need the hyperweave for, or the hyperweave was something we needed. And that's what it says this is for. Alright. It's shocking to see how much water that's carried through Maine. Oh, yeah. Like, I've definitely, after, like, hurricanes and all that, seen where just a road is completely overtaken because of that. Or, we did have... there's a restaurant I like not too far from here. And I know they had a problem that it was, like... it's where the main line comes up, it goes down. They've got a couple of valves to avoid, like, backflow or whatever. Backflow preventers. That kind of thing. That, they had all that stuff going, and someone, I think, hit it with a car or whatever, and so it was just snapped and just dumping water out, and it's just like the whole road is completely flooded. That is just the vehicles going to service, they were just getting all bogged down in the mud because just how ridiculous much water had gotten dumped out. And it probably wasn't even broken that long either. Like, it is just a lot of water. Okay, so let's grab a redwood. We're going to light this fire. I'm going to grab some of this fiber along the way. And then see what we can potentially make with the fiber. Because where we're at now is I need the hardened metal. Or the red metal, or whatever.
Let's take a look what's in here.
I need the red ore to make hardened metal. And my guess is that's going to be down in the desert part. Okay. We'll have to see what we can do to get all that. Oh, we found banana bread. Alright, so let's see here. We can check our upgrades. So the overheat requires hardened metal. We don't have what we need for that. This also requires hardened metal. So the good news is both of our next upgrades do require hardened metal. But it seems like we're getting relatively far on that. I don't care about any of this stuff. And that's all cosmetic. So we don't care about this stuff here. For my stuff, it'd be the hyper threading cloth. And you need the red ore and stuff. Yeah, and there's all that. For the dog, your upgrade requires red minerals and cactus plant. I probably can make the red minerals happen. I need 10 of those. That'll be the smasher. You start working on that. There's chrome and adamantite still. You can make hyper thread. All right. And put down a mushroom planter as well. Okay, what else do we have? So for stuff here, am I missing any of these? No, we don't have anything missing from the growing stuff. We're good here. We got more options for power we should probably go for. We got all that. Now, glass smelter, we do have where we can get glass. Okay, so all of these can become glass. Just have different ratios they become glass. We have the stuffing thing. Let's make one stuffing. Just because we can, to see what we get going there. I was curious if that was going to do anything for us. We take you out. That was this one I needed? No, it was the dog. That's right, it was the dog. We were going to upgrade where I can tell you to go get me things. Which means now I could go down here to this thing, and I need 2 cactus flower and 5 minerals. So we want to keep our eyes out for cactus flower. And with the cactus flower, we can train our dog to go get things for me.
Time to drop off some stuff.
Let's go to the stove, because I remember we made a bunch of mushrooms. I never did go back for them. We could sow and grow at least 30 crops. Alright. We upgraded that.
Ready to roll.
That heat's climbing. Oh, also, and grab some of this because I'm gonna probably need a bunch of it.
Perfect for the next project.
Without having the better scythe yet, we're gonna want to grab this when we can. Yeah, so the big thing we're looking for is red ore. That's the first big problem. I'm not sure what other stuff we'd need. We also need to unlock the scythe. I'm assuming as we get farther and farther out here, the heat gets more and more problematic, where I'll have to stop and like let it cool off and stop and let it cool off. We'll see. My hope is I'll be able to go around this way and get up there, and that area will be the area I can't really access quite yet. But we'll see. It is able to recharge here decently enough. Ooh, it climbs into that yellow really fast now. Checking the map. You got that over there, so I think the idea is we keep going this way. And it's still basically in the yellow even with that. All right. Okay. So my hope is we'll get new stuff up here, or at least blueprints towards the new stuff. We are definitely getting the hardened metal because that's required for the boat. Required for all the next upgrades we're seeing. Hello, weird glowy mushroom. Don't mind if I do. So golden...
A tasty treasure.
Dude, the likelihood that you know the various mushrooms you can safely forge in just some random nowhere spot, and like going from place to place, where you went from like redwood forest to the beach to here, and just knowing all the mushrooms you can eat safely. Is pretty minimal. I'm gonna go on a hunch here and say you probably don't actually know your mushrooms in the local area. And you really don't want to mess with mushrooms if you're not absolutely 100% sure beyond any reasonable level of a doubt whatsoever. Even like if you have the utmost confidence, if you're not 100% positive a mushroom is
More
safe,
stuff for the recycler.
you really don't want to be messing with that. Huh. Let's hope we'd find something interesting over there. We found a little bit of trash, but I don't really need more trash. Are mushrooms editable at least once? Yeah, but most people want to eat at least twice. Rice is even better. That does seem more efficient.
Ha! A load off my back.
Okay. All right. And I'm 99.9% sure you can't mine this. Okay, cool. I was just making absolutely
Time
sure
to hit the road.
I wasn't just like driving by or ignoring it entirely. Okay, there's probably nothing anywhere up there. That's fine. Yeah, that just loops over there. That's just snaking back and forth. At least we now found a place in the map I can get more wood in a pinch. Ooh. Yeah, those golden mushrooms are really good. 50 nutrition. That means eating one of those mushrooms is the equivalent of eating an entire pizza. Never checked that way out, right? Maybe not. It looks like we got a camp spot up ahead. Pull a little bit away from that. Okay, let's grab the redwood. Start our fire, get our water, do all this stuff.
Would you look at that?
Okay, nothing new here. And nothing stands on the map here. All right. I keep expecting to see like a cave or something off to the side where I could potentially find ore. It does look like we're coming up on where these balloons are at though, so maybe we'll find something worthwhile there.
Ah, the famous little Red Ridge airstrip.
Okay. And then grab you. Start up this fire. Okay, so we got that over there. There we go. So we've got the flour. I need a couple more of these. There's another one over here. Because I want to say I just needed a couple of the cactus flowers. And then the red minerals. So not the ore, the minerals, which I can get the minerals right now. And then with that, I can train the dog. At which point we get to see about sending the dog. Okay, so it's literally just the minerals, and I need 5.
I'll put this in storage.
We're gonna train our dog some more. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Have you turned up the daytime length in the settings? Just curious if this is the default length. This is the default length. I have not changed any of those kind of settings. So we'll get this done. We'll train the dog. And then I want to see like what capabilities we have so far as like, hey dog, go get me this. Because it is curious if I can be like, hey dog, go get me the red ore. I don't know where it comes from, but you know, fetch boy. I'm assuming we won't. I'm assuming I'll be able to send the dog to grab like wood or stuff like that, you know, fairly mundane materials that you use a lot. It could also be that it costs you like a treat. So there's like a cost associated with getting it going. All right. And this is us training the dog. All right. So search whistle. Keep searching after picking up a material. So I'm assuming I need an existing copy of the material and then I can send them out.
A fresh new day.
Keep searching. Show pouch. Guess I'm not sure. So basically, I tell you to go there. We got the Crash Dummy Gnome. There you are. Yeah, no, I figured there was going to be one in here, because when they have these areas, each building kind of has its one thing. No, you having a tough day, boy. There's a disc. You're trying so hard to get those things, but they're just all blocked off. Poor pupper. Maintenance request. The autopilot is in desperate need of some maintenance. The airplane keeps flying off by itself. I see you mentioned that. I also don't see a place to interact with you in any way.
Perfect for the next project. Huh.
It mentions a maintenance request, but I don't see a way to maintenance it. Hey, boy. Just go home with that. Yeah, I saw the blue square next to the door. The airflow thing at the top of the building? I don't think so, but see if we can't get up to the top of the building, just in case there's something related to... What on earth are you? Ah, I don't actually think I need the plane right now. I think what I need to do is follow the cable up there. Okay, that'll be an interesting hike. We're definitely not running up the cable. Now, it is possible, we've seen the hot air balloons moving around. It is possible we might end up needing a hot air balloon. Because I'm about to finish circumnavigating this whole rock fixture. And I'm not seeing anything remotely even close to climbable. Yeah, that definitely gets close enough to the top. Okay, so let's consider. So, oh, there's the hot air balloon in the back. We probably could just get in the hot air balloon. Maybe I have to fix it or something, or give it fuel or whatever. But I'm assuming we just take that hot air balloon up there. And then that'll do it. I see. Okay, let's grab 2 planks. It looks like you just feed planks in there to make the hot air balloon do. Alright. Up, up, and away. Take a ride to the hot air balloon. Oh hey, it's actually another character model in the game. So I appear to have 0 control over anything. So my assumption is we're going to go up here and probably land at that spot. And it looks like there's something broken there, like the solar panel got snapped off that I'll have to fix. Alright. And hopefully that won't require, like, the hardened metal and all that stuff. Okay. Yeah, because it sounds like what we'll do is we'll go backtrack, take the Fairies motor all the way back, and I imagine that's way so you can get around the maps in any real, relative efficiency later on. So that way when you finish the game, you're like, okay, now I just want to find all the things or whatever. Not too hard.
Let's try to repair this.
Alright, that's another thing on the list of stuff I can't do. Okay, so we won't be able to do that yet. Interestingly enough, it does mark that place as finished, even though it is definitely not. But yeah, so I can't do that.
Ow!
There's no one that requires the hardened metal. So that brings us back to finding the red ore. But yeah, so I'm assuming what we do is we get that solar panel up there working. And once the solar panel up there is all good to go, at that point we would get access to the terminal to get the blueprint to progress what our needs
I'll
to
store this right here.
progressing. So let's see here. So let's double check things. For the heat thing, I need the hardened metal, so that's out. What else was there? This stuff we don't really care about yet. That's fine as well. There was something else. I was trying to, for the life of me, remember. There was just something across my mind that I'm like, this is something I should work on. I'm blanking on it. We got the wrench. That's hardened metal as well. Okay, so we don't have this. We could check the end of the road directly in front of us. Oh, I think that's literally just the runway.
Okay, let's go.
Okay. So let's go to play this, go to sleep. Alright, so we're looking for the red ore.
A fresh new day.
And we're going to need to be able to get that ore before we have the heat. So let's continue down this way and explore this, because we're on this corner of the map. If we don't find the red ore over here somewhere, then the next move from there would be to go into that area that I said looks like we're going to overheat there because it's like really, really solid desert. Okay, one moment. This looks like a hiking trail this way. Let's run the hiking trail. Are you on a hiking trail? I'm not sure you are. Let's take the vehicle down that way. And it gives us problems that we can just always turn back. Okay, we've got a gnome over here. Alright, I see ore. Alright, well there's red ore. That's what we needed. Because with red ore, I can start making hardened metal. And with hardened metal, we got a whole lot of things to go. The Rizzler. Thanks. I hate it. Alright. So it looks like we found just a little bit of the red ore right against the wall there. We probably need to keep a little bit of an eye. Now we do have this download tower over here that we've missed. That'll give me at least something else towards our end. Like there's also something over there on the left of it as well. Yeah, but so far that's the only red ore we found is that one little pocket. I can't imagine that's it for the map. There's gotta be a couple places like that.
Huh. Looks like I can download a blueprint at this signal tower.
Okay, more efficient mushroom thing. Bread press cake maker. All right, so we're making cake now.
Huh. Huh.
All right. So I want to grab a piece of redwood.
I should clean this up.
Okay. This is really good news that we're finding more of it, though. I think it's just we're looking for pockets. Well, that's interesting. And we found chrome ore. That's something we needed for one of the,
Perfect for the next project.
one of the other upgrades that we haven't seen so far. So let's run over here. Back to our vehicle. What did I need over there? Right, so a piece of wood. Okay, so what we can do is while this thing sits here and recharges, we can chuck in all of the ore to just process. All of the red ore, that is. And get all that going. Because we've got a lot of upgrades we want that all are depending on the hardened metal. So we finally do have the hardened metal. So we can go over here to the smelter. Oh, it's a 1-to-1? Okay, 1 second. Let's not just mass produce them. Alright, so we got a bunch of stuff here. So we've got the ferry. That's a bunch of stuff. Let's start with the tools. Let's start with the stuff we've got right here. And like our car upgrades. So we have you. So that's 4 hardened metal, 2 casings, 2 bolts. Well, here's actually change of approach. Is there anything I see that I want the unprocessed metal? Do you have things that need the unprocessed metal here? I don't care about any of that stuff. You do. I think I'll take the chance, though. Let's just process all the metal. Actually, we'll leave 5. That'll give me 20 hardened ore. Now
I'll
let's
put this in
grab
storage.
one of you. And we can drop this off to get that bonfire. So now what we can do is I need to make a ton of hardened metal, which is fine. We'll make the wrench, we'll use that, we'll fix the plane, and we're just going to kind of walk through each of these things step by step. And it does seem like the little pockets on the outskirts here are where this all comes from.
What a beautiful fire.
Yeah, so I'll likely find more of it down here. Oh, let's also eat more of her mushroom. There we go. Okay. So that'll be good news, because that means we should be able to burn through this area pretty quick now. Because we'll get the wrench. Once we get the wrench, we'll turn around and we'll get the plane. Once we get the plane, we'll turn around and get the next thing. I'm sure at some point we'll run out of... I'm actually worried we're going to run out of scrap metal, to be entirely honest. Alright, so let's see what we got here. So you don't have any of those. So we need... Let's start with the wrench. So for the wrench, I need 2 bolts, 2 casings. Alright. Let's check on the casings. So casings, I have plenty of materials for that. So grab you, craft that. Meanwhile, I can turn it over here. 2 bolts. Two cases. Wiping. Okay, you sleep well. No. No. I love you. Okay, we got all those. A big old pile of fancy metal. Alright, so with this, we'll have the better wrench. Cool. And we got all that stuff going. And then we could go over here. You require 4 electronics. We'll probably need that. That's gonna be a whole thing. So let's go here. 1, 2, 3, 4. Do that. 1, 2, 3, 4. Do this. Okay, we got all that sorted out. Alright. Because, yeah, we're going to want to go ahead and make the electronics. Then we'll get the next thing. Okay, now we go over here. 1, 2, 3, 4. Do this. Now, while that's processing, I need 1, 2. And 1, 2. Because then we can get the next upgrade, The other one, we're gonna go and get stuff for doing the Red Ridge Tower and all that. I love how streamers have different voices that they naturally shift into. Drongo has his doggo voice and Rual has his tomb voice. And it is so heckin' wholesome. Oh yeah, just... You know, it's just things that happen. Yup. Alright. One, two. Process that. Okay, so now I can go over here to this. Alright, we want to get this, so research that. Cool. We're going to get the cooling system. We haven't overheated yet, but we've been pushing a bit on the warm side. Let's see what the cooling system takes to run, and I believe that means I'll be able to cross the desert now, once we get it built. The cooling system is 4 electronics. You suck, game. But also fair. Alright, so let's go back over here. 1, 2, 3, 4. Do that. How much do I have left? We're getting a little low. 1, 2, 3, 4. We are literally getting very low on our scrap metal. But then we should be able to craft this, go to the airstrip, fix the airstrip, and just keep bouncing around from one place to the other. We might have to like then detour to grab some materials. Okay, grab you. Grab you. And back over to you. And the next big one here is for the power cells, which I would need 4 of. And I remember the power cells being very expensive from what we were seeing. Yeah, so I actually can make the power cells now, but this is very expensive material-wise. That is a lot of metal. And I mean a lot of metal to make those batteries. And then the 2 hardened metals, kind of a nothing burger, and then the thread. So I will have to go back and get more scrap. While you finish that last one, let's upgrade our engine. Okay, now our engine has a better cooling unit, so it shouldn't overheat. Now we've got you. Now let's go to bed. Alright, so let's go back to the airstrip and deal with that real fast. I think that's step 1. That's not what I wanted to do, but it is what I did. So 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2. Alright. Because that's going to lead me back the way we came. Right here. Let's go around this way, in case there's more red ore here. There is. Right now, let's lock those in place so don't accidentally deposit them.
Gotta tidy this up.
Oh yeah, no, the dog is just straight up adorbs. Let's see a dog's entire existence to be as adorable as humanly possible. Okay, so let's run around this area and yoink all the ore we can, as well as other materials. Because that'll give us more of the hardened metal. That looks like we're going to be using quite a bit of it. The good news, it seems like once we got out here, it's not super hard to find. We weren't seeing it earlier. Now, the interesting one is it does look like there's a whole other tier of ore adamantite. Which we did, or sorry, there's two. There's chrome and adamantite. We did find a couple units of chrome in a box. And I was supposing that's going to be a very rare ore. And then adamantite appears like it might be like another tier of stuff. We're already hitting the point that we're running out of upgrades for our vehicle and all that. Alright, Luxray, you take it easy. It's good having you. But it does look like we're getting at that home stretch where pretty soon.
Ah, another cap and snap. Ah.
Like pretty soon we're going to have all that stuff sorted. So let's pop over here. Alright. Let's spend all of our cap and snap things on this to completely deplete this machine.
Let's see what I get this time.
Okay.
I'm feeling lucky.
Yeah, so I forgot that we upgraded our backpack again. I was like, oh wow, our backpack's huge now.
Let's see what I get this time.
Now we can get all this. We can get the plane sorted. I do wonder what the ending of the game is. Because like I said, this isn't one of those games like Subnautica or whatever where it's like, oh, you crashed into the planet, here's what you need to do. Like, you know, really walking you through the story as things go along. You know, it's definitely more Raft. We're just kind of there doing your survival thing, and then eventually like some story picks up. You're like, oh, I guess we chase these signals or whatever.
Let's see what I get.
All right.
I'm feeling lucky.
Okay. We got this one and then one more. And that'll be a bunch of those tokens gone.
Let's see what I get this time.
That'll be another one of those machines fully depleted. Because I haven't looked at the achievements of the game, I'm willing to bet one of the achievements is to get all the cap and snaps fully emptied. That feels like such a gimme achievement, because it's something that people probably want to do anyways. And it does feel like something you'd put some time in. To me, the giveaways, like, these are the things that are almost certainly achievements, is I would suspect emptying out the cap and snaps is certainly an achievement. I would guess, like, getting all of the gnomes and all of the fires and all of the cairns are probably each individually achievements within their own right. The campfires would also be an achievement.
Ah, the famous little Red Ridge airstrip.
Alright, so now let's go here. Pop the door. I need to call back. This is probably not going to end well, chat. So, if you're not catching what's happening right now, Clearly the way the balloon works is it locks you into position and moves you along the same path as the balloon. The problem is, I'm not in the balloon right now. And I'm really curious when it starts to get to the height where I'm below the ground, what happens from there? Because I can't move or interact in any meaningful way. So will I hit the ground and stop moving, or do I go through it? Oh, this is going to be great. Hopefully, the way this game is designed, it won't kill me, but instead teleport me someplace functional. I should. Goodbye, world. Goodbye. Let's just see what happens. So I think I literally will never change. I'm getting no distant markers or anything. So I think literally it'll just go till we entered your overflow.
Ah!
Where did you put me? No. Why would you put me here? You're terrible, you know that? Boo. Fine.
It's on its way down.
Yeah, I mean, it unstuck me, but rather than put me anywhere, like as we were here, it put me all the way down here. So I'm gonna go ahead and grab this point here, and then we're gonna have to drive all the way back over there. Which is unfortunately actually a pretty long drive. That's the only reason I'm going ahead and doing this really quick. Is I can grab that fire I missed and then grab this point. And then I'm gonna turn around and go right back down here. And I get to go all the way around here, zigzag back and forth. Go all the way up here, back up there. At least that means I'll check this out in the interim.
Okay, let's go.
Is there an achievement for falling out of the world? Not that I saw, but you know. You never know with these things. That sucks. So, for those who missed what the bug is, do not ditch the hot air balloon behind. If you ride it up, ride it down. Because it does just grab your character and assumes you're in it and moves you relative to it. Which dumped me through the ground. Book decorations.
Huh. Huh.
Okay, so with that, we did get that fire done. So what we're going to end up doing here is, like I said, I'm going to have to take that, and I'm going to need to take the elevator back down.
Time to drop off some stuff.
I can take that to the other side, go up, get the plane done. Unstuck inside of... Well, I mean, at that point, I didn't get a choice. Like, I was going to have to unstuck regardless.
There we go.
Alright, so now I just need to follow the shore towards the bottom. Let's double check to make sure there might be a path there that I overlooked. Because this should spread our view farther. All right. Well, we need a little bit more clay. At least that's happening, I guess. All right. Yep, so I want to get past this before we go to sleep. That way when we wake up, we'll hopefully be able to be out in the sun and get a little bit of a charge. If I gotta burn more wood, I gotta burn more wood. I'm trying to just not endlessly burn wood because we've got a pretty limited amount of wood we're finding on this particular map. Okay, so just up here on the right, we go up the windy road. And then once we go up the windy road, then I should just have to kind of bank right. And we will fill in a path I hadn't explored yet.
I think I need to charge soon.
So get that all revealed. The downside is I'm going to have to go to where that balloon is. I'm going to have to climb in and then send it back up again. We'll do a quick save beforehand. It should work fine. I think it's literally because I wrote it up and then bailed off the side, and it just seems like the devs didn't account for that. Which, you know, come on, if there's anything true about players in games, anarchy is the default state of being. You should just assume anything that you plan for, they are not going to follow. What other chaos are they going to attempt? Are they going to try and scale up and down the mountain nearby? Are they going to try and, you know, use teleport? Or are they going to try and glitch a horse up a wall? Like, just assume they're going to try and break things. And they might not even realize that they are breaking things. They might be like, oh, I guess I have to scale this hill. Alright. And it does look like we probably have one more stream of this in us, would be my guess. Because the first day we got the first map done. Today we got the second map done, and we're probably, I would guess, most of the way through the third map. We haven't revealed it all, but we've got most of the materials that appear to be things for this map. We still haven't found a source of adamantine, or adamantite, and we haven't found a source for chrome. Those are the only materials I haven't located yet that I'm aware of. It is possible. I haven't done the count. It is possible this might be the last map. I'd have to check. Because we look at our stuff here. We have 20 campfires. No, it's probably not, because I think the total would have been around 70 campfires.
Huh. I guess that's it.
Alright. So battery died. We'll start making ourselves some power by burning wood.
Better be safe than sorry.
I keep growing this. Honestly, I don't think we need to be growing these right now. Let's see here.
Huh. Time to drop off some stuff.
Okay, so you're recharging. Alright, yeah, so we can get up here, and like I said, I think we just turned this way. There is a path down here that goes in our radio tower and a bunch of stuff down there. But I figure we run up here, do the airfield thing, then we'll check down this path and see what's here. I think there's a recharge point down there somewhere. I think I saw one across the way. So I'd want to do that. This one also just needed some hard metal, which I think we have. Oh man, we need to be using the better wood. Yeah, and it said search for stuff. It seems like the way the search for stuff works is I find a thing, and I do that. And then once I do that, the dog will run around trying to grab it. So it's probably really good for areas like where there's sticks or whatever, or flowers or whatever, and the dog can just run around. All right, let's just go with that.
Time to hit the road.
Because then if we hit the right and there's a recharge station, we're just good. Otherwise, if we find another path I need to run around, that's fine too. Yeah, it's all foggy today, so I can't see much of anything. Okay, so it's literally just gonna be a straight shot over here with nothing of interest around on either side. Okay, that's fair. Yep, alright, so the plan then is to go over this way. We'll get the balloon up top. I'm gonna save this time before we start with the balloon, just in case it hucks me up some random ledge or whatever.
Battery is running low.
We don't need to acknowledge the battery. If we don't acknowledge the battery is low, is it ever truly out? Okay, so there's the balloon. Even though we're probably not getting any solar with how hazy it is. Oh. I was gonna hit like the save and quit, but... Or the save, but that's fine. Oh, you suck, balloon. Okay, every time we do the balloon, it costs me 2 planks. Which, don't get me wrong, yada yada, realism, sure, the balloon needs fuel to go up, but also, low-key, just let me go. Okay. You are glitching out angrily, and I'm not a big fan of it. Don't drop me through the world. I've done my time. I've paid my dues. I committed no crime. No!
Ugh.
Below the snakes apparently faint in the canyon.
A fresh new day.
Okay, now don't lose anything or anything like that. Annoyingly enough, I'm sitting in my car this time. Okay, so this time it didn't take me prisoner. I'm gonna be real salty if there's an achievement for finishing the game without getting knocked out and a balloon glitch killed me. I'm actually checking that as we speak. While we're waiting for this balloon. Okay. You're being all sorts of glitchy. Oh, come on. Alright. Okay. I don't see anything like that, which I appreciate. Because, again, I'd be real salty. Oh, come on, man. And for the record, this is how you get up there. There isn't a path for me to go. Like, maybe if I really try, I might be able to glitch my way up. It is the first issue we run into the game, is just the hot air balloon. I think what happened is I broke it. Oh, I'm going to fall through here for sure. And for the record, I can't move or anything. It locks you in place. And I think the idea is it's don't. Yeah, you need two tiles every time you go up. And hey, Crafton, how's it going? Is there a height limit for building your van? Probably. No!
Ah! Oh.
If I would have healed, I probably would have been fine. Okay. Well, it's gonna save an X. I was gonna be like, where was it so I could restore myself? Alright. So let's start by eating some food. Alright, can I glitch myself up the wall here somewhere? Because we're trying to do this legitimately, and it ain't working. And like I said, the first time we went up, it went fine. And then I went to bring it back down, and it locked me in place. Well, it's working. I don't know if it saved on the paint. It's fine. This'll work fine. are going up. We keep falling through the floor of the balloon. Alright, some hand problems climbing that spot. Yeah, so we have run into a bug that's kind of held us up. And it does look like it's running into the classic where if you just hold against the wall and jump, you can glitch into the box and keep climbing forever. But yeah, we did successfully go up the first time, realized we didn't have the materials, got the materials, and then we've died, or we fell to the world once, and then we've died twice, riding the balloon up. So we glitching. We glitching our way to success. Us waiting for me to have missed a material. Alright.
Ah, another signal tower.
So we got you all fixed. Make sure there's nothing else up here. Alright.
Ow. Oh.
Alright, so we can go in here and get our computer signal. Also,
Some more supplies for crafting.
I really need the scrap. That was not worth the effort. It's fine. We wanted to unlock all the things, and that's fine. Okay. So the next step is going to be the... Well, actually... Oh, you undeployed my van. Or I may not have redeployed it. Either way. The van is not deployed when it could have been recharging this whole time. How are we doing on our hard metal? Are we doing good or are we doing bad?
A load off my back.
We're doing okay. So let's see. Let's bring it over here. We'll grab some of the hard metal. But we're going to go down along that route we haven't explored. There's a good chance there's going to be another radio tower or whatever down there. So let's do the little circuit here. We'll grab all the metal while it recharges. This should have me in really good shape for the red ore for a while. Then we can check down. Then we can get the ferry boat up and running. And the ferry boat up and running should have it go to the coast.
This could be useful.
Which, I don't know if that means then I go all the way back to the coast to ride to go to the next area. Or if it's, you know, somewhere up here, I can then hop on the ferry boat to be taken down to the first, you know, to the second map. I'm not really sure how that's going to work. But, it's fine either way. The point is, it's going to get me from one place to another place. Alright. I did see there was achievements for having like 10 working wind turbines and a bunch of stuff. Like, you can make this building way bigger than I'm making it. Like, I am barely touching what it's capable of doing.
Time to hit the road.
Okay, so if we take this right... And then we follow it left, and then we keep left. Yeah, there's more ore down there. I'm gonna choose to ignore it for right now. I suspect what's gonna happen is we're gonna get to like the next tier of stuff, and I'll need ores and all that I don't have available now anyways. Okay, so what do we got here? Alright, so we got a bunch of rocks up here in the middle. Most likely that's going to be more where red ore is. It seems like this vague area is there. Oh, that's not a recharge station, I don't think. That looks like it might be a paint station. Well, that's not what I want. Weekly rewards? I mean, that's a thing that's new to me. Well, we have the painting station. Yeah, so I can choose to change my paint thing. It is weird that you can change, like, because you get to set your paint colors at the beginning. It is weird that, like, during your round you can change your paint colors, but it consumes materials. All right. So I can start the fire.
What a beautiful fire.
Grab some random supplies. There's a cairn on top of that rock formation there. There's a radio tower there. Ooh, I am out of tickets before we run over there. So let's deploy this thing. Need to remember to do that. So we can go to you. This looks to give channel points away and maybe a badge watching 3 days a week. Interesting. I mean, I'm not against it. As long as it's nothing huge. Like, if it's something that's like, oh no, you're gonna be like super disappointed if you don't make it happen or whatever, that I would not be a big fan of, because that would lead to people potentially not making great life decisions. But if it's just something that's like, hey, here's a little silly badge, couple extra thing. Yeah, or if it's opt out. Yeah, I mean, if it was something like, oh, I mean, if it's something that's like a really nice prize, it kind of creates this weird pressure. Oh, I'm going to need more wood. I wasn't expecting there to be a second fire farther up. Like, if it's got like a really big thing that people are going to want to pursue, if you don't have it turned on, it creates a whole pressure and all that. That'd be a whole stuff. I'm imagining it's just like you get a badge. If it's something insane like a chat border, you'd turn it off immediately. Yeah. Well, that's kind of the catch-22 of it. If you don't, like, if it's something that cool and you don't turn it on, like, if people are aware, they'll get all disappointed on that. On the other hand, if you leave it on, it can also be something that, again, people start making not great decisions because they want the thing. Let's see. Hey, Bentley. It was just basically that looks like they might be giving out a badge or whatever.
I can download a blueprint here.
Okay, cool. They might be giving out, like, a badge and some extra points or whatever for stream streaks, which it's fine. We were just kind of commenting to give us something, like, really big. I would be torn about what to do about it. It's also if it's, like, an actual decent-sized stream streak. I feel like 3 is pretty benign. But it was something like 30 days. If you can pull off 30 days, you know, you get this really important big thing. You'd be like, oh, come on, man. Because then, like I said, in that case, you're in this weird spot as a content creator where if you turn it off, a lot of people are going to be looking to get it and disappointed that you don't have it on and whatnot. But then if you leave it on with as long as the stream streak is required, people will make not great choices. And it's kind of one of those things like, yes, the making those choices is on them, but you don't want to kind of enable that type of thing. The stream streaks can already do that with, like, no meaningful reward or anything to them. Yeah, it's FOMO. Absolutely. But yeah, if it's only a 3-stream streak or whatever, there's just a badge, it's like, that's fine. It looks like it has 4 levels. You can get 1 level per week, and it's only live for the next 5 weeks. Gotcha. Interesting. I'm willing to bet the only way to turn it off is to completely turn off stream streaks. Which I don't want to do that with, like, Cookie still having the ridiculous stream streak and some of the other ones.
I'll put this in storage.
FOMO cells. Yeah, I mean, it's annoying that, like, those mechanics work so well, but also it's like they separate from streaks. Right, the big thing is if I can even turn it off or whatever. Okay, so there wasn't much down there. We did get the antenna. We should actually check to see what we need for that scythe, because it might already just have the material. Boom. Yeah, so there's apparently another level of pickaxe, axe, and that. Everything else, well, and flashlight. So the other ones are already maxed. So the next place to check is we've got all this sorted. Let's try and going back up and around towards this, and then going down this path and see if I can't get that drawbridge. I'm still a little salty that thing was a painting spot. Like, the painting spot's fine, it's a useful thing, but it looks a lot like the power place from a distance.
A fresh new day.
Alright, if we get really low battery, what I'll do is I'll park it up, put up my solar panels. Got that? I wonder if this thing can with the upgrades you've got now. I wonder if I can off-road, like, at all. Because before it couldn't do steep hills and all that. It's a wonderful noise. Because that there saved me a bunch of, bunch of travel. You can see when you click on your channel point buttons, see above the stream notification. Gotcha. Alright, let's see, do I have enough stuff to do the ferry boat? Because we're already here, right at the ferry boat.
I think I need to charge soon.
Yeah, because I was going to say we're low on battery as is. So it'd be 2 hardened metal, I definitely have that. The casings and the electronics are the fear because of the scrap. I've been grabbing all the scrap I can, but we are burning through it. I haven't found an amazing place for scrap on this map. The last map I had a lot of scrap, and I actually stopped picking it up after a while.
Looks like a dry dock. Seems like the motor of this ferry needs fixing.
37. So let's see what we've got. Alright, so we need 2 electronics, 4 casings. Alright, so electronics aren't too bad. 1, 2, go. 1, 2, go. And the casings will be these. And I need 4 of those. So do that. 1, 2, 3, 4. One, two. All right. So I'll get this, then I'll get the casings going, and I'm gonna quickly use the restroom while the casings are going, since there's 4 of them. Okay, we should have enough. So 1, 2, 3, 4. All right, well, that's processing. I'm going to quickly use the restroom, and I'll be right back, and thank you again for tuning in. I'll be right back. Okay. Yeah, no, that one is I was trying to poke the bear, and then you'd run to the hole, and the bear would fall in the hole, and then, you know, you would get to just throw crap at the bear and not have to worry about actually putting yourself in any kind of danger. But yeah, I think, was that the one we were running the survival settings, so the bears, that, like, they hit extra hard and had more life?
Let's see if I can fix these transport balloons.
Okay, that's a lot more work than I thought it was gonna be. I was all like, cool, someone's gonna just pick it up and deliver it or something. No, that's not what's gonna happen, actually. So it's not there. Where do we make our fabric? Where do we make our fabric? It's not you. It's not you. It was one of these, right? Glass, stuffing maker. It's not the stuffing maker. Oh, it's probably that thing over there. So we can make our hyper thread. Which I haven't made yet, which might unlock a recipe. But we haven't seen where we actually make the fabric. Oh, it's still making the Dura thread from the previous one, that's fine. So we repaired the boat. The boat's fixed. It's just in the middle of the desert. Okay. So that did not give me anything new. Alright, so we're probably gonna have to get that from one of the points of interest on the map.
I'll store this right here.
So that getting that boat fixed is probably the big thing for this map. So let's go over here and then go down to that drawbridge and get that sorted. Alright, so you already have the engine upgrade and the cooling upgrade. That looks like a genuine recharge spot over there. So let's go to the recharge spot first. And then let's get the drawbridge. Okay, so are you just Everwood over here? I'm assuming you're just Everwood. Oh, that actually looks like it might be Redwood. Yeah, it's Everwood. Which I think the entire reason they have that there is if you got stuck out here and you had, like, the thing for rain recharging your stuff or whatever.
Time to hit the road.
Where you couldn't recharge anywhere nearby. I think that's what that's for. Is at least a source of a little bit of wood you can kind of feed in there to just give it a little oomph. Put a campground here.
Ah, that feels nice.
Miss Silly Goose, the gnome. So this mentioned it's a hiking path that's not marked on the map. Okay, there is a hiking path over here. I was about to say, it's like, what hiking path? Man, I don't see one.
Would you look at that?
Can we get a well? We got some benches up there. Okay.
Some more supplies for crafting.
There's no ladder, I think, I see up here. I was expecting to see a cairn. Ah, there's a place to have a fire up there. That's fine. Okay, so pretty soon it's going to hit nighttime. We'll get where we can run faster. Yeah, so we don't have the ability to make strong weave yet. That'll be the next thing we'll want to do is get the strong weave going. Because that's going to be blocking us. My assumption is we'll hit the point of interest out here. And once we hit the point of interest out here, that will give me whatever machine or whatever I need for potentially the strong weave. Okay, so grab that. We'll circle back for the, circle back for the stuff back there. Alright. So grab you.
Another signal tower.
Get some more efficient beehives. Okay, we go to sleep. We'll grab a piece of lumber to go up for the spot up top there. That way it can sit here and recharge while that's going on. We can circle around then. Grab that, yeah, because we have the campsite is up there. Alright. Not seeing any obvious new materials. Alright. Yeah, from the looks of it, I might have one more level for the axe, one more level for the scythe, one more level for the pickaxe.
Would you look at that?
Alright. Yep, so let's try and... Oh, wait. There's a ladder over here. Would have overlooked that.
Huh. Interesting rock formation.
Okay, I was gonna say, there's gonna have something hidden up here. Okay.
Ugh.
Probably grab this brush here while I'm in the area with the scythe, get a bunch extra of it, because I know I'm going to need a lot of it for like the hyper thread and everything else. Or you're not actually what I thought you are. Never mind. You keep being bushes I will utterly ignore. Looks like there might be a path back here. Let's just peek. Just in the off chance it's kind of the same idea on the other side of the map where we found the red ore, that maybe we'll find stuff back here. That's looking like a big ol' no. Alright. So you gained a little bit of a charge in the meantime. But it's definitely one thing, realistically,
right here.
I should probably be putting time into, is going through and building a bunch more solar panels and all that. Alright, so what I want to do really fast is race on over here, hit the solar recharge station, and then once we hit that, I'm going to beeline down to the drawbridge over there. And we're going to hit up the drawbridge really fast and drop that so that we can shortcut back to the other part of the map. And then we'll come back over here to continue wherever this takes us. Like I said, I'm expecting that to take me to this point of interest. Yeah, it's the last on the map, and I'm expecting that to give me the, whatever the tool is I need to make the strong weave. Box quality.
Fully charged. Let's go.
Okay, so don't keep going that way. Go ahead and go this way. Which is not the direction I said I was going to. I didn't realize there was another track right here. And grab that radar tower. And after that radar tower, we go to the drawbridge. And that's mostly because this is right here. It's like, okay, you only had that little distance there. Or what I was thinking in my head is a little distance. You're kind of weaving around. You're not sure where it expects us to actually go up, but clearly this is a hiking area.
Huh. 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 Huh.
Here we got the tickets. Alright, so we can grab this one real quick since we're just happen to be here. I do see, I believe it's a cairn way over there, maybe. Alright. Download Weaver. Well, I was expecting that to be the thing we found at the other location. I'm not unhappy about it. But that does make me curious what I'm getting at the other place. Because that means we've got the Weaver, which you can assume is what we use to make strong weave. And that's going to be getting more of the, Oh, wait, I see a gnome. I see a cheeky gnome hiding behind a tree.
Huh.
But yes, it sounds like what we'll do is we'll get the Weaver set up there. And I'm going to need a lot of those. That's the downside. It's Zin. Alright.
Ready to roll.
Alright, let's see where this path takes, and then we want to circle back to, Don't give me another tower to go for. I had the whole plan of just checking up here real fast, grabbing the one thing, and then getting out of there. But the tower you already hit? It is not. Yeah, so I'm thinking we're going to need a lot of the Dura, whatever the plant is. Okay. Let's go around here, connect the dots. Hey, Nitro, how's it going? I can connect these dots really fast. I don't expect to see anything important, but I do need lots of the hyperweave, or hyper fiber.
Perfect for the next project.
And then the question ends up being, is the hyperfiber what I need to make strong weave? Okay. So let's see. A little confused with what I'm seeing up
Load
here.
off my back.
You're showing us there being like, oh, there is a T. Yeah. Right, it's warning me that the left route is uphill. Okay, so we're gonna turn around now. And let's see about cross-countrying here. Okay, note to self. Off-roading, not easy to control in this game. It snags and then it just do what it want. Alright, that's fine. Did you inflate the tires lately? No. We want to keep them nice and flat so that way they get extra grip. No, I haven't. To be fair, we had done the entire first stream without inflating. I probably do need to top them off. It doesn't seem to make that noticeable difference, but it's one of those things I wonder if it is like, if you let them hit 0, it goes flat, and like, you know, your person's like, aw man, got a flat, and then you have to like go and deal with it. That's what my guess would be of how that works. I wish I had tested off-roading way earlier. Because it's actually working pretty much fine. Now granted, it could be because I have the engine upgrade too. And maybe if I didn't have it, we'd be struggling along our way. Like I said, I do want to go over here and flip the drawbridge down real fast. And then we'll get the Weaver built and see what it do. My hope is that this... I just realized the dog's not in the car, so we're just driving on without the dog. I'll go figure it out. To be fair, that dog is faster than the car. The only reason I'm ahead of it is because we had that really steep hill to go blasting down. Good dog. Okay, so let's see about this Weaver thing. Let's see. We need some more cabinets. Let's get nice and claustrophobic in here. Oh, you have so much in there. So we need 3 more hyperthread. 2 more hyperthread. We can get a bigger beehive. I don't even want to bother with that right now. A cake maker. I don't have grain. And an efficient rain turbine. I don't have what I need to deal with that right now. We'll deal with all that later. Just go through all our decorations some once. So they stop marking them as new for 2 seconds. Okay. Right. Alright. So it is strong weave, is just hyperweave stuff. And where we need the cloth and the DuraWeave, that is just straight up all that stuff. So with stuff like this where it's like, hey man, that's not a good example. Stuff like this where you're like, hey man, you want them bigger pockets? I just need copious amounts of hyperweave and cloth. I see. So it does seem like you just take the thread and all that. Alright. So it does seem like the thing we would need to do here is go to you, all of it. Go to you, all of it. Hit the button. And then we'd ignore that for a while. Okay. Now, with all that said, though, what I think we're going to do real fast, I'm going to go to sleep. But I do think we are going to go ahead and save and wrap for right now, because I've gone a bit over tonight.
A fresh new day.
And it does look like what I'm probably going to end up needing to do, just by my guess, is let's grab the stuff out of here, because you're all done. It does look like I got a lot of stuff here to make. And that's probably going to involve me driving around and grabbing more for that. But yeah, so when we get back, what we'll probably do is we'll need to drive up here and grab this thing. On the top left. See what that's about. While we're doing that, we're going to be grabbing all the Duralweave and all that we can to come back and get the ferry there. We still don't have whatever's this corner. I haven't seen a path to go onto the next map on this one. So we have where we came in from here. There could very well be another map up here. I'd need to actually check. So how close are we on the campfires? You won't tell me. Campfires. Yeah, so it says our overall progress is 60% of the game. We have seen 77 points of interest. We have, okay, so we probably have one more map left, because we got, like, what was it, like 2 or 3 more campfires on this map? Yeah, we got 3 more campfires on this map, and all that stuff. Maybe the ferry leads to another map? Well, the ferry goes back to the first map, but it could lead me to another map. And it very well could be. It could be that beach map is, like, the central hub, and then, you know, it's the center spoke. But either way, it looks like we probably have one more full-size map left. Which would be about plenty for about, you know, a little over half a stream or so. So I definitely think. But yeah, no, it definitely like when I started that first map, I was like, oh crap, this is gonna be like really, really content dry, like we're gonna knock it out in one, which would have still been fine. It's like, okay, no. So I think we got one more stream of this, which will be pretty good. I very much enjoyed it. So we did half a stream yesterday of this, then a full stream of it today, and then probably, like I said, half a stream or so would be my guess. So I would guess in the 20-ish hours range would be a playthrough, not counting achievement hunting of getting all the collectibles or whatever. So not bad, all things considered. No, that said, what's today's number? Okay, cool. Because I don't have anything for a couple more days that I've got like locked in schedule. So we'll probably do that. When we finish this, we'll figure out what we're going to go ahead and do for there. I do know, like, the 12th we might have something going on that's still up in the air. Otherwise, like, 13th, 14th, all that, we've got tons of stuff going on. It's going to be a busy month. So with that said, if you're watching over on YouTube, don't forget to, you know, like and subscribe and do all that stuff. But the stream will be ending for you on YouTube abruptly because I don't have a host ready. But thank you so much for tuning in. And for everyone over here on Twitch, I'm going to go ahead and put up my ending stream screen and see who we can find to drop a raid on.